And here it is. Here we go. Pardon me. I can't shake this cough. Here it is. Here we go. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is. Here we go. Here I am. Here I go. Hope you're there. The session commences. Your company required. That thing that happens at least once a day. So this time around, happening once a day today. But nevertheless, you still get your diet. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobian. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, get it moving right, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobian. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is right there, the holy, holy song from our Eastern brothers, the Igbo people. The Igbo people, um, holy, holy, as guys, I'm bringing you this. Tinubu won't Islamize Nigeria. Wife is senior pastor at Redeemed Church. So it is Kashim Shettima addressing one of the main concerns of the Nigerian space, of course, the narrative for the last 7 years, going on 8 years, how Buhari has been putting building blocks in place to turn Nigeria into an Islamic state that is overseen by his clan. So that's what Buhari's agenda has been for the last 7 going on 8 years. So the Islamization agenda is one that is very much at the forefront of the Nigerian political discourse. So addressing that frontally, Tinubu won't Islamize Nigeria. Wife is senior pastor at Redeemed Church, Kashim Shettima, giving the reassurance. So we're still spending time with Kashim Shettima. We'll be spending quite a bit of time with Kashim Shettima in the course of this session. I said Tinubu, hold on. I said Tinubu will be ruthless like ABACHA, not friendly. So this is Kashim Shettima again. So I said Tinubu will be ruthless like Sani Abacha, not friendly. Kashim Shettima. So it looks as though then he has identified that you need really the brutal approach of Abacha to go frontally, and I suspect that might well be pointing at the insecurity space, because of course that was the only space that that you can really reference Abacha. So, but then of course, let me not preempt the content, but really the headline. I said Tinubu will be ruthless like Sani Abacha, not friendly. Kashim Shettima. So that's Kashim Shettima. And then he goes on to defend that statement. I only said Nigeria needs a dose of Abacha's ruthlessness. Kashim clarifies. So anytime that this guy speaks, of course, always a heavy backlash, especially from the obedient space, who just want to immediately attack any commentaries made by any other political space as they continue to cocoon their principle in a golden phallus. So this is something that I've always been suspicious of, and it looks as though the facts are emerging. We're going to Reno Omokri, and I've always, even people who listen to me sometimes on this platform, I've always indicated and I've always been of the suspicion that is a very peculiar man, a very peculiar man. Your wife caught you with another man. Journalist attacks Reno Omokri. So that's the headline. I've often said on this on this platform that there's something of the other side about Reno Omokri. Just the way he carries himself, the way he speaks, and some of his mannerisms very much effeminate in his manner, which does not necessarily translate into anything. But if you take the totality of his packaging, he presents in a very particular manner, and some will say a very peculiar manner. So the peculiar Reno Omokri, your wife caught you with another man, journalist attacks Reno Omokri. So quite what substance there is in that, we find out shortly. Southeast Nigeria residents are tired of being IPOB slaves. Its shackles sit-at-home orders. Presidential spokesman Femi Adesina, you have to wonder at the weight of the IPOB demands. That is it not getting a bit too heavy for the southeastern space? Because of course, all of the demands that they continue to make of these people, and the Southeasterners not at all are allowed to act at their will, enforcing them to sit at home whether they choose to or not, enforcing them to toe a line whether it is their line of want or not, essentially all of the colorations of slavery. And Femi Adesina is indicating that they might well have had enough. Southeast Nigeria residents are tired of being IPOB slaves. Its shackles sit-at-home orders, presidential aide Femi Adesina. So quite where he's going to with that, we'll find out shortly. This we'll find out shortly as well. 450 billion naira earmarked for ghost workers fake projects in Buhari's 2021-2022 budget, ICPC. So they keep on highlighting all these several incidents of corruptions and looting of the Nigerian coffers. But what we don't hear is the repercussions of it. The accountant general that stole 150 billion naira, they arrested him, released him the next day, and 5 days later he was getting married to a 16-year-old girl. So that is it right there. So the punishment for stealing 150 billion naira is just a day in custody. But do not make that day coincide with his wedding date, of course, because guests have been invited and the event has been booked. So there it is, crime and punishment. 450 billion naira earmarked for ghost workers, fake projects in Buhari's 2021-2022 budget. ICPC. So we find out exactly what that is about and more to it, what they're doing about it. Meli Kyari list benefit of Nigeria Morocco gas pipeline project, signs MOU. So I suspect that this gas pipeline is that final act that will subject Nigeria and Nigerians to eternal and perpetual slavery. Because once that thing comes on stream, there is nothing that anybody will be allowed to do to interfere with it. And forget that you will be benefiting from it. It is the Fulanis, the North Africans, and the Europeans that will benefit from this, because these are the people signing the deal, and they will protect that jealously with AK-47 are plentiful. So more killings in the creeks. This is what is being told to you. Mele Kyari list benefit of Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline project, signs MOU. So I'm not quite sure that anybody like that guy has the capacity to bring anything to Nigeria. It's just Mele Kyari. Who is he that is able to sign a deal that will be anything beneficial to the Nigerian space? I'll defend Islam, respect other faiths if elected vice president. Kashim Shettima is still speaking to religion, but it looks as though they're now cornering him in that religious space. So a rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on the subscribe button as well if it's still showing red on your screen. And if you're not, click on like and subscribe. And if you feel like taking on any of these talking points, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in a conversation. That's how it works. An open microphone session, the open microphone being the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So as you set about doing the clickings, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical backdrop. Have your calabash to the ready as we join the K guys. The K guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. kọ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ó lè lò. Yóò dára.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So that's the prayer from the Kegites. Ikuko Neru Agbesheme, death have. Is there a prayer more important than that? I always ask. So Ikuko Neru Agbeshe, that's guys, I bring you this. Tinubu won't Islamize Nigeria. Wife is senior pastor at Redeemed Church. Kashim Shettima are speaking to the space. Vice presidential candidate on the platform of the All Progressives Congress, Kashim Shettima, has again allayed the fears of Christians across the country that APC presidential standard-bearer Bola Tinubu will Islamize Nigeria if he becomes president in 2023. Masas Shettima and Tinubu are Muslims. Religion has been a sensitive issue in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation. The APC vice presidential candidate noted that there had been so much talk about the Muslim ticket of the party and pointed out that Mr. Tinubu, a former Lagos governor, though a Muslim, has a wife who is not only a Christian, but a senior pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God as well. The former Borno governor stated this on Thursday at the 96th anniversary lecture of the Yoruba Tennis Club as he defended the ruling party's contentious Muslim presidential ticket. Mr. Shettima cited the religious diversity in Mr. Tinubu's household as an assurance that he would not Islamize Nigeria if elected president. Some of Ashwaju's children are Christian. The APC vice presidential flag bearer stressed, how can you convince someone that Ashwaju is going to Islamize Nigeria when he did not Islamize his own family? Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu made a similar justification as he defended the APC Muslim presidential ticket at the event and declared that Lagos requires and deserves the presidency. We deserve the presidency. In Lagos, we deserve it. Lagos requires it, and it will be, by the grace of God, a bigger, better, and stronger nation and state that all of you would be truly proud of to have been part of. Mr. Sanwo-Olu said, we had forgotten that in 2011, when Action Congress at that time gave a platform to Malam Nuhu Ribadu, and his vice presidential candidate then was Mr. Fola Adeola. It was a joint Muslim ticket. He further claimed that opponents saw a likelihood of this ticket emerging as a winner. People now want to divide us. We will say no, because that is not who we are. He insisted that the APC Muslim ticket was not about promoting a particular religion, but about leadership. It is about character. It is about audacity to think. It is about the ability to be able to think deep and solve problems. We do not want to despair other candidates. We all know too well what their antecedents are, stated the Lagos State Governor. We all know too what their credentials are. We know that as a nation, we need a strong launch pad. He added, we need to think out of the box and to be able to put our best foot forward. So there it is right there. And citing examples then of Tinubu's personal life to indicate that, and there is some veracity to that. If the guy did not Islamize his own family, then what chances then he will Islamize the country? So I would have thought that if he had an... why are we even discussing this? I mean, nobody of any serious thought is of the thought that Tinubu is on an Islamist agenda. I think that's just the Ipobians are using that to promote their own Anambra candidates. So let's move on from that, still with Kashim Shettima. I said Tinubu will be ruthless like Sani Abacha, not friendly. Kashim Shettima. The ruling party's presidential running mate Kashim Shettima has clarified that he only said his principal, Bola Tinubu, will be ruthless like Sani Abacha if elected president next February and not hospitable as previously reported. I never attributed hospitality to Abacha in my speech. I did a rundown of our past presidents and played up the tenacity and a dose of ruthlessness of a Sonny Abacha to show we need strong men to deal with the non-state actors who turned Nigeria into a vast killing field, Mr. Shettima said via tweet on Friday. Federal Minister of State for Labor and Employment Festus Keyamo also said that Mr. Shettima never implied that the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC Bola Tinubu will be hospitable to Nigerians in the similitude of, I don't know who is quite writing this using all this meaningless English, but this is how this person, let's see who actually this pretentious fool is. Ayola Babalola, so yes, of course it has to be. Let's take it from the top again. It's a somewhat convoluted piece. Ruling presidential running mate Kashim Shettima has clarified that he only said his principal, Bola Tinubu, will be ruthless like Sani Abacha if elected president next February and not hospitable as previously reported. So I've never really thought that hospitable was a virtue that was ever attributed to Abacha. I never attributed hospitality to Abacha in my speech. I did a rundown of our past president and played up the taciturnity and a dose of ruthlessness of a Sani Abacha to show we need strong men to deal with the non-state actors who have turned Nigeria into a vast killing field, Mr. Shettima said in a tweet Friday night. Federal Minister of State for Labor and Employment Festus Keyamo also said Mr. Shettima never implied that the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC Bola Tinubu will be hospitable to Nigerians in the similitude of late military dictator Sani Abacha. On the contrary, Mr. Keyamo says Tinubu will be ruthless as president. As shown in the video below, Kashima never attributed hospitality to Abacha. He only played up the taciturnity and a dose of ruthlessness of Sani Abacha to show we need strong men to deal with non-state actors who want to disrupt our peace. Keyamo said on Friday. Mr. Keyamo was addressing an article Mr. Keyamo was addressing a People's Gazette article that had previously covered Mr. Shettima's remark at the 96th anniversary of Yoruba Tennis Club in Ikoyi, Lagos State on Thursday. In his remark, Shettima compared his principle to former Nigerian leaders, both of democratic rule and military regimes. He said that Mr. Tinubu embodied their qualities altogether, which, according to him, makes the former Lagos State governor the best fit for the 2023 presidential election. Mr. Keyamo has now modified Mr. Shettima's comments to reflect that Mr. Tinubu's will be ruthless is directed at non-state actor who threaten the peace of the country. So let me just pause there for a moment. So when Shettima is saying that Tinubu will be ruthless, I've not seen the piece, but just going off the back of this write-up, when Shettima is saying that Tinubu will be ruthless, what state of mind would think that Tinubu is a meaning that Tinubu will be ruthless against everyday Nigerians? I think it is implicit within that statement where the ruthlessness will be pointed to. But then, of course, you know what our Ipobian friends are like. They latch on to that. And by the time that by this time tomorrow, they will tell you that Tinubu is importing AK-47 to kill Nigerians because he's ruthless. This is what the Ipobians do. And this is the expectation then from that space. All right. Mr. Kiyamo has now modified Mr. Shettima's comments to reflect that Mr. Tinubu's will be ruthless is directed at non-state actors who threaten the peace of the country. State-run news agency of Nigeria was the first to report that Mr. Shettima said Mr. Tinubu would show hospitality towards Nigerians like Mr. Abacha, but Mr. Kiyamo says the word Mr. Shettima used was taciturnity. So taciturnity. Um, Abacha was the ruthless kleptocrat who led Nigeria between 1993 and 1998 and was blamed for the assassination and jailing of many political dissidents. He looted billions of dollars and voted it all in banks in Switzerland, Jersey, and other jurisdictions. And Nigeria has continued to receive billions in repatriation from those countries as part of the former head of state's loot. Uh, Mr. Tinubu was amongst scores of Nigerian politicians exiled by Mr. Abacha and accepted on asylum in the United Kingdom, United States, and elsewhere. Mr. Tinubu has spent years criticizing Abacha as a murderous and corrupt dictator, blaming him for the assassination of Kudirat Abiola and other pro-democracy activists of the 1990s. A spokesman for Mr. Tinubu did not return a request seeking comments about why the presidential candidate is now embracing Mr. Abacha, a name he spent decades antagonizing. But political analysts have speculated Mr. Tinubu was toning down his rhetoric on Abacha in order to endear himself to voters in Kano, Mr. Abacha's home state, where he remained popular more than 2 decades after his death. So there it is right there. So a political underplay there. So a political underplay there. I only said Nigeria needs a dose of Abacha's ruthlessness, as Shettima clarifies. So I think that might well have been covered in that last piece. The vice presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Kashim Shettima, has clarified that he never attributed hospitality to the late General Sani Abacha. According to him, rather, he only played up the taciturnity and a dose of ruthlessness of the late head of state. Speaking on Thursday at the 96th anniversary of the Yoruba Tennis Club in Ikoyi, Lagos State, the news agency of Nigeria had quoted him as saying that Nigeria needs the hospitality of Abacha. Shettima had also listed some qualities of leaders such as Olusegun Obasanjo, Abdulsalami Abubakar, Ibrahim Babangida, and Mohamed Buhari, and said Bola Tinubu, the APC presidential candidate, had such qualities. Nice men do not make leaders. We need a leader with intellectual acumen, the passion to catapult this nation to the higher pedestal. We need a leader who is not bound by regional or religious sentiment. We need a leader that has established such records of excellence and commitment to good governance. There is no one, with all due respect, that fits this better than Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he had reportedly said. However, clarifying the comparison of Abacha to Tinubu in a series of tweets on Friday, he said he did not attribute hospitality to Abacha, adding that he meant that Nigeria needed a president who is ruthless like the late military head of state to address insecurity. The obsession with distorting one's views to settle partisan scores brings to mind a certain WBC commentary. The trouble with deliberate bias, it says, is that it cannot be erased by a sound education. The video of my speech in Lagos is out there for those sincerely curious, he tweeted. I never attributed hospitality to Abacha in my speech. I did a rundown of our past presidents and played up the taciturnity and a dose of ruthlessness of a Sani Abacha to show we need strong men to deal with non-state actors who have turned Nigeria into a vast killing field. I was quick to tease the audience, appreciating the humor hovering around the hall with the familiar jibe that nice men don't make good leaders. By nice men, I mean those who get easily manipulated and pressured to divert state resources to appeal to private expectations. So anytime I hear from Shettima, I delight in him. It's a witty man with a sharp brain and just a gold standard. I think Nigeria will be lucky to have Kashim Shettima as their vice president. I think he might well be the best vice president. At least he is the best qualified and the most intelligent, more intelligent than Yemi Osinbajo, by the way, more articulate than Yemi Osinbajo, a lot wittier and a lot quicker in thought than Yemi Osinbajo. Kashim Shettima might ultimately prove to be the best vice president in the history of Nigeria. Quick wit, rapier wit, acerbic humor, just cutting and sharp, elegant and presentable. So all of these qualities embodied, and patriotic and nationalistic as well. This guy has a vast understanding of the Nigerian space. He is as comfortable with the Yoruba humor and the Yoruba mindset as he is with his own northern space. So this is the sort of element that we need, not some kowa with with rotten tooth, or rotten teeth. But anyway, let's move on from there. Okay, so where were we? All right, let's go on to this one. Or maybe, actually, people are already starting to make commentaries in the comment section. So here is some clown. It says, Ik Umahi. It says, idiot, don't modify Shettima's address. Nobody forced him to say all that. We know you hate Igbos, but Igbos didn't tell Shettima to describe his principle as ABACHA go on and the like. You see, this is just the thing. It's just the low wit of that space. What Shettima was doing patently was to draw attributes, because for all of the bad that ABACHA had, he had some attributes that are germane to the Nigerian space. And the Nigerian space, and especially to the here and now, the here and now needs a ruthlessness to tackle the insurgency. So this is what this guy is saying. The here and now needs a ruthlessness to tackle the insurgency, and that is what Shettima is referencing. And I am going to be forced to go and look for that video. I'll look for it just. In fact, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can look for it now, because I can already anticipate the annoyance from just that comment by that element in the comment section right there. So let me see if I can find it. Actually, let me go to Festus Kiyamo's Twitter. Let me go to Festus Kiyamo's Twitter. Let's see if we can find it there. So Twitter, and then let's see if we can find it on Festus Kiyamo. Let's see. I may well have to first follow Festus Kiyamo. I may well have to follow this element. I don't like the guy, but if we're going to be referencing him often, which we are almost certain to be in the course of this campaign's phase, then bear with me 1 second. Okay, I think this may well be it. All right. Okay, let me grab that, and then let me download it. Then I'll pop it into the StreamYard, so we can actually listen to what Kashim Shettima has actually said, and not what the obedient IPOB spin is on it. So let's just grab that. So just give me 1 second. This is all part of what we have to do, just to fact check and document that we're actually, getting it right, and not just going with some alarmist nonsense by the usual suspects. So let me just let me upload it onto the StreamYard. So sorry, I'm talking slowly really to buy the time to do it. So let me upload it onto StreamYard, and then we play it just when I finished the readouts, and then I come into the room. All right. So here it is. So it says, at one man, it is not fair that you should speak for Shettima. We should be allowed to judge him based on his words. Yeah, but based on his words, though, not based on your interpretation of his words. So we will listen to the words just shortly, and then we'll judge him based on his words, not based on the Ipobian spin on his words. So because we're starting to see a trend, we're starting to see a trend by the Ipobian supporters of the Southeastern candidate. But let's depart from politics for a moment to go to Reno Omokri. This is something I've always been suspicious about this guy your wife caught you with another man. Journalist attacks Reno Omokri. Journalist Fejiro Oliver has accused ex-presidential aide Reno Omokri of being a bisexual. Oliver, in a post on his social media page on Friday, disclosed that Omokri's ex-wife, Tuope, caught him sleeping with another man, which led to their divorce. When Reno Omokri attacks Peter Obi, just ignore him or simply tell him that the truth he hides on why his first wife, Tuope Onuwaje, with the phone number, blah, blah, blah. He actually goes on to quote the wife's phone number, which is quite a thing. So unbelievable. It says, when Reno Omokri attacks Peter Obi, just ignore him or simply tell him the truth he hides on why his first wife, Tuope Onuwaje, with phone number, blah, 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 caught him with another man, and that was the beginning of the end of their marriage, where he abandoned her and married secretly, which I exposed this year. Yes, Reno is bisexual and he can deny it for all he cares. The wife is a living witness, but closely guarded secrets. So there it is right there. And this guy has a verified page, by the way. So he's saying it on his very verified page. So I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I'm going to dismiss that, only because I'm very suspicious of that guy too. And I'll give you an example of why I'm suspicious of him in a moment. I'll play you just a few seconds video on some of the reasons that makes this guy somewhat peculiar, by my reckoning. Southeast Nigeria residents are tired of being IPOB slaves. It shackles sit-at-home orders. Presidential aide, Femi Adesina. Remi Tinubu, the special advisor to President Buhari on media and publicity, says the people of the Southeast Nigeria are tired of the sit-at-home restrictions imposed by the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB on the region. The sit-at-home order was introduced by IPOB in the Southeast to protest the detention of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the group who is standing for trial for alleged treason and terrorism. Although the separatist group suspended the order in September 2021, there have been reports of forceful, sometimes violent enforcement by suspected thugs in the region. However, Buhari's one-day visit to Imo State on Tuesday came amidst a sit-at-home order in the Southeast issued by IPOB. The separatist group had announced Tuesday, September the 13th, as a sit-at-home day, directing that there should be a total lockdown in the Southeast and South-South regions. So they are now extending their sit-at-home to the South-South, is the thing. So what is the business of an Edo man with the Biafran state is the question, or a cross river man or a Delta man. The separatist group had announced Tuesday, September the 13th, as a sit-at-home day, directing that there should be a total lockdown in the Southeast and South-South regions. He said the civil action was necessary because its leader, Nnamdi Kanu, was scheduled to appear in court on that day to continue his trial, which coincided with President Buhari's visit to Imo. Kanu has been in the custody of the DSS since last year. Additionally, in an article shared on his official Facebook page on Tuesday night, said the people of the Southeast are fed up with shackles and are waiting to bust loose and enjoy their liberty once again. He said this was one of his observations during the visit of the president to Imo on Tuesday. It was not a triumphal. It was not a triumphal entry. It was not designed to be. It was just a duly and legitimately elected president visiting part of the territory he presides over, the presidential spokesman said. President Mohamed Buhari's working visit to Owerri, Imo State on Tuesday, September the 13th, 2022, had no measure of braggadocio, bravado, or vainglory. Count the man out of such conceit. A father was just visiting his children, despite rattlings of the saber by some misguided folks who had ordered everyone to stay home and shun the august visitor. The president was in Imo, and what a breath of fresh air the visit turned out to be. Despite a sit-at-home order, which is often enforced by mayhem and murder, a good number of people turned out to welcome the president. Men, women, boys, and girls, those who did not congregate at the venue of the road, those who did not, let's take that again. The president was in Imo, and what a breath of fresh air the visit turned out to be. Despite a sit-at-home order, which is often enforced by mayhem and murder, a good number of people turned out to welcome the president. Men, women, boys, girls. Those who didn't congregate at the venue of the road commissioning and at the precinct of the newly rebuilt State House of Assembly and the government house were in front of their houses waving to the convoy as the president drove past. You know what I saw in Owerri and environs? A people fed up with shackles, waiting to bust loose and enjoy their liberty once again. Man is born free, but everywhere else is in chain. Rousseau in the social contract. Owerri people cast off their shackles, came out singing, dancing, and welcoming their president. That was what they wanted, and that was what they got. Who first put people they say they want to liberate under bondage? The cabin and creed them every Monday, Ghost Monday, they call it, when no business must be done. A huge social and economic cost. And any other day, the leader of the separatist movement currently standing trial also appears in court. They compel people to sit at home, to dare this quietude and sorrow. Tuesday was one of such days. But did all the people stay at home? Not so. They were tired of being turned to slave. When they were born free, you could see the excitement, the joy in their faces as they turned out to receive their president. It was for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm then, and do not be encumbered once more by the yoke of slavery. Galatians 5:1. The Owerri Olu and Owerri Okigwe roads being done in sections were commissioned. Well-built roads with good drainage, which will guarantee longevity. And then the rebuilt ultra-modern State House of Assembly. The president entered the complex and shook his head in wonderment and told Governor Hope Uzodinma, "You have written your own history. Wonderful." At the reception and launch later in Government House, the governor could not stop recounting all President Buhari had done in the region, despite what seemed eternal antagonism by some brainwashed people. Let me adopt this chronicle I'd seen on social media, which rather satirically speaks to those entrenched in certain unfounded positions in the Southeast. It goes thus. This is how President Buhari and his APC government marginalized the Southeast geopolitical zone in Nigeria for 7.5 years. So there it is. So that's sarcasm, of course. So when he's saying that Buhari is going to commission endless projects done by Hope Uzodinma, and Hope Uzodinma is eulogizing on all of the things that Buhari had done in the Southeast, and he rounds it off with this quip, then that tells you that it is sarcasm. This is how President Mohamed Buhari and his APC government marginalized the Southeast geopolitical zone in Nigeria for 7.5 years. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So there it was, and here this is 450 billion naira earmarked for ghost workers, fake projects in Buhari's 2021-22 budget, ICPC. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has revealed that ministries, departments, and agencies padded the 2021 budget to the tune of 300 billion naira. The padding was carried out by duplicating projects, shooting the budget to 13.59 trillion naira. The Anti-Corruption Agency disclosed that the MDAs also padded the 2022 budget with duplicated projects amounting to 100 billion naira, increasing the current year's budget to 17.12 trillion, aside from the 49.9 billion discovered as salaries for ghost workers between January and June 2022. ICPC Chairman Bolaji Owosonoyo stated this in Abuja on Thursday. He made the submission at an interactive session with the Senate Committee on Finance on the 2022 to 25 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper. He stated that the ICPC discovered the project duplication and budget padding for the 2 years during scrutiny of projects approved for the various MDAs. 300 billion naira would have been wasted by the federal government on duplicated projects inserted into the 2021 budget. The federal government would have wasted another 100 billion in the 2022 budget if not tracked and intercepted by the ICPC. Mr. Owosonoyo stated the same preemptive move saved the country from spending 49.9 billion naira on payment of salaries to ghost workers inserted into payrolls by fraudulent MDAs between January and June this year. Names of MDAs involved in project duplication and fictitious payrolls are available and will be forwarded to the committee. The ICPC chief further explained that the anti-graft agency's interception prevented the funds from being released to the MDAs. It is gratifying that the Federal Ministry of Finance and the Accountant General's Office cooperated with us, he noted. The ICPC chairman advised relevant committees of the National Assembly to look out for project duplication in the proposed 19.76 trillion 2023 budget. But they're not telling us of the arrest made and people locked up, and that's not making the headlines. So where is the deterrent? Where is the deterrent? From our end, detection of such projects is done by verifying their locations and names, upon which we tell the appropriate authorities not to release wrongly budgeted money, added Mr. Owosonoyo. Solomon Adeola, APC Lagos West of Solomon Adeola, APC Lagos West, the committee chair, assured the ICPC's operational cost will be increased from the current 1.8 billion naira. This committee is impressed by the proactive ways your commission has adopted in the fight against corruption. Your submissions clearly show that all hopes are not lost for our dear country as far as fighting corruption is concerned. Mr. Adeola stated, your operational cost, which is 1.8 billion, will be increased as required impetus for more proactive measures against corrupt practices across various MDAs. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. And there it is right there. Let's have a look. And by the way, Peter Obi did some interview on CNN. I wonder if we should actually have that as part of the mix of this session. Let me see if it's not too long. We might well. Okay. Okay. I think we may well have a listen to it as well. So because important, of course, to. So let me just let me grab it as well. So I'm doing a lot of grabbing today. So let me grab that as well. Let's just let's do this. Let's do that. And let's do that. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I just grabbed the Peter Obi interview as well. See if I'm able to upload it, then we might just we'll have a listen to it and then see what we're making of it. See if it falters in that interview, which are let's see if I can grab it. Hold on 1 second. Just stay where you are. Talk amongst yourself. Somebody should have a sing song. Somebody should give us a tune. Have a sing song whilst I'm just trying to do this. So so I've downloaded it. Hopefully it's not too big a file to come onto. Oh no, it's too big a file. Oh, hold on. I am determined that we will have this. So let me just see if I can trim it. Just bear with me 1 second. I'll just pop it into some editing software, and I'll chop it up a bit, and then we'll just and then I'll just cut the start and finish spaces. Just give me 1 second. Just let me actually let me play you a song. Let's have some Igbo song. This is one of my favorite songs. So let's enjoy this together whilst I'm doing this. So enjoy this. Sorry, I'm still not there. So a bit more of that. All right. Hold on. Sorry. Can people actually hear me? Because somebody is saying in private chats that you cannot hear me. Hopefully you can, because I've been talking for quite a while now. Can you indicate in the comment section if you can't hear me? I'll wait for somebody to say in the comment section if yeah. Okay, brilliant. So yeah. So thank you for that. So let me carry on. I'm not quite sure what you're on about, Thomas. I am being heard. Pardon me. So yeah. So let's go on to this. Mele Kyari list benefit of Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline project, signs MOU. So signing Nigeria into slavery is the interpretation of that. The Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Malam Mele Kyari, has listed the benefits of Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline project. Mele Kyari said that apart from helping to mitigate against desertification, it will also drastically reduce carbon emission in Africa. The NNPC boss, who spoke at the signing ceremony of Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline Memorandum of Understanding at Rabat, Morocco yesterday, September the 15th, said that the project would create wealth and improve standard of living of people in countries in the African region. Kyari described the event as a very important milestone in the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline project, as it reaffirms the commitment of stakeholders to deliver on the project. The NNPC boss explained that the NNPC is well positioned to advance the project by leveraging on its experience and technical capabilities ranging from gas production, processing, transmission, and marketing, as well as our vast experience in executing major gas infrastructure projects in Nigeria. So that's just the totality of that paragraph, an absolute and a categorical lie. An absolute and a categorical lie. Let's reread that and unpick it. The NNPC boss explained that the NNPC is well positioned to advance the project by leveraging on its experience and technical abilities, ranging from gas production. Nigeria does not produce gas, we flare gas. Processing, we don't process gas, we flare gas. Transmission, we don't transmit gas, we flare gas. And marketing, we don't market gas, so we just sign contracts with Europeans to gift away the country, as well as our vast experience in executing major gas infrastructure projects in Nigeria. Name one major gas infrastructure project in Nigeria. He said that from the inception of the project to the present stage, concerted efforts have been made by the government of Nigeria and the Kingdom of Morocco, which led to very commendable achievements recorded. He expressed appreciation to His Royal Highness, to His Royal Majesty King Mohammed VI of Morocco and His Excellency President Mohamed Buhari for entrusting NNPC Limited with the strategic project. As you are aware, our country stands to benefit immeasurably from the execution of the project, which extends beyond the supply of gas to energize the countries along the route. Some of the benefits include creation of wealth and improvement in standard of living, integration of economies within the region, mitigation against desertification, and other benefits that will accrue as a result of reduction in carbon emission. I am glad to say NNPC is well positioned to progress the project by leveraging our experience and technical capabilities ranging from gas production, processing, transmission, and marketing, as well as our vast experience in executing major gas infrastructure projects in Nigeria. On our part, NNPC Limited will facilitate the continuous supply of gas provide on our part, NNPC Limited will facilitate the continuous supply of gas, provide other enablers such as the required land for the first compressor station for the pipeline to be deployed in Nigeria, which is amongst the 13 stations earmarked for the gas pipeline route. On behalf of the federal government of Nigeria, I would like to thank you all as we continue to strengthen our partnership for the benefits of our countries. It was earlier reported that NNPC Limited will sign the MOU on a 7,000-kilometer gas pipeline project estimated to cost $25 billion with the National Office of Hydrocarbons and Mines of Morocco and the ECOWAS Commission. NNPC and National Office of Hydrocarbons and Mines of Morocco also signed two MOU with Société Mauritanie, with the Mauritanians and Petrosen of Senegal. The Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline project is an initiative of the federal government of Nigeria and the Kingdom of Morocco and was conceived during the visit of King Mohammed VI to Nigeria in December 2016. So this falls under the Buhari space. The heart just sinks. So this is another wholesaling of the country. Of course, any deal signed by Buhari with an Arab person will never be to the benefit of you and I. The NMGP project is aimed at monetization of Nigeria's abundant natural gas resources, thereby generating additional revenue for the country, diversification of Nigeria's gas export routes, and elimination of gas flaring. The 7,000-kilometer pipeline, when completed, will supply about 3 billion standard cubic feet of gas to Morocco, 13 ECOWAS countries, and Europe. The pipeline will originate from Brass Island, Nigeria, and terminate at north of Morocco, where it will be connected to existing Maghreb European pipelines that originates from Algeria to Spain. So there it is, the piping of Nigerian gas to Europe. This will work under any other hand. This will work under a Yoruba supervision or a southeastern supervision or even a southern supervision. But it will never work under a Fulani initiative because they don't see Nigeria as anything other than a business opportunity to exploit the gullibles in the south. I will defend Islam, respect other faiths if elected vice president. Kashim Shettima retakes the center stage. Kashim Shettima, the vice presidential candidate of the Reno Progressive Congress on Sunday, said he would defend his Islamic religion and also show respect towards people of other faith if elected. Mr. Shettima, whose selection by Bola Tinubu has polarized Nigeria along religious lines, said he had been under pressure to speak on his position about the role of Islam if elected. So, yes. It says, I have received many messages on a post going around on social media saying I will not support Islam if I become vice president of Nigeria. It seems the person who wrote that post had a bad intention or lack of understanding of the English language that was interviewed and the environment of this statement I made. What I said in that interview with Channels Television is similar to Islam's stand on leadership as religious scholars know. Even in Islamic system, the leader is for all and is expected to be fair to all without harming any part. Jews and victory have lived under Jews and victory have lived under the rule of Muslims since the time of Prophet Muhammad and in peace without harm. That is what Islam taught us. Also, as a Muslim, I would never accept anything that will harm my religion, whether I am in government or not. And if I am in government, I must ensure that I protect the dignity of all and ensure that every citizen is not treated unfairly or harmed. So I will not look forward to oppressing my religion or to oppress another person because of his religion. This is the teaching of religion, and it is my stand. Anyone interested can watch the video of my interview with Channels Television just to confirm that the post is not matching what I said. So it's the IPOB space again launching at this guy. Okay, so now this now headline: I will revive farms in the north, says Peter Obi in CNN interview. Okay, so we're trying to see if I'm trying to cut down the CNN interview to see if I can upload it onto the stream so we can watch it directly. So there it is, and there it is, and there it is, and here they are. So to the panel. So Man of Prestige, I see you. Joel of Nashville, I see you. And Thomas in Australia, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So good to have you all. So let's get straight into it, and you seem ready to go. So we go with you first. Actually, before we get straight into it, let me play you a couple of videos that I have lined up. So the Kashim Shettima commentary. Let's actually see what he said rather than what the IPOB space is spinning his words into. So these are his exact words. We're all hearing it together for the first time.
As the work ethics and broad-mindedness of an Olusegun Obasanjo, we need a leader that has the adroitness, the situational pragmatism, and understanding of the Nigerian sociology, the Maradonic skills of an Ibrahim Babangida. We need a leader with a presence and sense of responsibility and commitment, and somebody who understands the national psyche and mood of the nation, Oban Abdul Salami Abubakar. And in applicable circumstances, we need a leader with a dose of ruthlessness and taciturnity of Sani Abacha. Leaders, nice men do not make leaders.
So there you heard it, taciturnity, that's also what he said. But then, of course, when the IPOB space got hold of it, it turned into hospitality. And this is the concern, but it's getting a bit out of control. But let's go to that frontally, Man of Prestige. So Man of Prestige, there it is, and there it is. So to it then, the rebranding of Kashim Shettima's words to the point that he's now had to put up a video. So what are you making of what he said, the circumstances that he said it, how it has been reinterpreted, and how it has been digested by the Nigerian space?
All right. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Nice to be on your platform today. I'm going to begin this by saying, one man, you see how you spin something around. I've been listening to the whole of your monologue about Shettima. You love this guy to death, whether because of you like him.
I like him. Let me
speak, man. Let me speak. Whether because you like Tinubu or your association with Tinubu, it doesn't really matter to me. But you shower too much praise on this guy. It's just unbelievable. Well, that's your choice, Of course, you're able to say that you like him. What is? It's not. I mean, there's no contradiction about what he said. He has been playing all over Nigeria. Arise News. Did you listen to Arise News? Everybody. It's exactly what he said. But when you come here, you spin the whole thing to suit your narrative. Come on, one man, be realistic, okay? I mean, I like you, my brother, but don't be spinning what is not spinnable.
Are you there?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm using a small device, so sorry for that. Yeah, because I'm working right now. So you heard what he said, but you try to spin everything to see your own your own narrative the way you see it. I mean, what did I just not see? What you just read? Exactly what he said about Tinubu. You know, he associated Tinubu to the past regime, including ABACHA. I mean, the worst president. I mean, a killer. What I consider to be the worst terrorist in Nigeria. Talking about hospitality, because he couldn't find anything decent about ABACHA. He has to use the word hospitality to associate with Tinubu.
It did not use the word hospitality, did it?
Yes, he did. You didn't listen to the whole thing.
All right.
Yes, he said ABACHA
sorry.
hospitality.
No.
Yes.
Listen to it. Listen to it.
The work ethics and broad-mindedness of an Olusegun Obasanjo. We need a leader that has the adroitness, the situational pragmatism, and understanding of the Nigerian sociology, the Maradonic skills of an Ibrahim Babangida. We need a leader with the presence and sense of responsibility and commitment, and somebody who understands the national psyche and mood of the nation, Oban Abdul Salami Abubakar. And in applicable circumstances, we need a leader with a dose of ruthlessness and taciturnity of a Sani Abacha. Leaders, nice men do not make leaders.
Okay.
So there you heard.
That's hospitality. That's what it means.
No, it said taciturnity. It doesn't mean hospitality.
Come on, one man, go to your dictionary. I mean, that
taciturn.
It doesn't really matter.
What do you mean? It doesn't matter. It does matter. Is it not being lampooned by the usual suspects?
One man, we're gonna dialogue to this. I love
it's an unreservedness. That is what taciturn means, isn't it? Completely different from hospitality, as it's being spun by the IPOB space. But
that's not IPOB space. I was reading, and I was on Arise News today. In one of it, what's his name? Abacha was there. What's his name? Oji was there, and the other lady, Tinubu. I mean, I'm sorry, did I say Tinubu? Adiola, Dora was there. I mean, that's where I got my information from. They said hospitality. Go and see it again. That's exactly what it said.
Well, they can say whatever now. We heard the man's words. We heard him.
But even at all, okay, what is even at all? Okay, let's stick with the word that he used. Why is that applicable to Abacha? Abacha he didn't merit all those words. And you're associating yourself with Abacha, all those old regimes, even associating yourself with Buhari. I mean, just nothing commendable about what he said. He just messed up. Then Kiyam was trying to spin it around, and that's exactly what he's spinning here. But that's fine. I mean, you can spin it all the way you want. But the whole Nigeria know, that it was a waffle what he said today. I mean, he just dropped the ball.
All right. Let me share a screen with you. Let me share a screen with you as I bring the mighty Mr. Gomez. Let me share a screen with you because I think really this is why I say the guy's eloquence sometimes it may well be outside of the Nigerian understanding. So taciturnity. So silent, taciturn, reticent, reserved, secretive. Secretive means showing restraint in speaking. Silent implies a habit of not saying more than is needed. The strong silent type. Taciturn implies a temperamental disinclination to speak and usually connotes unsociability, etc., etc. So completely. So it's somebody that is silent but strong. That is what
one mile.
We're going to the dictionary now. Do you want to rewrite the English? You want to rewrite the English language?
I'm gonna dial. If you want to go anywhere, I'm gonna dialogue this with you. The man just dropped the ball. Okay.
All right.
He can't defend.
Unbelievable.
It's an indefensible, and it didn't come from Ipobian. everybody been talking about it, Arise News or any, so don't go about Ipobians, but that's their own narrative. But it's all fun, okay? So it doesn't really matter to me. So you can't defend the indefensible. There's nothing you're going to say to spinning around that's going to welcome, Shettima drop the ball. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I think the guy is functioning above the Nigerian paradigm, which is a good thing. It's too clever for us.
He just dropped it. Let me tell you something. Overall, today, yesterday, Tinubu campaign just dropped the ball in all angles. I mean, his vice president just came and dropped the ball, speaking all this jargon about, try to present Tinubu to the, compare him with the old regime. And what? Try to, the 5 million march they're supposed to. Do you know about the news? Or let me bring it up to you. The 5 million march that was supposed to be held on October the 1st.
Yeah.
What is Tinubu going to court to stop them for?
Tinubu?
Yeah,
is Tinubu in court? Huh? Tinubu is in court to stop what?
I'm talking about Tinubu campaign, APC. They're supposed to be obedience 5 million march or whatever they call it, on the 1st of October, right? You do hear the news?
Okay. That Tinubu is why would Tinubu stop obedience march? On what grounds?
You want me to bring it to you? I bet all the people in the platform already had it. Yeah, he hired 10 lawyers. I'm not his campaign people. Wait a minute, let me tell you the news. I'm just saying they dropped 2 boards today. None of them make sense. 10 lawyers representing APC went to the court to stop obedience rally on the 1st of October. But the judge, refused to grant them the permission and said the law, and Shewore, who is always against Obi, he supported Obi in this case. Where you been, man? I thought you're always up to date about what's going on.
No, I'm not aware that Tinubu is trying to stop Peter Obi from.
I said APC, whether it's Lagos or whatever, but it's APC.
Lagos. Did you say Lagos?
Yes. It doesn't matter.
Is it Lagos or Tinubu?
But they have to get approval from the main guy before they do everything. They hired 10
what are
lawyers.
you talking? Look, you have to look. You know, you're one of my favorite people. This is my advice. This is my advice to you. You have to stop going to Radio Biafra. I encourage. I rescued Charles from there. You have to stop going to Radio Biafra. They offer you. What is Tinubu? You said Tinubu, and now you are saying Lagos State. So which is it?
No. I didn't say Lagos. Okay, maybe I said it wrong.
One man.
Yeah.
My brother, let me just help you out on this one. Let me help you out on this one. One man. The issue here is this: that there was a group of lawyers hired by the Tinubu camp, right?
Right.
To stop the 5 million man march on August the 1st in Lagos State. And this thing has been going on for over 2 months now.
Have you got proof of that?
Yes, it's in the news. It's in the news. It's not something
can you provide the link, please? Because
I cannot provide it because I'm using my phone, right?
Well, there you are. Then that's fake news.
No.
It's not fake news.
I'm gonna do my research. I'm gonna bring it to you.
I didn't know I was going to talk about it today, but I just wanted to support what he said. The judge yesterday gave a ruling that they cannot be stopped from holding the
Tinubu went to what
I did not tell you that Tinubu. I said Tinubu camp. Remember, this thing has to do with camps. You can never see.
Yes.
What do you mean Tinubu camp? What do you mean Tinubu camp? That's an ambiguous statement. What do you mean?
One man, stop defending the indefensible, man.
Tinubu camp is led by Bayo Ononuga. So is it Bayo Ononuga? Or is it Festus Keyamo? Which one of them?
One man, this is the issue here.
Oh my God.
This is the issue here. Nobody is giving you no fake news here. You can believe whatever thing you want to believe. But what I want to tell you is just this, that this thing has been going on for the past 2 months.
No, which thing though? No, you're speaking in ambiguity. Which thing? We are saying this thing. Which thing? You said Tinubu went to court to stop
I did not say that. I said that Tinubu camp. I said Tinubu camp.
So that is Bayo Ononuga or Festus Keyamo.
He is in the know. He is in the know.
What do you mean he's in the know? What is this? What are you doing now?
No, what do you mean? What am I doing? I'm telling you what's going on.
You're spreading.
That is what
they call that FUB. I can't. What does FUB even mean? False something or the
other. You're a very smart guy. Come on.
What is this now?
you
can't just make up random stuff. No, we don't allow that now.
Babati, I am not telling you.
I can't bring you any false information here. I don't do that.
I know.
That's not me.
No. I'm saying that make a clear distinction between the official camp and supporters movement. It's not the same thing.
They just said Tinubu camp.
Babati,
was in Arise News today too.
Babati, this is the thing, right? This is something that was on NTA, was on Arise, was on Channel.
No.
So I am not here to tell you. What we know, whether you're a supporter or you are in the camp, whatever thing you want to call yourself, you belong to that camp. This is election time. Nobody has the time. We know where everything is coming from. We are not dumb.
You don't, though, do you? But this is the problem that people are. This is the problem that people are having. Why can't I accept a fallacy? You can't. You know, this is the problem that people are having with the obedience space. Just making up random stuff. This must stop.
One man.
Well, can we bet that it's not random?
That Tinubu went to court to stop.
I didn't say Tinubu camp.
That was what you said.
Okay.
What does Tinubu camp mean? What does Tinubu camp mean?
Hold on, one man. Just hold on, okay? God. Hold on, let me land. Maybe the way I phrased it wasn't right, but I said Tinubu camp. I'm very specific. I'm going to send you the link. I mean, not even one link. Arise News, everybody, everybody has the information. It's just a very simple thing. What's the big deal?
The big deal is that you are making up false narratives, negative narratives, and attributing it to a political candidate who has nothing to do with what you are asserting that he has done. You told us the last time that Tinubu was collecting 50 billion naira a month from Lagos State. That's what you told us the last time.
I don't accept that. I don't accept that. That's not my character. So I'm not going to bring up.
No, not you specifically, but the obedience space. This was what.
No, this did not come from the obedience space. This is a well-documented news. Listen to all news. I'm surprised.
Prestige, please just give us a link to that story. I'm not denying nobody, but just give. I really want to know where somebody will go to court to stop somebody from campaigning.
Exactly, they hired.
So give me that link for me to see.
Babati, I'm going to find the link, okay? But let me finish my point on that. I'm just saying they dropped the ball. I'm not even about whether it makes sense or not.
No, you can't say they dropped the ball. Hold on. No, you can't say it until you present your proof.
Let me finish.
But you can't build a narrative on a fallacy. Are you building a narrative on a fallacy?
No, let me make my final statement. How the news came about, okay? Then I will go and look for it after we finish. I will look for it when somebody else is talking. Okay, Babati, you're listening to what I'm saying. Tinubu camp hired 10 lawyers.
No, you can't. No, please. No. You can't say that until you present the proof, because then you'll be defaming somebody without actually bringing the proof that what you're saying has any vestige in fact or truth.
But you're already saying that I'm being deceived. That's what you said. That's what you imply.
Yeah, but before you can assert that, you must present the proof.
What my permits me? Do you know why man of prestige? Because if you say Tinubu's camp hired a law firm, then we can say what is the name of the law firm? Then we can put a name to
No. They said they hired. Babati, listen.
They have this. They said,
right? Can I finish my point?
Go ahead.
They said they hired 10 lawyers that represented them to stop the 5 million obedience rally.
Who is they?
No, but I'm saying that they have a law firm that they hired, right? They have a name for that law firm that they hired. Then they
say 10 lawyers. They didn't say any law firm. They said 10 lawyers represented Tinubu camp to stop the 5 million march that is scheduled.
Are they nameless? Do they have names of the lawyers they hired?
No.
Y'all are so defensive.
No. You have to provide proof.
If you hire somebody, they have a law firm now that they hire to come on.
I'm not privy to that law firm. The reason why I brought this topic because we are talking about Shettima, and I said Shettima dropped the ball. I said there's another ball they dropped. So this is what made me bring back this conversation. So I don't know why you're
all right, let's just
so
move on because can you hold on, please? Where did you send it?
I sent it to your what they call it, your Instagram.
All right, man of prestige, you recall that anytime that I make an assertion, I always present the proof, and I'll dig it up, I'll put it on the screen, and we will read it together. So I would not say take my word for anything. I would say here is the proof. You know,
so I would have done that before I come because I didn't know he was gonna be arguing about this. I would have bring it up for you before I come.
All right, you know you have to come. You know we always say come tight. That's what.
Yeah, knowing you, I'm gonna come tight next time. Okay.
All right, but back to it though. Back to where you were.
Yeah. I guess I was just talking about the drop the ball twice, So after you read, whatever they send you, then we can talk about it later. But anyway, I was just trying, they drop the ball twice. I'm just saying everybody, I mean, this is presidential campaign, I mean, they are liable to drop the ball every now and then. But what Shettima said is indefensible. So you can spin it anyhow you want. I mean, that's not even a good narrative. You could have found something more, better to, to associate him with Tinubu. I mean, to associate his principle with the former regime. I mean, because he associated his principle with the former regime. He didn't read the whole thing, he should have played the whole thing. I mean, the former regime he associated his principle with. I mean, that's not a good, way to go, in my opinion. But anyway, that's how I feel about that one, man.
All right, brilliant. Just with your permission, let me just share what Let me share what Joel has sent in. I don't want to labor this space, but you would see now why I always push for proof. So you told us that Tinubu had gone to court to prevent Peter Obi from. Hold on, can you hold on, please? You started with Tinubu, and then I pushed you. You said Tinubu's camp, and I said which of the Tinubu's camp, and we were just fluttering on that. And now Joel of Nashville has gone to present the proof now, the proof that Tinubu's camp. So let's see now. So that's the proof that Joel is, and we read it together. So the headline: Lawyers sue Peter Obi, Labour Party over hashtag Obi Dati 2023 rally in Lagos. It says about 9 lawyers have urged the Federal High Court in Lagos to stop a rally by the Labour Party supporters tagged hashtag Obi Dati 2023 forward ever, planned for the 1st of October in Lagos. The lawyers specifically asked the court to restrain the party's candidate Peter Obi, his running mate Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, one Julius Abure, and their loyalists from holding the rally until the hearing and determination of their suit. The plaintiffs include Ade Dotun Ajulo, Salamutu, Suleiman Lewi, Hakeem Ajideola, Ogungbona Akinpelu, Owolabi Oluwasegun, Mogbaji Kayode, something or the other Nadom Esquire, Mabel Kolawole Salami, all lawyers, and Wale Lawrence. The first to 10th defendants in the suit, marked blah blah, Mr. Obi, Labour Party, Mr. Baba Ahmed, Mr. Aburi, the Inspector General of Police, Commissioner of Police Lagos Command, Director General Department of State Services, Lekki Concession Company LCC Limited, Attorney General of Lagos State, and the Governor of Lagos State. They filed an ex parte motion before a judge, Daniel Oseagbo, through their counsel, Dada Awo Shika, a senior advocate of Nigeria. The plaintiff argued that the rally will cause breakdown of law and order in Lagos State, reminiscent of the 20th of October 2020 hashtag EndSARS rally, in which lives were lost and properties were destroyed across the state. They also stated the aftermath of the chaos will result in a post-traumatic stress disorder for them and the public. So that is they also urged the court to restrain Mr. Obi and his party as well as their loyalists from further planning or promoting the rally. They further sought an injunction preventing the rally from going ahead, as well as the organizers from using the Lekki Toll Plaza or any other space within Lagos State. The judge, Mr. Osigo, directed the plaintiff to put all the defendants on notice. The judge made the order following Mr. Awoshika's application. He adjourned the hearing of the substantive motion till the 23rd of September. So that is the total. So you see, I'm scrolling to the end now. So you see, I've read it in full, and I'll post a link of it into the comment section as well, so you can read it for yourself. So wherein that does it say that Tinubu or his camp are stopping?
Okay,
Don't do that now. Don't do that.
One man of prestige. Let me just defend that, right? See,
Right.
one man. This is election season, right?
Right.
We know. Unless you want to be like, you want to claim that you're naive, right? Even Showery even tweeted that these are Tinubu minions. So the thing there is this: one man. We know where anything that's happening in Nigeria right now. If there's an attack,
all
we
right.
know where it's coming from.
Let's not
So
do
that's the
that.
point.
But let's come with facts.
You know where it's coming
Let's be clear, because we cannot.
Let's go to the next topic, because you are defending the indefensible. It doesn't even
I am defending the indefensible.
Wait, one
You
man.
are presenting a fallacy. You are presenting a fallacy. You are accusing me. Oh my goodness
The
me.
fact is in your face, and
See what fact? Do you want me to reread it? There wasn't even a single mention of the Tinubu name.
You read it, and the truth is there. You just sometimes, you know what?
Prestige.
You're unbelievable, man.
Prestige.
All right. Okay. I surrender.
To follow up on that story,
I surrender.
the court did dismiss that lawsuit. By the way, I posted the link on the private side to follow up on that story. The court actually dismissed that story, but the issue is that it was not Tinubu's camp. Is the point? It was just people that came in and said it was because of they were scared of breakdown of law and order.
So Babaji, are you telling me they're not going to ask anybody in the APC camp before they do this?
Why would they? Why would they? What are you? Oh my God!
That's what we're asking for.
Okay,
you are trolling. I think you are. Well, I am biased. You are trolling. You must be trolling. You are trolling. You must be trolling. This cannot be real. Unbelievable.
No, it's unreal, because I hate when you do this, but it's all fun. We can all have fun because
you hate when I say present proof, Abi. Well, unfortunately, you have to.
Well, this is the proof. What else proof you want? It's okay. You can.
There was no Tinubu name on the story now. There was no Tinubu name on the story.
It's unbelievable. But that's the when we talk about Ipobian Biafran slants, that's it right there. That's a prime example.
Okay, one man, include media for me, okay? And I'm going to challenge you. Let's go.
All right. Let me take you to one that hopefully is not that contentious. So this one now. So let me take you to Reno Omokri. It says your wife caught you with another man. Journalist attacks Reno Omokri. So it's an Ipobian journalist, of course. Journalist. You will say it. You will say it in the readout. Journalist Fijero Oliver has accused ex-presidential aide Reno Omokri of being bisexual. Oliver, in a post on his social media page on Friday, disclosed that Omokri's ex-wife, Tuakpe, caught him sleeping with another man, which led to their divorce. When Omokri attacks Peter Obi, just ignore him and simply tell him that the truth he hides on why his first wife, Tuakpe Onuwaje, with number, and then it goes on to quote the latest number, caught him with another man, and that was the beginning of the end of their marriage, where he abandoned her and married secretly, which I exposed last year. Yes, Reno is bisexual, and he can deny it for all he cares. The wife is a living witness, but a closely guarded secret. So I have always been a bit suspicious of this element called Reno Omokri, and for several reasons I have been suspicious of him. And let me just give you a 15-second video of what even adds to my suspicion of this guy. which sort of a man acts in this manner? So a very strange man, a very peculiar man, but then of course with very unusual preferences. So what are you then making then of this?
And we peculiar. All Nigerians are peculiar. You know, most Nigerians are, have some mental issue anyway to begin with. So, about 70%. Was he in Nigeria for many, many years before he exiled himself? Where's he staying? In California or in UK? I believe, yeah.
I think he lives in America, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think it's in California, or New York somewhere. I don't know, but I've never seen him. But anyway,
California is one of you.
Yeah, I thought he lived in California. I mean, I've not seen him, but I know I heard about him staying in California officially, But anyway, yes, what can I say? I never even liked the guy anyway.
There's just something about him that he's unlikable, isn't it? There's something about him.
Not because of he hate the Ipobians, which I don't really care. It's just his character, the way he's a hypocrite. I mean, like any other politician anyway, depending on the way the music, he dances to the tune. So I mean, most of the time, what he tweets doesn't even make sense. I guess sometimes he's tried to get over to his Twitter handle. I guess. Yeah, but
all right, Brenda. So
let me ask you one more. Why do you suspect him to be that kind?
Because it's just there's a queerness to his mannerism that is off-putting somewhat. There's a queerness to his mannerisms, and that being a prime example. What sort of a man does that? A man just a gentle shuffle.
It takes one to know one. No,
well, don't worry. Well, maybe are you making a confession?
I'm not saying anything. How do you know?
It's always struck me as a suspicious sort of element.
I've never
quite queer in his manner.
This is the first time I see him in this manner, okay? The only time I see him was when he speak or whatever. So I don't know what, I don't know what to make of that. So, but he is who he is anyway. So that's all I can say.
All right, let's move swiftly on from that space, but let's acknowledge Gerald Doba. Gerald Doba wants a super chat. He says, mow them down, one man. They don't get this platform yet. Good job in inciting dialogue amongst brothers. So thank you for the super chat, Gerald Doba. But they will find out soon enough. I do tell them to come tight, and I do often explain that this is not Radio Biafra, but they don't seem to quite understand. So
next time, before I will present anything that we don't have on this platform, I'm going to come tight, okay? Because I didn't know what's going to go. I didn't know what's going to go up to that extent, but you will rescue me. So let's move on.
All right. Thank you for the super chat, Gerald Doba. And Kulata joins Gerald Doba in the super chat just to nail that space. He says, prove the lawyers represented Tinubu's campaign. It's just this thing, this is why I always say it's an Ipobian thing, but there it is. That is what they do.
Kulata don't know what he's talking about. He's just being biased, but that's fine. That's all I'm going to say to Kulata. He's listening. So hear from me, Kulata. He's just being biased, okay? But that's fine.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to a different space then. Let me take you... there's a lot of Kashim Shettima in this storyline, but let me break it up from Kashim Shettima for a moment and take you to this space. 450 billion naira earmarked for ghost workers, fake projects in Buhari's 2021-2022 budget. The ICPC making this known to the public. Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. So I mean, it's just really, that is halfway to $1 trillion right there. 450 billion naira just padded into duplicitous projects, non-existent workers, etc., etc. So this is what they have uncovered. But why are we not seeing people in prison? This man of prestige.
Yeah, what workers is that a made-up things? What workers did that money went to?
Ghost workers are workers that do not exist in real time,
exactly.
But they are documented on payroll. Yeah.
I wonder
450 billion naira worth.
You see, this is exactly what Hope Uzodinma is doing to Imo registration. I was telling you all yesterday. I mean, just this APC, this APC party. I mean, if they are one thing they are good at, corruption. I mean, anything corrupt, they are the best, probably the best in the world that I can think about. When it comes to other jobs, they don't know how to do it. They are the worst. But when it comes to corruption, I don't need they have some expert to be their, they must have some expert, to be their corruption, people that manipulate all this situation. I can't believe all kind of corruption. I mean, they just stay there. They must have a boardroom, that right of the how to corrupt the country, because every time you turn around, it's all corrupted. They come up with all kind of means to corrupt the country. I mean, it's just unbelievable. This is where we find ourselves,
what I think is that what you have in Nigeria is a situation of crime without punishment. So because in all of the course of all of the instances that we hear of these things, not once do you ever hear that somebody has been slammed in jail.
Right.
The Auditor General, Accountant General being a prime example. Even his own government, led by his own clansmen, told us that his clansman told us that he stole 150 billion naira. 150 billion naira. Just listen to that figure. One man stealing 150 billion naira. They go and arrest him, detain him for 1 day. They release him the following day, and he gets married just by the weekend of that week. So that's just so. If you see and hear that, what disincentivizes you from stealing? There is no deterrent to corruption when you just take it, and walk away free, and this is what we get.
Exactly. This is the situation in that country. That's why, because there's no deterrent from corruption. I mean, that's why when you come in, you say, okay, this is my time to get a piece of the pie, because there's no deterrent. And this is going to keep on perpetuating to the next future generation. That's why I keep on up to today. I don't care who come to that presidency. It's going to take a long time, for that corruption to at least start, decreasing, because it's just embedded, in our DM, just everybody, particular people in that Nigeria, everybody just want a piece of the pie. It's going to take a while. I don't care what anybody says. It's going to take a while, for this corruption to subside. It's just a corrupt society, probably because I'm not saying everywhere is not corrupt. Even here, people are corrupt. But the problem, there's no guardrail against it. There's no accountability. Here, there's an accountability. If you do something, if you are caught, you're gonna account for it. But Nigeria, particularly those people in government, if they are caught, the next day maybe they come to court. The next day they are joining. I mean, look at all of them. I can only speak from particularly the ones I know, Carlo, Okorocha. I mean, and so many of them. Nothing has happened to them up to today. We are living in a fallacy land. That's how I feel.
All right. It's unbelievable.
It is.
But let me take you to something that is even more difficult to believe. Southeast Nigeria residents are tired of being IPOB slaves. Its shackles and sit-at-home orders. So this is Femi Adesina, the presidential spokesperson, making this a submission. So because as you are aware, Buhari just visited Imo State. I think it was on Tuesday thereabout, and coincidentally, that was the day that Nnamdi Kanu was meant to appear in court as well. So as a catch-all, the directive then from IPOB that the whole of the Southeast was to be on total lockdown. And curiously, they're also insisting that the whole of the South should be on total lockdown. So contravening and defying sort of that order, people, according to Adesina, they turned out in a relatively decent number to wave flags at the convoy of Malam Buhari as it traverses the streets of Imo State. So this sit at home now, counterintuitive, a form of enslavement of the people of the Southeast, and it is something now that must stop. The Ipobians holding the Southeasterners in shackles, chaining them to the desk. What are you making of our additional submission?
Yeah, why is it resonating that again? Because I'm familiar with that space. My dad, live in Owerri, yeah. So I follow that space a little bit. When Buhari went to Owerri, of course, the airport is like about 20 minutes or whatever, from I think a place called Abala, and the Nas, from there, to Owerri. But anyway, I don't know why he's resonating that, because the sit-at-home order, I believe that has been rescinded. To my own understanding, there's no more sit-at-home order. But
no, they invited one this Tuesday. They invited one this Tuesday.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I saw the whole video, the whole particular word. I don't know other part of Eastern Nigeria. I don't know what happened, but Owerri was completely shut down. I'm talking about the bank and everything. They obey everything. But it's just kind of coincidence, because that particular day was the day the kind of trial was on. So they normally observe it, because they said we're going to stop this sit-at-home order, which I think is totally nonsense to begin with, because you're killing the.
Have we lost you? We've lost it. San Diego, we can't hear you, San Diego. I hope you can. San Diego, you are talking, but you can't. Look at the screen. San Diego, we can't hear you. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I think it's
look at this guy. All this made in China, American
man
system.
Of prestige.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Look.
First.
It's not even looking. Look.
Because
we cannot hear you.
Man.
Oh, and there he is.
Can you hear me?
We couldn't hear you for about a minute or so, but carry on.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me return. I said Buhari visit was a shame to begin with. All those people you see there, they hired a lot of them. I'm not saying all of them, because after that, there's a video came out where they was struggling to get paid. Yeah, they didn't. I mean, I don't know how much they promised a lot of them. I'm not saying all of them, but quite a lot of them was promised money. Nobody showed up except the people that they hired. I don't know how many they hired, but it was quite a few. So there was a fight that went on after Buhari visit, because they couldn't pay them how much they said they could. What purpose of is a useless person. What's the purpose of that visit? There's no economical value. And this is the second time Buhari has visited Imo. I mean, which other state apart from Lagos State I can think of that he has visited? Of course, the economical value of Lagos State to Nigeria. But what's he going to Imo for? Imo has nothing to offer. It's just because of the Supreme Court governor that he installed to the Imo. I don't know what's their relationship, because what I noticed that every little day, Hope Uzodinma is in Abuja almost every week or every month. I don't know what kind of relationship they have. So the whole visit doesn't even make sense.
What are you speculating? Is it a Reno Omokri sort of relationship that they have?
I have no idea. Okay, I don't know what that relationship is. One man.
Well, you were indicating in that direction.
I didn't say that, because I don't know what kind of person is Reno Omokri. I've never met him.
All right. Okay. We're starting to know what sort of a person he is, but I carry on.
You know what, man? You're a very funny guy. Okay. But anyway. Yeah, but anyway, I don't see the economical value, because did you see how many planes and all kind of security that was sent to Imo? I mean, it was a lot of security. Are they afraid of the IPOB? I don't know. It was a heavy artillery. I mean, plane flying in the sky. I was following the space. I said, man, this man need all this security. He doesn't even need all this security when he go to where the terrorists are, like Casino or whatever. I mean, it was a heavy security. About 2 or 3 planes, flying in the air while he was doing everything he was doing.
Do you not think that was necessary, knowing how volatile the Southeast is?
Yeah, but what is he going there for? To commission Gora? Like I said, I don't care what they say.
No, to commission roads built.
Forget about
some of the best.
That crappy road with black and white stuff. Come on now. No road in Nigeria is good anyway. So I mean, when the commission road, they put white and black something in the middle. Come to here and see what road is. But anyway, it was just a mess. There's no economical value for his visit. I'm still, I'm still wondering in my mind, what is he visit for? What project? That minor road that constructed from, I think it's from Owerri to Olo or something like that. I've seen the road before. So, I mean, my dad was telling me the same thing, because my dad follow politics a lot. So it just
what is your dad's report on Hopuzodinma?
Oh man, my dad don't like him a bit. My dad don't like him because my dad is in the Imo State Council. So he attend meeting and everything. But he go there. They add. They laugh together like they like him, but they don't. I don't know what he's cooking right now. He's very confident that he's gonna win back the governorship and he's gonna deliver Imo State to APC. He's very confident, but I don't know where he's getting his confidence. I mean, he is the most hated governor in the Southeast. I can say in Nigeria, period. Apart from because of he's an imposed governor, just because of what he was doing, he has no human conscience. I mean, he has done relatively okay because Imo State has a little bit of money because they have some money from the oil or whatever. And there was a time he tried to get some oil well. I think about 43 oil well from river because we have a boundary with the river, the Ikure people. Well, man, let me tell you something. Have you seen? Sometimes I tend to wonder about Wike because they speak Igbo, and every time if you hear some of the music and when he talk, they speak Igbo. We share a boundary like Ikure and some part of Imo there.
No, Ikure people are Igbo people now. There's no question.
It doesn't really matter. I'm just saying, why are they denying their Igbo? Because they speak Igbo. They're Igbos. All of them are making. But anyway, that's the story for another day.
It's just artificial border created by Babangida now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you speak Igbo, why not say, I'm kind of Igbo? I mean, because.
But why do you think he's distancing himself from being Igbo?
I think it's for political value, because people look at it that Igbos have been marginalized, they won't be able to get certain position or whatever. So you want to differentiate yourself from the Igbo. Even the whole south side and some of the south side over there, even the south side in the Igbo. I mean, some Igbo in the south side, like Okowa is an Igbo, I mean, most of Asaba and Nyoma, all that kind of area, because I used to have a girlfriend from that area. Most of them speak Igbo, Ibuzo, Have you seen Ibuzo women? Oh man, they have pretty women. But anyway.
What about the people from Ife? Are they Igbo?
Ife, where's Ife? Maybe.
It's in Osun State.
Oh, so why would they be Igbo?
Now, I'm just wondering how far you are going.
No. I guess I'm making my point is that a lot of them that speak Igbo, when it comes to political arena, they try to. No,
I'm only pulling your leg. I was only really waiting for this to upload. So
I know you well. Okay, you can't pull my leg. Okay.
All right. I want to play you this video, and by you extending it to the audience, and then we'll see what we're making of it. It's Peter Obi's appearance on CNN. So let's watch this, and then you'll be the first to react to it. It's about 10 minutes.
Being with us, you are certainly the most popular presidential candidate in Nigeria right now among young people. There is just so much momentum behind you. But here's the problem. Nigerians are used to being disappointed by their leaders. And when you think about some of the problems that are facing the country right now, they're systemic. I'm talking about corruption, I'm talking about oil theft, I'm talking about insecurity, I'm talking about the fiscal hole that Nigeria is in right now. Can all of that really be solved by one person?
Well, if you have a leader that is competent, have the capacity.
Hello guys, welcome to another interesting and exciting video on my channel. Today I'll be sharing with you Peter Obi's stunning interview in CNN. Okay guys, Peter Obi was live at CNN where he talked about the security crisis in Nigeria, his plan for Nigeria if he eventually becomes president. Okay guys, Peter Obi is the first presidential candidate of this upcoming presidential election to be interviewed in CNN where he gave an unsolicited opinion about the situation of things in Nigeria. Peter Obi did not hold back, he went all out. Like he just said like the like what all Nigerians just are feeling, or all what Nigerians want to say about the situation of the country. He did not just held back, he just went completely all in. The interview was just fantastic. I don't want to talk much about it. Listen to it, don't want to think about it. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Thank you and God bless you.
In that piece, Nigerian presidential candidate Peter Obi, I started out by asking him how he can live up to all the hopes that his supporters have. Mr. Obi, thank you so much for being with us. You are certainly the most popular presidential candidate in Nigeria right now among young people. There is just so much momentum behind you. But here's the problem. Nigerians are used to being disappointed by their leaders. And when you think about some of the problems that are facing the country right now, they're systemic. I'm talking about corruption, I'm talking about oil theft, I'm talking about insecurity, I'm talking about the fiscal hole that Nigeria is in right now. Can all of that really be solved by one person?
Well, if you have a leader that is competent, have the capacity and commitment to start dealing with it, you're not going to solve it overnight. But there will be a clear, visible, measurable attempt to dealing with it. And they're things that are solvable. They're things that can be dealt with decisively. But you have to have a leader that, if you look at what he's been able to do in the past, you can say yes.
If indeed you do become Nigeria's next president. Nigeria, as you know, is broke. It is barely able to service its debt. It spends so much more than it earns. What are your plans, just from a concrete perspective, what are your plans to take Nigeria's economy off of life support?
Well, a variety of things. One is that you have to deal decisively with the issue of security. It's impacting negatively on your economy today. You have to deal with it head on, because you have to get your farmers to go back to farm and start ensuring that the vast land of the north are invested and cultivated on. You have to start pulling people out of poverty as quickly as possible. You have to reduce aggressively cost of governance and deal with the issue of corruption.
Anyone who knows anything about Nigeria knows that it has this embarrassing reputation of, despite the fact that it is Africa's largest oil producer, it imports refined fuel. What is your plan for transforming Nigeria's economy from a consumption economy to a production economy?
Let me use this issue of oil, for example. But there will be a clear, visible, measurable attempt to dealing with it. And they're things that are solvable. They're things that can be dealt with decisively. But you have to have a leader that, if you look at what he's been able to do in the past, you can say yes.
If indeed you do become Nigeria's next president. Nigeria, as you know, is broke. It is barely able to service its debt. It spends so much more than it earns. What are your plans, just from a concrete perspective, what are your plans to take Nigeria's economy off of life support?
Well, a variety of things. One is that you have to deal decisively with the issue of security. It's impacting negatively on your economy today. You have to deal with it head on, because you have to get your farmers to go back to farm and start ensuring that the vast land of the north are invested and cultivated on. You have to start pulling people out of poverty as quickly as possible. You have to reduce aggressively cost of governance and deal with the issue of corruption.
Anyone who knows anything about Nigeria knows that it has this embarrassing reputation of, despite the fact that it is Africa's largest oil producer, it imports refined fuel. What is your plan for transforming Nigeria's economy from a consumption economy to a production economy?
Let me use this issue of oil, for example. There's no reason why our refineries cannot work. There's no reason why we should not encourage private sector to build refineries and operate them. And they're not rocket science. It can be done as quickly as possible. You can use today decide to remove the fuel subsidy, use the resources to support critical areas of production, from critical infrastructure to education to supporting investment in refinery, which will be, like I said, done within a shortest possible time.
A lot of Nigerian presidents have come in and talked about revitalizing the manufacturing sector, investing in refineries, but change, as you know, has been very, very slow. Why is it going to be different with you? And what would you say were the biggest hurdles in making sure that all of the things that you've just listed come to pass?
Well, what people need to do is to go and look at what I promised as a state governor when I said I'm going to turn around education, health, pull people out of poverty, bring sanity and civility in governance in Anambra State, whether that happened or not. When I said we're going to save money, did we do that?
I want to talk about one of the other sort of major issues that Nigeria is grappling with right now, and that is, of course, violence and insecurity. You can barely travel from one part of Nigeria to another without fearing for your life. And I'm talking about kidnapping, I'm talking about banditry, I'm talking about terrorism, I'm talking about Boko Haram. What is your plan for that?
You know, I did say that initially that what we need to first set down is issue of security. Because unless you have security, the farmers can't go back, you can't attract investment, nobody will ever want to go to an insecure place. And you can deal with that. There's so many, you need to do a lot of work, reorganize your security architecture, ensure that there's multi-level policing. Issue of state police has to be decisively dealt with. There's so many things you need to do. You need to bring in more personnel into the security system, equip them properly, ensure that they are properly motivated to deal with the issue of security, because the need is the most important thing Nigeria needs today.
As you know, you and I are both Nigerian, we're both Igbos, we're both from southeastern Nigeria. Nigeria is a very hard country to hold together. You've got 200 million people, so many different tribes, so many different competing interests and ideas. And when you think about the fact that, you know, you're from the southeast, how easy is it going to be to rally Nigerians perhaps from the north behind you? That's got to be on your mind.
That is what it was yesterday. And that's our problem. Because we have been able to elect people based on ethnicity, religion, my turn, connection, or one form of bias or the other, which brought us to where we are, or structure.
All right. The first thing is, apologies for the quality of that. I had not pre-watched it when I pulled it from where I got it from. I think it was actually one of the subscribers that sent it in for me to have a look at. But I think we got something from it. But the first thing that struck me is this same thing about Peter Obi. When he's presented a question and he's been asked for solutions to a problem, but what he seems to do, and this is what he always does, is he re-articulates the problem in his own words rather than to prefer a solution. I think we got at least 3 or 4 questions out of that badly put together piece. But all of the questions that were put to him, that what is your solution to this? But then what he does is just to re-articulate the question. What was your reading of that, man of prestige?
Okay, to begin with, the first thing I'm going to say, did you see that he took a shot at Tinubu again?
Yeah, he took a shot, but then he had because the woman interviewing him is an Igbo woman.
No, I'm just joking about that. I just want to tease you.
Oh yeah, carry on.
But anyway, this is what I'm going to say about the interview. Some of them is reasonable, but the only one that is very vague, and this is not just Obi, when it comes to insecurity, if you watch the previous, people that have spoken, Tinubu hasn't spoken about insecurity. Maybe some of his campaign people have spoken there, a little bit that they spoke that I heard of, they're all vague. So when it comes to the insecurity, he always said we're going to deal with them decisively and everything. He never come up with any concrete plan. And I have a suspicion that none of them is going to come. Don't quote me, I may be wrong, but I'm having a suspicion none of them going to come out and, have a concrete plan when it comes to the insecurity. Because there's something underneath behind that, whether it has to do with some foreign, security or whatever, they're trying to ally themselves with. They don't want to talk about that when maybe like USA or whatever, because before they can say anything about this, just might read it. They have to get okay from the world power like Russia or whatever, where they're coming from, or like USA, to back them in that regard before they can make any statement about that. So that's my reading. It's not just to be.
He didn't talk about how he was going to expand the economy as well.
No,
he did not also address how he was going to. He didn't. This is the problem with the guy. We've lost you again.
Come back in again. We lost you again, man.
One man, if I may.
Sorry. Sorry. Okay. I think we have to come off Man of Prestige. So let's come off Man of Prestige. Let's hear from Aizan who wanted to come in. Yeah, Aizan. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. First of all, how? Yeah, can you hear me?
No, we can hear you, but we couldn't hear. Sorry, Man of Prestige. Aizan is now taking the floor. We lost you again for a moment, but let's hear from Aizan.
Okay.
Man of Prestige. Sorry, I'll give you right back. I just wanted to make a quick comment about that interview. I'm one man, as you well know. I'm an Obi supporter. I'm obedient, and first of all, how's everyone doing? Baba T, Joel, everyone, hope you're well.
Come on, Afana.
Yeah, Dave. So I'm an Obi supporter, but as much as I hate to say this, I have to agree with one man on this. Something must be done in the Obi camp to improve the communication of a concrete. The lady asked him specifically, what is a concrete? It's almost like she was trying to give him an opportunity to counter the criticisms of a lack of specificity behind what he says. She said, give us a concrete explanation of how you bring the economy back. And he started talking about
rearticulated the problem.
Yeah, he started talking about insecurity. Like, I'm an Obi supporter. I think he will work hard. But in terms of communication, fundamental, specific communication, they must do better. They must. You cannot sell an ideology for how you're going to fix a country based on abstract concepts and talking about insecurity. You have to go in and say, okay, look, this is what I know. Give some stats on our economy, give some ideas of things you think may work, give something.
Well,
that was a poor performance. I'm sorry.
Nobody has the expectation that Peter B is a security expert, and we don't need chapter and verse on that. But we need some indication of an understanding of a direction of travel that people can hop on board on. So don't tell us what the problem is. We all know what the problem is. We all know the impact of it. We know that it has sacked the middle belt of farming. We know how that is impacting on. We know all of these things. But what is your proposition as to how we get out of it? This is where it falls, and it does that on every topic, by the way.
And one man, if you listen to Atiku's interview that he did on Arise, as much as I know, if Obi doesn't win, my next fallback will be Tinubu, just because I think it needs to shift. But Atiku's interview was detailed. He was specific. He went into the history of issues. He talked about how how he gave Obasanjo advice, for instance, talking about power, how we have to diversify the things we must do, how money is being spent in this area and it's a waste, how things need to be restructured here. He went into details. You understood that this man has a fundamental understanding of the problems in the country. Obi hasn't done that.
Would you say the same thing?
I'm an Obi supporter. He hasn't done that.
Sorry,
yeah.
Because a lot of people they hop onto the Obi train because they feel that he's well intentioned and they feel that he's not as tainted with corruption as much as the others. So he seems like the cleaner option of a very filthy field. But then, so they leap onto that in the hope that he's a good man. But he is not really, because he has commanded the space, the narrative space for pretty much since the elections kicked off. Pretty much after the primaries, we've never heard any other voice apart from Obi. So he has had enough of a time to have perfected an articulation of some of the key things that are germane to the Nigerian malaise. But every single time, this latest being the latest installment, is just a re-articulation. Oh, the insecurity is preventing our farmers from something, and then we have to tackle it head on. And what are you going to do about Nigeria, the embarrassing that Nigeria is going to refine? Or say, oh, this refining, it is something that is a problem, and we have to deal with it. This is all it does.
And one man for OB campaign management also, he was addressing international press. They feed off sound bites. When you speak to CNN and BBC, they feed off sound bites. You must give them something that they can replay over and over and over again. Nothing was catching about the interview. Nothing was inspiring about the interview. So Obi's fan base, please, when it goes on CNN or BBC, it's like going on a what's this program called? Rapid Fire. You must give them those sound bites. Okay? If you go on CNN, you must give them sound bites. Those quick response to issues. They feed off those kind of things. So because this interview, they will not repeat this thing again. It's done. Will be somewhere in the archives. So
Babati, I agree with you. I just think, and I am a diehard obedient. So make nobody come pursue me. But the thing is, end of the day, he has to do better. If I was in the Tinubu camp or in the Atiku camp right now, I'm immediately taking that that interview, I'm playing it over and over again. I'm highlighting the abstracts. I'm saying, hey, this is why you need to vote for us instead, because we are specific. We understand the problems. I will use that to my advantage.
So sorry, Babati. Sorry, Babati. And people calling for a debate. Are they a bit remiss in asking for that? Because I'm not quite sure that Peter Obi can debate issues based on just his presentation so far.
Well, he can debate.
If he was to be in a debate with Atiku, who comes out on top?
Listen, he's not going to look good. If it came down to the economy, in one-on-one, because and one man, the debate to be a function of the moderator, right? If the moderator is someone who is solid, is someone who will bring up facts, is someone that will not let these campaigners get away with, oh, well, I'll give you an example. In Egypt, they produced whatever kilowatts of power, and they spent X amount. Okay, I get it. That's a case study. That's not a solution. We need a solution. And I believe in Obi. Joel, I believe in Obi. But they must do better. We have to hold them accountable.
Do they have it in them to do better? Because they've been at it for long enough, and we have not seen anything other than just a regurgitation of our sound bites.
I think he can.
It speaks to populism. It speaks to populism. That's
what it does. But I think he can. It's still early in the game, right? This thing's about to kick off.
He's not a bright man now. So what are you vesting there?
I believe he can. I mean, everyone is a function of who you surround yourself with. That's why I said
he's surrounded by Donyo Okukwe, who is a brilliant mind. So if Donyo Okukwe cannot get brilliance out of Peter Obi, then that means there's no brilliance within him.
No, they need to just come up, and I think maybe they will come up with something once they create the what do you call it? Their their plan and they put it online or something, then they will have a narrative and a script to stick to. It seems they're holding off on that. I don't know for certain. I'm speculating, so please.
Let me show you. Let me show you something. This was 2 months ago. So if you fast forward this to now this Peter Obi's presentation, then you will see that there's been no movement, which then tells you that there is no capacity, because this is where the concern is. This was 2 months ago, and almost verbatim. And by the way, did you see that Peter Obi looked somewhat flustered and a bit tired in that? So they're saying he's a bit oversaturated, and you could see that in that interview. But this is not flustered, but this is almost verbatim what we're hearing now, what we heard 2 months ago.
In a facility. Tonight, does the Peter Obi dirty ticket have a solution to insecurity in Nigeria?
We do.
And what is that?
My answer is that we do.
So how do you differentiate the two? That's 2 months ago, and this is 2 months later.
Yeah, he does look tired, but the man has been doing a global tour. I mean, let's give him a break a little. He has been doing a global tour. He's gone to America, he's gone to Europe, he's been visiting all sorts of people. I think he needs to pump the brakes a little. They need to take 2 steps back, see how effective their immediate strategy has been, and then try to re-strategize and figure out, okay, what do we do from this point?
Let me ask you this question, and I'm not being pejorative. I am actually asking out of observation. So I'm not being pejorative. I'm not poking at. Is Peter Obi a dunce?
At all. Come on, one man.
No. You know what I mean, though. Is he a dunce?
No. Listen, if you look at this man's, if you look at his CV, personal and professional, you will know one thing is certain. He's a hard worker. He's productive. He gets results. He's a pragmatic, simple guy. And I think that's what attracts people to him the most. That you have to give him. You can't take that away from him. What's going on right now with this interview and stuff, it's a function of communication. They just need to sharpen up the tools. If he wants to win this seat, right? And like you said, if they have the debate and they put him under the umbrella, right? And they really get someone that is a very strict moderator in front of him, he will run into issues. And that's why I'm saying
now he will crumble.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying, that he just needs to sharpen up. They need to sharpen him up a little. Come up with a very yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Brother. Yeah. I get where you're coming from. I mean, I think he should in my own opinion, I think he tries too much to answer those questions from his head, right? He doesn't want to be seen reading from a paper or something. I think he is trying too much to do something like that. I think by now, his idea of what Nigeria should look like is already known. I think right now he should start going into specifics, and I think I support your stand on the interview.
But also you can tell that the reporter was clearly a fan of Obi, because the woman clearly gave him a beautiful pass. He said the youth are behind you, they are supporting you, you have the momentum. Just score the goal. She gave you a beautiful pass. Just score the goal. That's all. So I was kind of disappointed in me. And Joe, you live in America now. In politics in America.
I feel it because another thing is just this, right? He's not an expert in any of this. No one is. He's an expert in everything. But one thing I always understand is you have to know at least second layer part of any problem. Then every other one that is deeper, you can now deal with it with people that are really professionals in that field. But you see, having a knowledge about something, is one part of it. Having people to help you execute it is another thing. But I think that he should be able to start showing that he knows that first, second level, and it gives us a little bit of an insight, into what he wants to do, running into a little bit of specifics, rather than just, being like general. We know that there's going to be, that there has to be a change into the strata of policing in Nigeria. We know it has to go down. Or probably it could just be that our problem It's just the willpower to do stuff. Because my brother, look, let me tell you, if you go to our constitution, you go to our laws, we have many laws out there in our constitution to guide us. This one we are talking about changing the constitution. A constitution is as good as the person practicing it. If you want to make it work, it will work. If you don't make it work, it's not going to work. Look at the beavers thing that we are talking about. Remember, we're talking about the beavers and the election. Look at what is going on in Hope Uzodimma's ward, where people that are dead were uploaded. People from South Africa.
No, that's a different. You are taking us to a different space.
No. I am not speaking. I'm not speaking to it. Yeah. I'm just telling you the kind of problem we want in Nigeria. So it could just be that our problem is just someone that is just committed to just doing the right thing. It could be that our problem is as simple as that.
I'm not sure that it is that simple, but I think yeah.
Can I finish my session maybe a minute or two on this particular point, because I have to leave.
Yes. Back to you.
Sorry, my brother. My bad.
It's okay.
Yeah, and then I'll go on to Joel. Yeah, run.
Yeah, I think I was coming by. I was just talking about the insecurity first. I was going to come back to the rest of the economy. Like Elson was saying. I completely agree with him, because I think what I have noticed about Obi, he's not well articulate. I don't know if he's not articulate person or something like that. He may be business conscious, have some other good mind. But when it comes to all this economic and the insecurity, he's not articulate, because he tends to use the same soundbite, to conjure the whole narrative about insecurity. Then he bring it to economy or something like that. Like I'm saying, I think he need to have some retreat. He has preached his hope, and people have bought into him right now. Then he need to have a retreat and start articulating, bringing that fact, what he's going to do, instead of bringing all those soundbite. We had enough of the hope and everything. So you need to have a retreat. Maybe hire some people that's going to train him, how to articulate vision and write everything down before he go out there. I think he's doing too much. That's not good for him. That's what I'm thinking in this area. Even at when he get to presidency, he has to hire some expert, that's going to lay out the vision. Because most of these presidents.
No, he has to have the experts now, not when he gets into the press. He has to have the experts
now. I'm just saying,
that
when he get into the president, that may be different, because we have some presidents that don't know that much. Like we have over here Trump or whatever, he has one of the best economy. But he needs to show us right now what he can do. I completely agree with you on that. He need a retreat. People already bought his hope right now. So he need to go into a second phase about the re-election and start articulating the real fact, giving us data, what he's going to do and everything. I hope he does that, but for now, he hasn't done that right now. The hope part of it, people already bought it. The supporters, everybody. I don't have any votes, so I'm not going to say I'm a supporter in that. I support him, but I don't have any votes, so my opinion doesn't matter. So he need to go to a second phase and have a retreat and start articulating. I hope he does that. That's what I'm going to say. Everybody. I also has spoken what I was going to say in reference to the economy or whatever. But anyway, one man, I'm just going to listen, okay?
One man, can I even say something?
All right, brilliant. Sorry, who's that? So sorry, thank you. Yes, come in.
One man. Good evening, everybody, and well done to the panelists. One man, to be candid, Obi, in fact, don't let me use for sorry for the language. Obi pulled down my hand. And it's like, it's becoming obvious that Obi is not really prepared to be the president of this country. Because it's like he has been, all this while before he declared for presidency, he was just like a normal citizen. We all cry and articulate the problems enough. And because he has a platform, he articulates a problem all the time. But after he declared for presidency, then the question will be posed to him, okay, what are you going to do to these problems? Apparently, he doesn't even have a clear-cut answer. Look, I listened to Shore and I listened to Adewale, this SDP guy. One man, I was blown away, especially this SDP guy.
Ain't nothing gonna happen today.
I was blown away. You can see for every question one way or the other, he has had answers in the past. He had already practicalized. He has practical answers. He has done this. I expected Obi to even say, "Oh, okay, how do we boost the economy? We work on electricity. How do we work on electricity? We are breaking down these grid lines. We are distributing, and every zone should be able to produce their own electricity." All this 1-2 points that simply shows that we are moving forward from what we have at the moment. But you can't just come and be telling us the same thing. You re-emphasize the problem again, and you don't show any way to solve the problem. So Obi should really work upon himself. And I think it's getting late, although we can say, but to me as a person, I now have ears for 3 people, not just to be alone. I have ears for Shore, and I have ears for SZB. You can't just come and and just want to ride like that without being prepared. Then it shows that you don't want to read. You can't solve the problem. You should be prepared even before this time. So for me, it's getting too late to even say he needs to work upon his communication or no. He needs to have done this in the past. Look at the interview you just showed with Channels, for crying out loud. The same interview he had with what do you call it? This other lady, Adiola. The same answer. Even the girl was like coming. The lady was like saying, "Oh, come on, give us soundbite action words." So he needs to understand that before the youth are not just supporting him because he is Twitter OB. The youth are simply supporting a good governance. If he doesn't do well, the youth will move on, and they will move on to somebody else.
This is what I'm saying. When I suggest that the Peter Obi train has started to plateau and recede, it has. Unless it's able to re-energize it in some form, and I'm not sure that he has it within him. That was why I was asking frontally to Aizon that is the guy dance, because I'm not sure that he has within him to pivot. Yeah.
There are even simple answers. Even if he had watched other people, if for example, like this.
Or maybe he's not getting feedback. Maybe he doesn't have a strong enough of a team to give him honest feedbacks on his performances.
That means we are already driving a paper horse. That's the meaning. That means the populace who trust in him are already riding a paper horse now. Because if he doesn't do that now, then we can simply extrapolate and know what he's going to do when he gets to power.
All right. And as Festus Keyamo said, you cannot insult your way to power. So all of everything has now is reached a crescendo now.
In fact, I wasn't impressed.
Just as Aizon, who detests article, but it's a fair-minded person, said he listened to an article interview, and he, if he was under a different banner, he would have wanted that guy to be president, because Fault article in many ways, he is an articulator. He's an orator. He knows language and he knows the Nigerian space, and he can marry the two together to give you a presentation. So that's what we want. Not just repeating,
It is not even an issue.
No, it's part of it as well. It's in the delivery and the substance. It's the delivery and the substance, both of which Peter is lacking.
You can have 3 opportunities to say the same thing and you fail to say them. That is my own point. 3 opportunities to give the right answers that people want to hear, and you are not giving it. And not those that people know that you are not giving. People are aware that you are not even giving them. So that is my own reason that you can have three opportunities to correct your steps, and you're still doing the same thing, expecting different results.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah. I'm coming on to you next, but let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. So the super chats coming in, of course, when we're talking super chats, the name never changes. Alexander Gomez. It says Peter Obi is a likable fella, impressive disposition, temperate in his attitude, extremely accessible, but he is not Soludo. Perhaps one is expecting too much from him in his articulation, common folks. So, we're not expecting too much from him, I don't think, in his articulation, because we don't expect him to be speaking English like Wole Soyinka, no, because he's not at that level. But an articulation is a function of our cerebral, cranial functioning. You know, if you cohere in thought, then you are coherent in expression. If you cohere in thought, you are coherent in expression, because it flows naturally from thought to expression. So if it's inarticulate on just pedestrian topics that are soft sell, like Babati just said, an Igbo presenter serving it up to him for him to volley. Also, if you cannot at that space even function, so that goes beyond articulation. That goes to concerns about cranial functioning, capacity, understanding, and even having the requisite. So a lot, you know, it's just anyway. Let me not. I'm a bit concerned about that guy. You know.
Okay, so one man, this is the question with Obi now. I'm really worried about his campaign team now, because it's really not being prepped for the media, and especially for the international space. It's not being prepped very well, because that was lackluster, to put it mildly. That was just this,
and that's not the first instance. It's the concern,
right? There seems to be a pattern here now, so we need to look at who is the one prepping him for those because at some point, even his own supporters will start getting tired of this. At some point, you start seeing
you know what it is, Babati. There are no you know, when they did that opinion poll that we were just chewing over yesterday, they arrived at 5 key areas of concerns for Nigerians. So where Nigerians are thinking, it's not really expansive and it's not really something vague or abstract. So there are those 5 key areas. So what you are expecting from his inner caucus is to sit him down endless hours, recycling around that topic, discussing positions on how to present, so that as the question is landing, he's immediately picking it up, being erudite, being elegant, being charming, and sounding knowledgeable. All of this wrapped into, because it's not a far reach. Insecurity, economy, social cohesion, diversity, these are all the spaces, infrastructure, and the oil space. So those are the topics. Can they not rehearse him sufficiently? So this is just the thing. It's just the thing.
In America here, when a politician goes on TV, they give them about 7 to 10 words they must use for that segment. They call them the buzzwords. So for each topic, there are words that you must use, like terrorism, Boko Haram. You must use those words in those interviews, because they need it for sound bites. Because that nonsense cannot be used for soundbite now. You can't replay it on media space in Nigeria, because there was nothing in that to use. So I don't know who is running his communication once again. That person needs to be fired, to be honest with you. That person
maybe he needs to be fired, really, because he is not fit for purpose, really. You cannot polish a turd, you know.
Exactly. One man, look, this BT, if we are talking about people working with him, that those are the people responsible for this level of interview that he gave. Look, we are not yet serious with ourselves. You can't have such platforms. You went to US, you went to all these places to go and say what? You don't get the point. Then to go and say what? We've had a lot of platforms to rehearse. Even you as a person, as an intelligent being, you must understand that there are things you need to start looking up to. Solutions, people want to listen to that. They want to hear things. Look, one man, to be candid, go and listen to Adewale. This is not me. I'm not, because I'm an Obi supporter. You get the point, but I'm beginning to rethink again. What is Obi saying now? Listen to what Adewale is saying. You see him telling you he has done this before. He has trained people on solar things. You know that this guy is intelligent. He's having inputs into a lot of spaces.
My brother, where has Adewale? Because I think we are flogging this issue very much.
No, I'm not.
Where has Adewale administered before?
Please,
talk is cheap.
Can I?
Let me say something.
Hold on. Let's hear from Babati. Yeah, Babati, come in.
It's my guy, so I know very well. So he's coming from the private sector. So what he does is direct and indirect investment. So it will invest in you as a Nigerian youth, because you don't have the capital, right, Joel? He invests in you, right? And once you start making money, he partners with you, where he provides you the funding, because you know that ordinarily, if you go to the banks, you won't get those loans to finance your business, right? Like farming and all those low skill poultry stuff. So what it does is it will provide you those opportunities, then it partners with you, helps you with the marketing and supply. Then you do like some kind of partnership with him. That is how it helps people create jobs in Nigeria. So that is more of a private sector driven person as opposed to public sector. So don't even.
All right. Let me wrap up the super chats and then go on to Joel. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander Gomez. Peter Obi is a likable fella, impressive disposition, temperate in his attitude, extremely accessible, but he's not Soludo. So there it is. He's certainly not Soludo. Many things he is. Soludo, not one of them. So there it is. Still the super chats. Kulata joins Alexander Gomez. It says Obi needs a manifesto and surrogates. No man is an island. His re-asked answers are shallow and almost always don't fit the purpose. Specifics, please. So specifics, please. But we are saying his re-asked answers. So he has rehearsed those answers enough to be practiced in. It just doesn't. Anyway, let me not. Let's not do. Okay, so this is Prince coming in. It says, lads, less than 3 hours to go. Obi is not Obama. So certainly. So I think that's the truest word.
Oh my, Didi was funny. Didi was funny. You know, months ago on this platform, even you said that in a debate that Obi will come first. Even I was saying yes, but after watching this anything, I think I have a rethink now. I don't think we survive on the stage with Tinubu. They will mop him.
It doesn't have. It doesn't have a knowledge base. It doesn't have enough of a grasp of the he understands the problems at a surface level and he articulates them at a surface level. And he doesn't prefer any solutions at all.
But he has solved those problems. He has solved those problems before. See, I think we are overflogging this.
Joel, sir.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, I have to run, but I wanted to direct one question at you since you're more familiar with his campaign. He has Patutomi in his corner, right?
Can they craft?
Can they craft? Can they just craft a very simple narrative for how a solution narrative for the economy, for maybe agriculture, oil and gas, banking and finance, and he just has a very quick narrative. They rehearse it, they practice it, that becomes the talking point, and he uses that moving forward as a solution. You know, that's my question to you. And one man I have to leave, but thank you.
You don't join us often enough,
I'm sorry.
Going on? Is it that little princess that we can hear in the background?
Yes, she eats up all my time. Yeah.
No, that's good.
But I'm listening. I'm listening in the background. Thanks again.
All right, brilliant. So that's Aizon from the Creeks. They drink sapele water there, So to you, I'll put that in Aizon. But so to you then, Joel of Nashville. So a lot around the Peter Obi narrative. It wasn't even a Peter Obi day, but always every day seems to be a Peter Obi day. But some of the commentaries you've heard, are they honest feedbacks, or do you just think they are baseless criticisms? Are they honest feedbacks or baseless criticisms?
Well, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. Please like, share, subscribe, wherever you may be. I think they are honest. You see, if you have to lead, then you should have the ability to take criticism, because these are the people that are really selling you. Many people want to sell you at different levels. So for some people, they have made it wrong with the consumption to production. Some people, they have made it wrong with many things he has said in the past. But for some of us, we want details, we want specifics, so that we'll be able to sell him more. So we are not really getting there. So I can understand the frustration. But the issue is this, like, just trying to play the devil's advocate. I just think that the problem of Nigeria is simple. One man, you see, when you go to the bank and you did well in school and you go to the bank, there's a reason why they ask for your CV. When they get your CV, if you made the first class, they'll be like, okay, you know what, we put you in this position. If you know what you are doing, you progress yourself. the bank will benefit from your services. The bank will grow. That is putting round pegs in round holes. What we have seen in Nigeria is that we have people that have no business being in power, administering power in Nigeria. We have a system in Nigeria where we have the quota system leading over the real graduates. So the issue here is this. For Peter Obi, he has done this thing in the past. How did he do it in the past? What did he do? It could be that our problem is just as simple as just the willpower to do the right thing. And it starts with the top. Because in Nigeria, after looking up to God, the next person we look up to is the president. If the president is not doing the right thing, it has a trickle-down effect down to the man on the streets. And that is one of the main issues that we are suffering in Nigeria. Have we not heard people speak in details about things they're going to do in the past? Have we not heard people with wonderful, wonderful manifestos in the past? What have we seen today? It still takes down to nothing. We have not achieved anything with them. But if I am talking about Peter Obi and I'm trying to sell Peter Obi, I can tell you that he has administered a mini Nigeria. And that is the state of Anambra. And what did he do? It wasn't like it was so hard. People would expect that he will come around and he will build this, maybe this tall building and call it this name. No, what he did was simple. He tailored his developmental plan with the World Bank Millennium Development Goals, inspected them, funded them, and pushed them, supported them. Simple. He did not come in and say, oh, I am going to chase this person away. No. The same people that were manning those same positions before he came in were the same people that he used to revamp the economy of Anambra. How did he do it? Because the people were looking at him and was like, okay, there is no way we can be, our governor will be up and doing, and we are the civil service want to be lazy. Everybody queued into his plan. It was like a magnet. So it could just be, is it that we don't have laws? We have laws. Good enough to, take us out of these shackles that we are in today. But our problem with our Nigeria right now is just implementation. Implementation, something as simple as implementation, something as simple as getting good court judgment.
Joel, what do you mean? Implementation of what? Implementation of what?
Of our laws.
It's just a funny something.
Joel, this is not. What are you implementing if you don't even have answers to what do you want to implement?
No. My brother. Just the simple things. Look, I was talking to somebody the other day. I did not know that we had in Nigeria child support laws in Nigeria. These are the things I'm talking about. It is there.
Well,
if you go to our constitution, there are many things. Yeah. Our constitution, hold on, let me finish, please. Our constitution also deals with issue of corruption. Have we seen these people being charged to court? What happens after they're being charged? We saw Body Yame and Darie the other day, released from prison.
You are still doing the same thing Obi
pardon.
is doing.
You say?
You are still telling us the same problem again. It is, look, we need to tell ourselves the truth here. And let us just admit it. I suppose Obi have been an Obi canvasser also on this platform. But the thing is that Obi didn't do well. And that is the message we must pass across to him. He has the capacity, he has the masses now behind him, but he needs to put up a good performance. That is
Emiloko, remember when I started, right? Remember when I started, I said that there was no bias in whatever thing you must have said or Iso must have said. I said there's no bias about it. I said that people tend to listen to people and get what they want to get at different level. At our own level, some people are comfortable with the consumption to production. It makes sense to certain people. For us, we want specifics, including me. Before I went on this rant, I was just saying that let me play the devil's advocate. Could it just be? And that was where I started making my statements. Okay. I said, could it just be? Yeah, but I did not say that whatever you said or Ison said was inconsequential. No, I'm just saying that, you know.
The point is, what did you?
So sorry, thank you, Emilokon. So thank you, Emilokon. But for reasons of time, let me move you on, Joel. Let me move you to the talking points that we do actually have listed. Tinubu won't Islamize Nigeria. Wife is a senior pastor at Redeemed Church. So that is Kashim Shettima frontally taking on that space of Muslim ticket. So, I mean, is there a concern that Tinubu might Islamize Nigeria? I cannot see where that concern will come from. Certainly not vested in any antecedent that we know of the guy. So that space again, Joel.
And one man, I told you, when Tinubu made that decision, what did I tell you on that day? I told you that religion is on the ballot. Whether you like it or not, religion is on the ballot. For whatever reason, whatever mundane reason that was given for him to have taken that decision, he made that possible. That was why I said that day. I said he is going into this war, tying one of his hands to his back. He is working on this on a disadvantaged grounds. I know it's going to come out. You see, in elections, you don't want things like this to keep propping up. You don't want things that are not necessary. Just like when you look at the PDP, the issue with Wike, something as simple as saying, "Are you go?" It's what is causing all these things. So if an Atiku cannot do that in his own party, how can he solve the issues of Nigeria? So it goes back to what the question you're asking about these people. I mean, it does not one man. It is, I don't know, one man.
Can I ask Joel a question, please? Because it's
it only has to be the one question because I'm now being conscious of time.
Just one, because you said Tinubu introduced religion into the campaign based on what he picked for. But do you think it was more of a political move as opposed to a religious move? Because Tinubu does not appear to me to be a religious bigot in the first place. So I think it's a more political move. But do you think it's more of a Muslim to where he does not care about the Christian part of Nigeria, or was more like a political move for him to make that?
A political move. Not all political moves are good moves. It was a mundane move. If you ask me, look, let me tell you, see, there are certain things, look, what he did was that he gave so much strength to the Muslims in the north. No, you don't do stuff like that. Even if you wanted to, you could have gone to a place like Kano or any of those places, get somebody they will support.
Let me ask you a question, Joel. When Tinubu picked the Muslim candidate, do you think he did that because he thought that was his best pathway to the Nigerian presidency?
Yes.
Or did he do it to spite the Christians?
No, he did not do it. No. At no point did I think that he did it to spite anybody.
Okay, so did he think that that is his best pathway to the presidency?
Yes, but it was also a mundane move. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, not really.
No, this is the thing, right? There are certain actions that you take, just like what Wike is doing today. There, you see, people can only do to you what you accept them to do to you, what you allow them to do to you. We have been taking the blow in the South for too long. Oh, let's do it. Oh, no problem. We become the punching bag, and you see the arrogance from northern Nigeria. It is not hidden, especially the Muslims from the north. You could have damned out consequences. That is putting Nigeria.
Damn the consequences. You mean throw away his ambition? Is that what you mean?
What I'm just telling you, what I'm just telling you this, one man. What I'm telling you this. See, if you are a member of the APC,
should he have thrown away his ambition to have a Christian-Muslim ticket?
No. He would have. Look, let me tell you something. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not on the ballot.
No. See. Let me tell you something. If he had chosen a Christian, another Christian to be his running mate, look, he would have rallied out that base in the north with some support from the Muslim bloc. He will scale through. But what he did now was that.
Did you think he did not know that what he said? Did he not know that?
I did not.
Because if he knew that to be the case, then he would have taken that as an option.
Now, if you say so, I would have said, okay, why didn't you go to the Northwest? Do you understand what I'm saying? Why did you? If you wanted us to say, okay, you know what, let us just do it. You want to go to get those votes. Why didn't you go to Northwest?
Look, my own theory is that Tinubu, being singular in his ambition that he wants to be the president of Nigeria, has done what he thinks is the best thing for him to fulfill that ambition. So that is what he has done. The very, very best thing that he feels he can do to fulfill that ambition. So that is what I think he has done. So whether it's right or wrong, that he has both the understanding and the expert advice to have arrived at the decision.
Well, if you think that cutting your decision means that you're cutting off over 40% of your vote, and depending on only the 60%, then it's okay. If or I will say even 50% of your votes.
So
right?
People will not vote for him because he was a Muslim. They will still have people that will vote for him regardless of him picking a Muslim now. Sure, they will still vote for him regardless.
No, this is the thing, my brother. Right? The issue there is that the northern Muslims are not happy, and I'm telling you this thing from the real.
They are not happy to have a Muslim on the ballot.
Oh no, they are not happy that when it came to the time when they felt like they could get something out of this, it showed them it's not like they had the same thing that the people of the Southeast have against the PDP. We have given you all this support all these years, and when it came to our turn, you now took it, and now you're telling us to support you.
Sorry,
no.
Why are the northern Muslims not happy?
The northern Christians, that's what I'm saying.
The northern Christians. Oh, all right, okay.
They are not happy. So whether you want, and look, let me tell you, the moment he made that decision, now he propped up religion and the sympathizers from the South. That is why you started seeing if Ipobians goes to the church, people will stand up and hail. Because to the Christians, as it stands today in Nigeria, their only hope is Obi. Out of the three candidates, their only hope is Obi. So I know Tinubu might have taken that decision, but for me, he would have gone out and get that Christian from the north and damn those consequences. Also, sending a message that nobody really owns Nigeria. People would have still voted for him
No, he's not going to shoot himself in the foot. So that's just, I'm not going to say it's ludicrous, but that is certainly not going to shoot himself in the foot. But let me move you on from there to another talking point, still with Kashim Shettima. And what seems to be generating the most controversy, I said Tinubu will be ruthless, like Sani Abacha, not friendly. So taciturn was what he said. Taciturnity was what he said. But then, of course, when they spun it, it was hospitality. And then, of course, the usual hoopla ensued. So what are you then making then of this rewording everybody's narrative to suit a peculiar agenda? Is this thing is it going to start to backfire? And has it already started to backfire? This thing that some certain political spaces do.
No, it's not backfiring.
All right.
Telling
lies is not backfiring.
The people shooting themselves in the leg are the politicians. I mean, who advised that man to take that line for any damn reason? He said the Maradonism of IBB.
Yeah.
You guys are really talking about Abacha. What about the Maradona? What, someone that annulled the election? Someone that annulled the election for any reason. It shouldn't be in your speech. Today, Abacha ATM is
a lot of people rate Babangida highly, me being one of them. Babangida is not a single narrative president. He's not a single narrative president.
Let it be in the hands of the people. It's just like sometimes 3 days ago when we were having our discussion, I said, one man, make it just be about us. Be the moderator.
No, right? Don't worry. Don't tell me how to run the... No, please don't do that, though. Don't tell me how to... Everybody knows I detest that. So let me run it as I did. You make the decision
if you want
to participate or not.
I just referred you. No. One man, no. I am not telling you how to run your show.
Yes, but please don't.
I just referred
you to address the talking point.
Hold on.
Go to the talking point. Don't tell me how to run the platform, though. I don't take that. That's not something.
One man. I don't know why you're having this debate.
No, because you've done it once, and then you're trying to double down on it. So
it's something that was jovial. I was using it to address a point, and you just took it off hand.
No, because it rankled me the first time it was said. So yeah.
No.
Carry on.
No, what I just said to you was using that point that we did the other day to make a point today regarding what I was just saying on IPB. I said, let it be in the heart of the people. You as the actor, you shouldn't be the one preaching it. Is that not what I said? So why are you getting all worked up?
Because it was said, anyway, carry on. Sorry, let me not label that. Yeah.
You have to apologize to me. That's what I'm talking about. Think about it's like you act before you think. That's not the way you do it. I was just using what we discussed 3 days ago.
All right. Carry on.
Address the IBB space.
All right, carry on.
So the thing there is that Shettima, whatever sentiment you have about an Abacha who is still paying us today from his ATM, whatever thing that you have about him, whether you use hospitality, whether you use the classical, whatever word that he used, it was still giving praise to Abacha. It was still giving praise to Abacha. So let us not get muddled up in the words. We are not fools. Let's get serious for once. He was praising Abacha. Okay, I can see the reason why he would praise Abdul Salami. He handed us over to he monitored the transition into from military into democracy. Okay, we can give him some praise, but you cannot go and you're trying to praise the likes of IBB or the likes of Abacha, which we know that has really struck us in the heart. Most of the problems we are having democratically was because of the annulment of the 1992 election.
We're losing you somewhat.
Are you getting me?
Oh, fix your mic. Your mic is kind of fainting now. Withdraw.
My mic?
Yeah. Just mute it and unmute it again. Press the mute and unmute again.
Are you hearing
Yeah, carry on. We can hear you faintly still, but not to the quality that we were before, but carry on.
Oh, I don't know what happened. But that is where I am speaking from. Okay, so let us just make it about the people we are talking about today are people that that does not really. I mean, we can really say that they did some good things, right? But the things that they did wrongly are things that have made us to say, you know what, whatever sentiment you have, like for someone like OBJ, right? You cannot really say anything about him. He did not even praise OBJ. He did not even praise Jonathan, unless maybe he just called it at that three. He didn't praise those ones that really, really did good. Not even Yaradua. You went back to the military days to go bring. Oh no, it didn't help, one man. It didn't help. It is something that shouldn't have been done. Whatever words they were used to, adjective that was used to praise them, was in wrong faith. It was ill-advised, and I think just like the Isons has been expecting Peter Obi to get better with his communication, I think that the APC campaign organization should be ashamed of themselves. They should be able to communicate what they want to do with Nigeria and stop using mundane lines to be able to push whatever agenda or to buy whatever crowd they want to buy from Nigerians. That was ill-advised, one man. Let's go to the next topic.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to this space. Let me take you to this rather curious gas pipeline arrangement between Nigeria and Morocco. This is a $25 billion dollar project, by the way. But do you think Nigeria will get anything of this agreement? It was actually brought about in 2016 under Buhari's administration, and it's been perfected just before he leaves power. But do you think that Nigeria will gain anything from this now piping our gas to Europe via Morocco?
I heard you speak on it earlier on. I share in your sentiment. You see, it is not a bad deal. It is not a bad investment. But what we are afraid of, what my fear is what are we getting from this? I am afraid whenever we have to sign an agreement and it has to do with someone like Buhari, an extremist like Buhari, and another northern country. If it were in the Europeans, by now we would have seen all the details, how everything is going, what we are getting and what we are not getting. But now it's like we are transporting this gas to. It's like they're going to be like a storage in Morocco. Then from Morocco, they will now ship this gas to. So, what is the agreement like? We all know who the likes of Malami is. They are going to be. These are people that are part of this. I've not read the agreement, but I can assure you that Buhari will not disappoint us with the kind of character that he is. It's still going to be an issue of we, not getting our fair share or getting less than we ought to get. I am not comfortable with that deal, but if the deal is getting commissioned by him, let's just see. I mean, we are still the source. So whoever that goes in there or comes into power and looks at the deal and feels that the deal is not what it should be, he can go ahead and do some revocation or go for a readjustment in the deal. So, but for what is what, it's still whatever circumstances it is. Since we are still the source, we can still control the terms. So whatever it is, the infrastructure is there. I still think it's a good infrastructure for us.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the southeast. I'll take you to two more spaces, but actually, before I take you to the southeast, let me take you to Reno Omokri, who seems to have been outed somewhat by a journalist. So, what are you then making of the journalist assertion that Reno Omokri's mannerism somewhat queer and peculiar?
I do not want to, delve much into his lifestyle as a human being or have a presumption of what he is or what he's not. If what he is saying is true, just present us with the facts. But I just think that Reno he's been loquacious of late. He's been talking too much, and he need to calm it down. And that's why you see these things being thrown at him. Um, Whatever they're throwing at him, he deserves it. I mean, it's the season that we are in. And it is a basketball season. So whatever you see you're going to blow, you blow it up. Like we were talking earlier on about the suit in Lagos State about the Peter Obi campaign. It's politics time. Whatever is coming from, if it's happening in Adamawa, it's Atiku's camp. You just build up this thing. This is the election season. So that is why you don't want to make certain mistakes during this period, so that you don't give people a storyline to write about you. Reno has been talking too much. Whatever he's getting today is what what he has been throwing out there. So whether he is square or he's gay or whatever he is, I saw the video you put out there where he was where he was
Imagine,
dancing.
look at that.
When I heard of this suggest that he's one, I don't know, man. I don't want to put a tag on him. God bless him, whatever he's doing. But I just think he should tone it down. At the end of the day, we are all Nigerians. The other day it was Festus Keyamo and the white guy, and they were going at it and I was like, what the hell is going on? But I told you, like I said, it's just the season. Let's enjoy the moment.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this final space, Joel of Nashville. Southeast Nigeria residents are tired of IPOB's slaves, are tired of being IPOB slaves. It's shackles and sit-at-home orders. So this is Femi Adesina saying this, and he's saying this off the back of Malam Buhari's visit to Imo State, where the Southeasterners were invited to sit at home, not necessarily because of Malam Buhari, but because it coincided with Nnamdi Kanu's appearance in court. So, they saw enough of an offering from the Imolites to show that there was some warmth towards Malam Buhari, and he's pivoting off the back of that to say that essentially now the IPOB are holding the Southeast space to hostage with this sit at home, which we thought was now a thing of the past, but which resurfaces. So let my people go. Additional pleads with the Ipobians, Joel.
I agree with Adesina. I mean, I don't want to believe that I'm agreeing with him, but on this one, I agree with him. How can you demean or debase the same economy you're professing, to uphold? How can you be killing the same people that you try to save? The issue of IPOB and they sit at home is tiring to everyone. I'm going to Nigeria. I'm not going to the Southeast. That is money lost. And it's not just me. It's many of us that will go and, that already had some investment there. And, we cannot just push it because of the situation in the Southeast. So what you are doing is really, really impacting economically on the people living there. You're impacting it on the state. You're impacting even the diasporas. So if you affect all these levels of people that would have, or even foreign direct investment, how do you get those? So the sit-at-home issue should have been stopped. Nnamdi Kanu is appearing in court. At least now we have seen him. Before, I think what necessitated one of those or the earlier stages of this stay-at-home was when they did not bring him in court, and they started bringing up all these demands to make sure that he comes to court. But Nnamdi Kanu has said, stop it. He has come out to say he's not part of it. So who is the person still pushing this? So it is affecting us. It's affecting our economy in the Southeast. It has to be stopped. Whatever way, I mean, let people go about their normal businesses. In the past, we've had presidents that come that we did not support, and we did not go. But businesses were all over the place. If you want to go, you go. If you don't want to go, you stay at home. But you can't just shut the whole business of a state because someone is appearing in court. It is ridiculous, and it gets to show, if other state actors could be, because when we talk about local government being taken over in the north, it is part of takeover. It's a partial takeover of a state. If you can say, hey, do not come out today, and people obeys it, it means that you have some form of control. Well, how is it different from what Boko Haram is doing in the north? So it has to stop, whether negotiated or it has to be through the force of power, through the power of force. Whatever way we have to achieve this, we have to do it. We have to do it, but it has to stop. That's my take. The issue here, another thing I just wanted to say that's an abstract, was the revelation by the CUPP, the group calling on.
Is that the guy with the red cap that you sent me on Instagram?
Yeah.
Do you want me to play it so people would know what you're talking about, or do you just want to?
Okay, go ahead, play it so that people.
All right, just keep giving us your. I'll go look for your. Was that the last thing you sent me? Let me see.
I think I sent it yesterday. It was the last thing I sent you was what we had, the Premium Times on the lawyers that were trying to stop Obi from doing his thing on the 1st of October.
All right, I'll play it. I won't play the fullness of it because it's a 17-minute long video, but I'll play portions of it, and then you can just give us a feedback. You can give us a précis, and then give us what we should be thinking of it. But before I play it, apologies if I was a bit excessive earlier on. I thought you were actually trying to tell me how to run things, I'm so sorry. Maybe I misheard you. So if I did mishear, then apologies for that. So let me play this clip. This is something that I do encourage that anybody that wants us to share something on the platform to send it to me via Instagram. Joel of Nashville did exactly that, and this is what he wants us to consider. But before we even consider it, look at the field. So this is a real mix of all Nigerians. So you can see the red cap, and you know what that represents. And then you can see unmistakable Aboki in there. I'm not quite sure where the Yoruba person is, but this is the face of Nigeria. But let's hear what they have to say.
We welcome you to this historic briefing after a while that we have been silent, rebuilding, and strengthening the coalition. We have called you today because we have secured the documents to back up claims that we have uncovered a well-orchestrated grand compromise of the electoral register, falsification and upload of fake registration, move to nullify the use of the bimodal voter accreditation system BVAS machine, complete takeover of INEC and the removal of its chairman from office, and traceable offenses of rigging the 2023 general election. The issues we shall address today go to the very foundation of the hope of our nation to hold credible, acceptable, free, and fair general election next year. About 4 months ago, we intercepted credible intelligence about the grand design of the APC to compromise the 2023 general election and deny Nigerians their sovereign rights to freely choose their leaders. This intelligence was intercepted after the plan was shared in details to some of the APC governors and for them to pay their euros. We laid in wait, collected our hardcore evidence and proof, and today we believe that Nigerians deserve to know the kind of party that is running the affairs of our nation and the imminent threat that can destroy the 2023 general election. We are going to speak today on this compromise of the voter registration exercise, the secret court process to stop the use of beavers for the 2023 general election, an advanced plot to cause leadership changes at the highest level of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. First of all, we commend the INEC leadership led by Professor Mahmoud Yakub and the Commission for the bold step of internal cleansing of the voter register, which they have commenced using the automated biometric identification system. However, we state that the discovery we have made goes beyond the case of double registration. It is a monumental compromise of the National Voters Register by chieftains of the ruling APC. Gentlemen, during the just ended continuous voter registration exercise, from our intelligence, some of the APC control states had access, I repeat, had access to INEC registration machines and conducted their own registration process. This time, not with human beings, they use hundreds of thousands of computer-generated photos and faces, passport photographs, calendars, photo albums, and in fact, any human face they could lay their filthy hands on, including the country and including outside the country and especially Africa. They went as far as Jamaica, New Zealand, and Brazil to pick photos and names. Knowing that a day like this will come and the press will ask questions, we painstakingly and very carefully monitor these people as they had authority and approval from the highest level of political leadership. So I tell you, we have here documentary evidence to show you. We have here documentary evidence to show you that what these people have done. We shall make them available to you so that you will see for yourselves. Gentlemen, let us explain to you that what these people did. These machines were to be located in various government houses or other designated places in the 22 states of the APC that were involved. They had trained personnel who were able to use only one fingerprint to register hundreds of thousands of persons. They had access into the system, and this fake registration have all passed through successfully into the database. We shall now use the register in Imo State to demonstrate what we have termed the Omuma magic, as this plot was cooked from Omuma and sold to the nation. The Imo State governor, my own state, is from Omuma ward in Oru East local government area of Imo State. In 2014, Omuma ward had barely 6,500 registered voters. In recent past, Oru is being the hotbed of insurgent activities of a non-government in the state, and with high level of insecurity, many residents have relocated from their ancestral homes. However, Omuma ward, Governor Hope Uzodinma's ward, now have over 46,000 registered voters. And note that is the ward. We're talking about ward, not the local government. The ward alone now have 46 polling units. Then I want to show this to you. Give me. Can zoom your camera. This is an extract from the voter register. When you go to Oru East Omuma Central School 2, you will see names like George Shidana, a man's picture and female agenda. You will see names like Ghana Koki, a man's picture and female gender. You will see a name like Gosigo Faith, a man's picture and female gender. If you go also to Omuma Primary School, pulling in 01, you will see a name like Grifty Edem, a man with a female picture. If you go to Pulling in 01, same Omuma, you see a name like Hans Bira, a woman's picture and a male gender. Then you continue also, you go to Umuhu Primary School 001, you see a man's picture, female gender, a name called Lanley Allen. We're talking of Omuma where you have names like Nkechi Adak. Then you go to the same Umuhu Primary School, you see a name Luna Elomo, a woman's picture and male gender. You see another name Makati Yoso, Japanese name. You see a female picture and a man's gender. This is how all of them is. So I will give the copies to all of you and we'll share to Nigerians also. Now, when we went through the register, we discovered thousands of these foreigners in the register with names such as Grifty Edem, Hinsbray, Floyd Gary, Ford Scott, Ghana Stella, Hood Killer, Harin Drake, Gruti Silas, Lenley Allen, Luna Amo, Lower Rizafana, Makati Yusio, Muru Amba, Morono Lee, Maurice Dakwam, Navarro Dankwam, Tansin Kata. They are all in their thousands in Hope Uzodinma's village, Omuma ward in Imo State. We are using Omuma and Imo as a test case of what have been done to over 18 states in the country. It is, however, very instructive that it will be discovered from the data in the register that we shall make available to you that all these fake registrants, both old and young, as can be seen from their photos, all have the same date of birth, 1983, including the grandmothers there. Nigerians will also see new registrants, which are, when you go to page 4 of this, you will see people that were born in 1900, 1902, 1912, 1913, 1931, all in Hope Uzodinma's village, registered among this new registration, which are names we believe we are from a death register in New Zealand. Names like Abraham, Jack, Dave also appeared against female photos. Further, faces that are obviously quite old are seen with date of birth like 1990, 1993, 2000, 2002. You will also find obviously female names such as Rebecca, Jane, Gloria, Mary, Felicia against male photos, and also see photos of women wearing hijab yet answering village names in Omuma in thousands. I need to remember that Omuma is Noru East in Osu, where they are.
All right, let me pause it there for a moment. I'll remove it from the screen, but it's still available for us to continue to watch. So 2 questions to kick it off. Firstly, what is the name of the funky hat that guy is wearing? And because that's very much that's a step up from the usual red cap. So that's the first one. And also to it, is he accusing the obedience of padding the electoral register? So what is it? What is he doing? So the heart and the accusation.
One man in a serious country, this is a treasonable offense. In a serious country, that you register people from other nations to participate in your economy, to participate in your elections, is unfortunate. It should not be treated with kid gloves, because if politicians know that they have this kind of access to elections, what it means that they owe us nothing when they get into power. And that has been the case of Nigerians over the years. We have people in Nigeria that has kept us where we are, simply because we do not have a say in how they come back to power. These are the things I was talking about, one man. Don't we have laws protecting the INEC? Don't we have laws protecting the people against things like this? We do have them. The issue there is something simple, like I said, implementation. Implementation is something as simple as ABCD. It's a serious issue, one man. So what it means is that if PDP goes into power tomorrow, they can do same. If AACC goes into power tomorrow, they can do same.
What has been the INEC's response to that, or how has INEC responded? What's been the response to that?
I listened to a rebuttal from Mr. Felix, the INEC spokes guy, and he was on Channels Television. You can avail yourself the opportunity to listen to him. He was talking about, right, that INEC were going through the process of, sieving those names out. That is why INEC was saying the other day that they had to take out about 1 million names, that they found out there were some, irregularities in how the registration was done. If they look at your picture, they had many systems. They had about 3 systems through which they can, detect, what is what, but is that enough? My problem is, how did it happen in the first place? How did people get the password to be able to upload those pictures? Because if you listen further in that interview, you will see that there were even people that they even snapped, they even did a bad job. They snapped people that were even dead, like people from dead posters, and forgot to even remove the title, like
there is no such thing as a fail-proof system. So there is no such thing as a fail-proof system, and you don't anticipate that the system will be fail-proof. But if you're saying that INEC are deleting, because all they have to do is to type into their algorithms things that would not cohere. So like all of those names that are 18 or something, so they would just type into their algorithm that are the ages between 18 and let's say 90. So anybody that falls outside that they just delete it, you know. But who stands accused? Who stands accused in this? Who? Because I know he kept on harping on about Hope Uzodinma, but he doesn't have verifiable proof that it is Hope Uzodinma.
No. But one man, if you are the governor, let us be realistic. If you are the governor, and in your own ward, we are not talking about the local government, in your own ward, in 2019, you had 6,500 registered voters. And in the new register, you have 46,000. One man, that is criminal. 46,000, not even 6,500 or 7,000. 46,000. One man, how do you think these people are responsible to you? If they have that capability, why do you think that these guys are so proud to tell you that they're going to be in power? They have done these things. They have done these things in areas where they have control. And don't be surprised. It could also be that the PDP, the same too. Look, I am not trying to make it an APC thing. If we are going to address this issue, we have to go through all the states. No exceptions. Because sometimes when you hear this politician speak, when you see the confidence an APC candidate would have in saying that he's going to win election after what Buhari has put us through, and he's saying, oh, I am sure I'm going to win this election. It's already won.
Joel, this is not unique to the Nigerian political space, but really the system being able to do something about it is what we're hoping will be a development, because of course, we know that voter padding and just vague and spurious numbers and people that fall outside of the vote catchment areas, they've always been part of the Nigerian political narrative, especially in the north, where you have 10-year-olds voting, people from Niger Republic and Chad, voting in Kano and places like that. But the response of INEC, though, is does that give you some confidence? The response from INEC?
No, I don't have no confidence in the response of INEC. Do you know why? Because in a place like the north, for instance, there was another study. I think I took a picture of it while the interview was on. Let me see if I could pull that statistics out. And in essence, what it was saying was what the interview was talking about was, hold on, let me see if I can get to my pictures. So it was really talking about how advanced, things has been, like how which region, had more votes, right? Maybe in a place like Southwest. Hold on, I think it came up. Let me see something. Hold on. Okay, in this one, it is saying that it is like the percentage of votes, if it reduced, probably in a place like Southwest, probably if probably 23% of the people voted in 1979, and in 2019, what percentage was, so what the percentage increase? It happened to be that decreased, it decreased in all the southern states. The percentage of people that voted in 2019, in 1979, was far lower in the south than in.
We've lost you somewhat. But let's use that window to go to Alexander Gomez, who joins us. Alexander, good to see you.
Yes,
you
sir.
did that. Yeah, you did that for a moment. You still have the floor.
Go ahead.
But
Go ahead, Alexander.
all right. So good to see you, Alexander. What are you making of the session so far?
Well, always enlightening. Always enlightening. People come out with diverging views, and that's a good thing. I like that. Like Man of Prestige says, people come with different opinions, so that makes it compelling to watch. There's no two ways. I hope everybody's hearing me. There's
perfectly.
Okay. There's no two ways. There's no gainsaying the fact that Peter Obi is the most popular politician right now in Nigeria. It's if we don't acknowledge that, then we're just fooling ourselves as Nigerians. He's the most popular. But popularity does not equate to winning the presidency. And in my house right now, my wife is hosting a bunch of Igbo big wigs in my house. The whole house is. I came to my room because I couldn't take the noise because I'm still very English in my way. Sometimes I like privacy. And we're talking about Peter Obi about 10 minutes ago. And I just told them, especially there's a guy here, he's the brother of that Ulasi guy that always talks on TV in Nigeria. He's a professor, he's a renowned professor here. I think my wife is hosting a Labour gubernatorial candidate for Abia State. I'll take a picture one month and I'll send it to you once it arrives. So this big boys are here right now deliberating, and I'm telling them that they need to go talk, tell Peter Obi they need to brush him up, because sometimes he sounds out of depth. Sometimes Nigerians are very extremely intelligent people. He's likable. He comes across very friendly, accessible, but he doesn't come across as the smartest Nigerian I've ever met. Nigeria has a complex space. And like I said on the super chart in response to Jewel, Nigeria is not an Anambra state. Nigeria is a country with different nationalities embedded together because of people wanting us to be like that, and we don't get along. Essentially, we just tolerate ourselves. We don't get along. So we need someone who, like Shettima says, who has the traits of Obasanjo. I don't know about Babangida. Obasanjo. I can see what he means by Abacha, because Abacha was ruthless. We need someone like a JJ in Nigeria to wipe out all the scallywags that have messed up the country for a long time. If they don't leave, we're not going to take the country to another level. Let's come to that realization. Peter Obi is not going to win the presidency 2023. He's going to shake up the political space. He's doing that right now. People are shaking. People are scared. But the big boys already know who's going to be the next president. And whether you like it or not, you can say whatever you want to say. It's already decided. The people that one man claims own Nigeria, the cabals, they've already decided who's going to be the president of Nigeria. And I can assure you it's not going to be Peter Obi. I'm scared. I'm scared of the ramification or the aftermath of him not winning the election by his obedient followers. I think he might get extremely volatile in Nigeria next year. if he doesn't win. I'm getting a lot of feedback saying if he doesn't win, it means we've been cheated and we're not going to take it. We're going to fight for what is ours and all that. That's not the kind of language we need right now in Nigeria. We need to be united. We need to be able to work as a people so we can take our country to where it's supposed to be. The country that I knew, the country that Ajale Koko knew growing up, the country that I knew in the 70s in England and overseas. We're not there right now. We can't even pay our expense that we've loaned overseas. We can't pay off the loans. It's crazy. So that's how I see that. That's why I called in. He's the most. Yeah.
Can I
Go
ask
ahead.
you? Can I ask Chief Gomez a question, please?
Yeah,
you've been elevated.
Dr. T, how are you?
Good to hear from you, sir. Good to hear from you.
Thank you.
You mentioned earlier, because on this platform a few months ago, I made 5 lists of the reason why the obedience will complain. If one man
yes, I recall
that he will not win. That was I was doing that. That was a joking. I was jokingly just saying that, but it's kind of coming to fruition the way you're talking about it. But when you said Obi would not win, do you think it's be more of a self-inflicted based on the way it's carried himself so far, or because the past that Obi would be so strong that the people cannot overcome them? Like him losing, will it be because of the way he's carried himself on TV? And
no, that doesn't have that one's. I saw Titan right on the super chart page that he didn't represent us well on CNN, but I'm still going to be obedient. People who are loyal to him are totally loyal because he's just that kind of person. You just can't help but like him, But he doesn't. My problem is he doesn't understand the gravity. He doesn't understand the complexity of a country called Nigeria.
Let me push you further then, because you said they've already decided. So what do you think the cabal speak?
I think, and this is my opinion. I think APC don't want to relinquish power. I don't think they want to relinquish power. I think they want to hold on. They've done a terrible job. It's the worst government we've had in the last 8 years. And I have a first cousin who was part of the government, and I'm ashamed to say that. But having said that, they've been terrible. I mean, people are suffering, Babati. People are suffering in Nigeria. People are suffering because I just spoke to a lady about 2 hours ago. What they used to buy for $1,000, 1,000 naira 3 months ago is now 4,000 naira. But you spending 4,000 naira for something you used to pay 1,000 naira for, but your salary still remains the same. How can people live like that? Because of this insecurity problem, because everything, transportation is so high. It's crazy. We can't continue like this. But my concern, and I'm really scared about this, I think, and I know that Obi would not win the presidency. But I think that the people who are obedient, especially, and I'm going to sound controversial, but I'm going to say it anyway, the people from the southeast of Nigeria are not going to take your laying down, because you're just going to say that we were rigged out of this election, Obi won, and they're going to use that to blow up. I can foresee, in fact, that's going to happen.
Let me ask you a question, because we have said that on this platform before.
Yeah, we have. Yes, we have.
But do you think Obi is being irresponsible in leading them to believe that he actually stands of course, he still has to imbue confidence in them, but is he being irresponsible, letting it get this fervent, knowing full well that he's not going to win the election? Should they have managed their expectations a bit more, so to prepare them both for victory or defeat?
Yes, the language coming out of him should be more temperate in terms of we will do whatever we want to do. We're going to try our best. You need to give him that. Okay, we might not win at the end of the day, but he doesn't come across like that. He comes across as if this is a done deal. He's got the numbers. We know on this platform he does not have the numbers. I just spoke to Professor Yolasi. He's in my living room right now. I can turn the camera on. The guy who is Labour candidate, gubernatorial candidate for Abia State, is in my house right now as I'm speaking to you. They're eating stockfish and okporoko over there. So,
See if you can persuade him to do a one-on-one session with us. I'm not pressuring you, but if you can't do it, and if you can,
who's going to do a one-on-one?
This eminent person, Professor.
He's amongst about it.
Not now, but in a later date.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look into that. I'll definitely look into that.
But Peter Obis are not managing the expectation and letting these people whipping them up into a frenzy, because it's a frenzied space now. If you hear some of I'm sure you have heard, if you go to their spaces and hear how they talk, you have to be concerned, and you have to be concerned that when they say Obi doesn't win, there will be repercussions.
Well, I am concerned because it's volatile. I mean, if you go to Niger Watch now, the kind of statements they're making over there, I don't know why. I don't know why the moderators are not trying to control the utterances of their contributors, because they're saying it's going to be violent, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. I don't know why they're not saying that. They're letting them say that. And I'm always telling them violence is not what we need right now. We need to come together as a people and take our country to where we're supposed to make our country great again. You know, I don't think he's ever reached the peak that it could reach, but it was much better than it is right now. This is a joke. We don't have a country right now. It's a joke.
Woman, please, if you don't mind me, because I'm glad to have him. Just one more question, because he's a PDP man, if you don't mind.
Yes, I have a clip from Alexander. Yes. If he gives me the permission, I will play it. But yeah, it's up to you.
You can do that. You can do that.
Okay, so Chief, where do you think this wiki article that thing is going? Because
say that again. I didn't quite get that.
I was asking about the wiki versus article dichotomy in the PDP that is getting worse. Where do you think that going? Because the wiki is not backing down anytime soon, and Atiku is still maintaining his position. So where do you think that puts the party for elections?
I don't know. I know the Labour Party for a start is desperate. Hold on, guys. I think this candidate is here right now. I think he's there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you see, say a be typical Igbo man, eh?
Wazobia.
Anyway, so Labour Party desperately need, because Professor Ulasi was just telling me right now that they have 3 million votes in River State. That's huge. So Labour Party desperately needs a wiki, but I don't think that problem is going to be resolved between Wike and Atiku. I don't think it's going to resolve. I think what's his name? If Tinubu has to spend all his money in his bank accounts to make sure that Wike comes on his side, I think he'll do that. As it stands right now, I still say it, I can't see anybody defeating Tinubu because of the power of incumbency, one, and because Buhari is still the most popular politician in Nigeria today. You know, out of all the ones running right now, what's his name? Obi is the most popular, but overall, speaking in overall terms, it's still Buhari, and he's going to campaign for Tinubu, and they have the power of incumbency. So I can't see anybody winning because they want to hold on to power. Like this man, like one man says all the time, they're looking for someone to cover the tracks. They've stolen so much that they need someone to be able to hide all this money stolen. They need a government that's going to be hush about it. So I can't see Atiku winning the election. I really can't. And if he does, that's another problem, because we're going to have another 8 years of another rule. It's not fair. It doesn't make any sense. So this is where we are right now. But my major concern, why I called in, was because yesterday I tried to call in so many times I couldn't get through. What is coming out of the OB camp is concerning, and this is concerning to me because it's volatile, it's very aggressive. It's like if we don't get it, we will take our country back by force, and it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So that's my concern. But woman, I have guested. Go ahead.
Sorry, Babati. I think Alexander might well want to leave us in a moment. But before you go, I'd like to play you this clip, and I'd like your just a brief response to it. So this but I'm not going. Yes.
I'm a mommy, I'm on the beat. You dancing oruka mi. O ṣe kini lule, o ṣe keji lule, o ṣe kẹta lule. Ẹ dákun má jẹ́.
In Lagos right now. Is he gonna win? I mean, he has the numbers. Like he's very popular. If you go to Lagos and the name Gomez is very popular in Lagos. I mean, I've been to Lagos where they hear my name Gomez and he's very popular. If the election were fair, free, and transparent, he's gonna win. But I'm not gonna sit down over here and hold my breath that he's gonna win because Nigerian politics is a tough part. It's tough. So if it's free, fair, and transparent, he's taking over Bola Tinubu's wife's seat. So we're working hard. He's supposed to be here next week with with Atiku. They're coming to meet some congressmen and women here. So let's see how that goes. So that's my brother.
Are you going to Nigeria to support his campaign?
Yeah. I'm going to Nigeria in December to campaign for my brother, and that's why I told Jewel that I want to set up a meeting.
What about you going?
I'm going in December. Is this Jewel?
What? Yeah, it's Jewel. Yeah. What about you?
Yeah, I told you I'm going to be. I told you in December I'll be in Surulere. You should come to Ritalori Hotel, Surulere.
What time in December? That's what I'm saying. What time in December?
Once I confirm my ticket, I'll let you know on the show.
Because I've confirmed mine already.
Yeah. When are you going? What time are you going to be there? You're breaking up.
You're breaking up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'll still be in Lagos. I'll still be in Lagos till the 15th of December.
Oh no, I'm gonna be in Lagos. I'm gonna be in Lagos for more than a month. I'm campaigning for my big brother, so I'm gonna be there for more than a month. So when you get there, I'll be there. Even if we're just gonna meet for an hour or two, I'll be there. And I want to bring along with me a very popular politician, so you can have a one-on-one dialogue with him. Okay.
All right, there it is. So there it is. And
thank you, one man. Let me go host my before I become antisocial.
All right,
yeah.
Brilliant. So it tells you that you're already turning American. In Nigeria and in Britain, we say antisocial. In America, you say anti. I don't know.
It depends on the mood I'm in. When I'm very upset, I sound very English. When I'm happy, free, and all that, I sound American. So it depends on the mood I am in.
All right.
So God bless you. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Always a delight. So that's the chairman of the platform as designated by the Mighty Ajale Koko. So that's Alexander Gomez. So thank you, Alexander. And before we move on, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. It is Ayo availing himself of that function, only to share with us. It says, so all the record voter registration was partly due to padding the voter register the Nigerian factor plays. So yes, I did have those thoughts because if we take it just off the back of what this guy in that clip is presenting, if you're going for about 4,000 to about 44,000, then that just tells you that, you know, everything changes but remains the same. And that's always the case with everything. And by the way, it is not unique or peculiar to Hopozo Dema or his home state. No, that's the narrative. Imagine if that is going on in Imo State, imagine what is going on in the north. That is why they can tell us that Borno State has a population of 5 million, and they're declaring in excess of 1 million voters for Buhari. So everything changes but remains the same. So thank you for the super chat. So all the record voter registration was partly due to padding the voter register, the Nigerian factor. So that's Ayo availing himself of the super chat function. And Ayo still continues with the super chat. It says, dead people vote in the United States election. Also, Mickey Mouse was registered to vote in Florida. So just to tell you then that it's an international problem. So thank you for the super chat. And any and everybody else can avail themselves of the super chat function. That function not often used enough on this platform. So I'll use the super chats to highlight your comments if you'd like me to read them out, as I've just done Ayo's comments. So round off that clip that we just saw, Joel, and then for reasons of time, I'll move the conversation on to a different contributor. So Joel, back to you. All right, I think we may well have lost Joel. So thank you, Joel. Let's go on from Joel to Babati. So Babati, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir. I am ready to go.
All right, brilliant. So Babati delighting us with his company these days with a bit more regularity. So Babati, to it then, let me just start you then from that clip that Joel presented to the platform. What did you make of it? If we're taking it on face value that what was said is actually what obtains, and it's presenting plentiful in terms of what he say, the Japanese names in Imo Central, and people wearing hijab in Imo village. I mean, what is going on?
Sorry,
people born in 1900.
I missed the clip.
Did you not see this? This chap, this one. Did you see? Oh, you didn't see it when we played it?
No, I missed it.
All right, it was quite long and involved, but let me take you then to the talking points. Let me take you to where we were and to the space. Shettima, I said Tinubu will be ruthless like Sani Abacha, not friendly. This is Shettima now giving English language lessons to the Ipobians. So right. How do you conflate what is tacit turn with hospitality? So this is it, language lessons to the Ipobians.
Right, but one thing first, we all can agree that regardless of what he said or could have said, they will still have found something against him. They don't like him, they're not going to like him. So that does not change anything. But in regards to what he's actually said in that video, the reality is that we need somebody very tough, not very brutal, but very tough as Abacha in Nigeria, that can actually look anybody. You know, I told you I can look OBJ in the eyes and say, "Okay, go and sit down. We are doing this, and if you don't behave, I'll put you in jail." That's what we need in office. So that would be as far as I would go with the Abacha comparison, or But anything beyond that, it was. But also as a politician as well, maybe we should look at who was he even talking to in that was it APC members he was speaking to, or was just the
No, it was at the Yoruba tennis club in Ikoyi. So he was essentially speaking to the great and the group, or the great and the good within the Lagos space, and it was just like banter, sort of,
right?
Boys club, doing a fair. You know what we mean by what?
Like what happened to Mitt Romney when he was talking about binders of women. So, but he was speaking to rich. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, somebody leaked that video, so it wasn't meant for public consumption, obviously. So, but that was quite unfortunate that people they took it that way. I don't think he meant it that way. That we're looking for another ABACHA brutal leader. I don't think that's what he meant to say. But IPOB.
I don't even think how anybody can conflate that he did mean that. Somebody that is aspiring to be the vice president of Nigeria, knowing how much ABACHA was detested within Nigeria, then telling you that when I come into office, you get this. It's a reach to that space to say that is what it means.
Yeah,
it's just ludicrous.
That was a little bit of a stretch. That was a little bit, but to speak to what Mr. Chief Gomez said earlier, when he talked about the increased violence from the Ipobians online and what they're beginning to see on the ground in Nigeria. One man, like I said earlier, I was just joking about it a few months ago. Remember my 5 list now? And I said number 1 would be that they would say it was rigged. I was actually joking about that back then. But to be honest with you now, I'm really, really worried. Like Chief Gomez said, I'm really, really concerned that we might have Python dance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. After when Obi loses, by the way, we might have a case of massive riots, and destruction in that country. And I'm actually
especially in the southeast,
right? So, and coupled with the fact that you still have Nnamdi Kanu in prison, that would trigger a lot of of ethnic sentiments, and that would not work well for Nigeria. So it's a very tough. Peter Obi needs to do a better job at managing the expectation, like you said earlier. He needs to do a better job, even though he wants to win. But if you don't win, your concession speech.
Babati, can I interject a bit? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Did you watch the Shettima video?
Yeah, I saw the video. Yeah,
we saw a clip. We saw a clip.
It wasn't. Yeah.
Land that point, and then I'll play the clip. It's just 1 minute.
Shettima wasn't praising all those presidents. He just used their bad side to address the problem we are having today. As ABACHA dealt with Nigerians then, he said he would use Tinubu will use that thing to deal with the unknown non-governmental. Yes, so he wasn't even praising them. Babati, what I think is people don't listen, they don't open their hearts to listen to somebody that they have detest. If you detest Shettima, there is nothing Shettima will say. You will find fault in it. I just want to point that out. He wasn't even praising them. He wasn't praising those ex-presidents. He wasn't. That is just my submission, Babati.
Thank you, Thomas. And Thomas, if you have the full clip of that thing, you can drop it to me. But carry on, Babati here.
Yes, that was what I was saying. That they already have their minds made up about Shettima, and so this is a little bit multifaceted. There's that religious component I spoke of a few months back as well, and Joyce spoke about how Tinubu picking somebody from the north was because he was a religious bigot. I'm like, no, Tinubu is not that religious. Everybody knows he's not that religious. It was more of a political move, but it's not the woman. I'm not really worried about reality anymore, woman. I'm worried about their perception in the southeast and the Ipobians, that because it's way too skewed off the rails. Normally when people disagree with you on issues, they go slightly off the rail, right? But when it comes to this people,
please, one man, can I interject, please? For 1 second, please.
Coming. You've changed your name, but coming. Is that Kingiwa, or did you used to have another name? But carry on. Yeah.
Kingiwa.
No. I thought you sounded like somebody else, but no, don't worry. Carry on. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So the way you are talking, you are saying that Peter Obi should be talking in a defeatist manner. When he's when somebody is coming when somebody is campaigning to win an election, you want him to be talking down his chances?
No,
Not
nobody.
talking like somebody who wants to win. Is that what you're
Nobody said
saying?
that.
Because I don't understand what you're saying.
Let me rephrase what I said. I said Mr. Gomez spoke about expectation earlier. And I'm saying that expectation is coupled with their perception of reality. And I was wait, let me finish.
Okay.
I was about to say that his concession speech will matter a lot. So that when he loses, how he gives that concession speech will matter a lot because it will save lives. Is what I was alluding to. Not that no, that he should go and say, no. I'm saying after he has lost is what I was saying. Not now. Don't get me wrong.
I'm happy the way you are saying when he loses because you
I don't want to do
okay, no, that's fine. And the way Mr. Gomez spoke, he was already sure he was going to lose. Now, the way Mr. Gomez spoke, it's very obvious that the APC are going to put their thumb on the scale. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you are saying that if that is the case, that the man does not lose the election genuinely, if it's not a free and fair election, he should go ahead and just say, well, no problem. Everything should just continue. The people should continue to suffer. No problem. You should just accept it like that. Even if it's rigged, everything's just accept it like that.
No. Once again, let me rephrase that. Maybe you didn't hear me. What he's saying is he's speaking from the powers that be's point of view. People that the men behind the curtains in Nigeria.
Yeah, I understand.
The very made up
I address where yes. Sorry, hold on, Nijalokon.
Okay.
Babati, address where Nijalokon wants you to be. Is asking if the election was rigged and it is obviously rigged, and Peter Obi then does not lose. Are you still expecting him to be conciliatory in his to make a conciliatory statement? Is that what you were saying, Nijalokon?
Okay, like if we have evidence that he won and it was clearly cheated, and you should still say that, right? Should I want that? No. If he clearly won and there's evidence that it was skewed, then of course he should protest and go to court. But what I'm saying, I'm speaking to more of their perception of the reality on ground. That as of now, the numbers are not there. Maybe in May we might have the numbers, but I'm saying that as of now we don't have the numbers. So if he loses based on what we have now, then
I will correct. Sorry for interjecting. I will correct the impression that they don't have the numbers because nobody knows what the numbers are. Okay, so we're all making an assumption. You are making an assumption that he doesn't have the numbers. It's also possible that somebody on the other side, on the P2B space, will be saying that he has the numbers. You are saying he doesn't have the numbers. Somebody who is looking on the other side, who is positive on the other side, will be saying we have the numbers. So it depends on how you want to look at it. You can say he doesn't have the numbers from your own perspective.
No, it's not.
Somebody else on the other side will be saying we have the numbers. So until the election is done, and that's what I'm saying, everything boils down to the election. When the election is done and it is free and fair, and P2B loses, then I will expect him to be the big man and say, well, it was free and fair, and based on that, I will say let's everybody accept it.
Right.
But if it's not free and fair, and all these shenanigans we're seeing is what is happening, then maybe it's to your tents, oh Israel, because you cannot just say he's going to accept whatever happens.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Babati.
You're going with this. This is very important.
Yeah. Carry on.
This is very important. What I'm saying is that the way you're sounding and some of this, regardless of what happens, anyways, they are going to sound that way, anyways. So in their mind, he better win. It's more of a threat as opposed to fact. Is what I'm speaking to. Their mind's already made that he's going to win. Like you said clearly, Nigeria, that if he wins, right? I think you give that option, right, of winning or losing, right? But his fans are like he's going to win. That's a very huge difference between what you are saying and what his fans are saying. They are thinking that he's going to win. So in their minds, he better win or else we will cause wahala. Is the issue here?
Let me ask you a question, Nijalokon. If Peter Obi, if he was rigged out of the elections, should he burn down the country?
He single-handedly cannot burn down the country.
Well, he can.
But I would say that he should not just accept it. If he has to, because that means that the people who have destroyed the country, they want to perpetuate themselves in power. And that cannot be right. That cannot be right. We can't see something that is wrong, something that happens in other countries, and we criticize it. We can't just accept it and say, well, because the country, if this is how Nigeria is going to reach the point where what happened in other countries, like Philippines and other that we'll talk about, if this is the point that this is going to happen in Nigeria, where it's a revolution that we can get away, because Mr. Gomez made a very good point. Until we rid ourselves of these people who have put their proverbial knees on the neck of Nigeria, until we rid ourselves of these people, the country is not going to move forward. So,
all right, let me ask you another question.
This is the problem.
Let me ask you another question, Ajalokon. If the election was rigged, maybe not rigged against Peter Obi, maybe rigged against Peter Obi, but if the election was rigged, how should Peter Obi manage his followership in that phase? How should they manage his followership?
Left to me, if it is rigged and it is clear it's rigged, he should just form a government in whatever, form his own government.
Wow. So then you are saying he should burn down the country.
No,
we have to,
oh my goodness.
Hold on, Thomas, please.
We have to rid ourselves of these people. We have to rid ourselves of these people.
Wait, let me reply you. Let me reply you. Remember, maybe you were new here, but I have always said, because you said that we cannot continue like this, and we spoke of the influence of cultural and religious alliance that people have with their politicians, that people that are torturing them, like you said. I agree with that. The people are with their oppressors, and until the people themselves can stand up mass across ethnic lines, because the so-called revolution cannot be seen as tribal in nature. If that revolution is very tribal, then it will not work. But as of now, there's no evidence that we can have a multi-tribal revolution where we can have the change you speak of. Now, when you speak of him for forming a parallel government or a shadow government, is speaking to what I was talking about earlier, that in the minds of the average OB voter, OB supporter is already won. And anything contrary to that will lead to violence, which is not realistic, is the issue here. At least you need to have him finish. Let's wait to May 3rd. I'm saying that right now.
Let's wait.
But I'm saying that right now, the APC and the PDP are still the two leading candidates. Now, if anything changes in May, then we can have that discussion. But you cannot come here and say that he should form his own government on the side. You cannot be that violent. That will not end well. And that will not be good for the country. Be fair. That is a very dangerous thing to say. It's a very dangerous thing to say. You can't.
No, that's an invitation to burn down the country.
It's a very dangerous thing.
I agree, but how do you get them out? How do you get them out?
By burning down the country?
How do you get them out then? Tell me how you get them out.
Who suffer? No. Who suffer that?
Okay, so how do you get them out then? You tell me how you get them out.
I said that. Listen to me. I've said that we need to get over our cultural and religious biases. That is the only way. Until then, we will still be where we are. Until we can figure that problem out.
Because bear in mind, Nijalokon, if the election was rigged, it doesn't mean necessarily that Peter Obi would have won. Because if it is rigged, then then 18 other people are disadvantaged by that rigging. Because rigging the election is not rigging it against Peter Obi, it's rigging it against the electorate.
But Mr. One Man, what I'm saying, where he form a government, if he won, obviously, if he didn't win, I will not expect him to form a government.
No, there's no way to establish that he would have won if the election was rigged.
Okay, if he wins, then how else do you get these people out of? I don't know how else you do it, because these people are not prepared to leave.
I just told you, Nigeria, that revolution cannot be seen as tribal in nature. Listen to what I'm saying.
Why do you keep saying tribal? If he wins,
because
he would have got votes. He would have got votes from everywhere. He can't win by only getting votes from the southeast.
As of right now,
Babati, can I just say this, please? Babati, one second.
You say that at Thomas, and then we move on for time.
Yeah. Najalo Khan, do you know you are sounding even more desperate more than Tinubu now?
I'm not desperate. I'm saying that if he loses,
no, my brother, let me finish. Let me finish. Can you please let me finish?
Hold on, Thomas. You accused him now, but go on.
No. One man.
I'm saying if he loses, he should accept it. I've just said that. If he loses, he should accept it.
But if Obi loses, he goes to the he's going to form government IV. So Obi will not lose. He's going to form his own government if he loses. But Tinubu should accept.
If he wins,
you're being funny here. Come on. You're being funny.
Government. If he wins.
Okay, let Thomas put that question to you, Nigel. So Thomas, to you. Thomas.
Oh yes, please. What I want to ask you, I'm here, one man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Carry on.
What I'm saying now is no problem. You are sounding more even desperate than the other politician now. If Obi loses the election, they rig the election. How do we know that they rig the election for him? If he didn't win, he lost. And as one man rightly said earlier on, if they rig the election for anybody, even for Shore, for anybody, the other candidate too, they will be affected. It's not only Obi. So you said he should go and form his government. Brother, come on. You don't say that. It's just like you want to burn down the country.
No, please understand what I'm saying. I said if it's clear that Obi won the election and it's taken from him. I didn't say that if Obi loses the election and maybe it was rigged away from Atiku or rigged away from Showere, that he should form government. I didn't say that though. I'm saying that if it is clear that Obi is going to win the election and they decide to take it away from him,
how do you know? How do we know that he win the election?
We will know by May. It will be clear who is going to win. By May, it will be clear.
Wait. Let me just say this real quick.
It will be clear by May. You will see.
The courts have to decide who wins. So if he goes to court and he loses, so what do you then say then? If he goes to court and loses, so what does he do?
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, come in, Ajaleko.
I think Emilokon, what he's saying, if you guys listen to him clearly, you can understand what his position. He said if he look clearly that Obi is winning and they decide to rig it or maybe took it away from him, then there's going to be a problem. And I think he's right. So why he's right is this.
Hello?
Are you there?
Abiola election.
Okay, go ahead.
Abiola election was not declared, but we knew that he won because all the agents had the result, the copy of the result. So it wasn't announced, but we knew he won. So if that should happen in Obi's situation, then there's going to be a problem in that country. A lot of people did, the person that might even be in the lead of this fight could be Shore. That this is an injustice, you cannot do it. And Afenifere and the other will jump into this, and some other people will jump into it. That no, you cannot do this.
Okay, sorry.
So that is what that's the way I can understand.
Thank you.
I can interpret what he's saying.
Let me reply.
Wait.
Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Listen. Nobody is disagreeing with what you just said. What I'm saying is that what they are saying is that he is going to win. And they know for sure that he's going to win. And anything away from that will be regarded as, in their mind, Obi will not lose. I'm saying that at least wait to May 1st before you come with that kind of attitude, is my position. Obi can lose.
I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one.
So you as a local, at least you're saying that he might lose, but his fan base in their minds, Obi is going to win regardless, which is a very dangerous position to take. because if he loses now, you now say it was. Remember, I said they say that it was rigged a few months ago on this platform. See what's happening now. You have to give it time first. Wait until May. Then if he loses and goes to court, and you can say, oh, maybe it was rigged, but you cannot say that, oh, Obi's already won, no, and anything against that we burn the country down. You can't say that now. You can't do that. People will die.
My friend, if you listen to what this our big brother was saying, this Mr. Gomez, if you listen to what he was saying, it's very obvious from what he was saying that the powers that be, if he's right, because I don't want to say everybody he's right. I don't want to say he's 100% right. But if he's right, what he's saying, they've already know where they're going. That means that they want
to rig it. The rigging is speaking of.
That means they want to rig it.
Wait. The rigging is speaking of, regardless of their rigging, Obi will snap one. What he's speaking of is not about Obi winning. It's about between the big two, they've already picked who they want. Obi's not going to win regardless of them rigging or not. Their rigging is more of the big boys. It's not rigging against Obi. It's not about Obi. Okay, that's kind of like where is that right now?
All right, let's get it back on topic for reasons of time. You were speaking on the Shettima commentary that has taken,
yeah. Oh, but good to have you, Nigeria, look on for bringing that. But back to what Shettima said, I think that you need to be more careful because we are hitting up the polity right now. It's getting more dangerous. You're getting all these tribal, religious comments. And if care is not taken in that country, hopefully we're still standing as a nation after May 29th. Let me just keep it that way for now. We'll move on to the next.
All right, Braden. Before we go on to the next topic, let me present you this the riddle that Alexander Gomez has sent to the platform. So he wants you then to unravel this here. So the main person, this is real time from the mansion of Alexander Gomez. So this is the goings on in Alexander Gomez's house as we speak. But what he's inviting you to guess is the main character in this clip. So this is what Alexander sent in.
Governorship candidate of Labour Party United States. So that's I'm very happy to be here and to be hosted. Is a rare honor and privilege to be hosted here. I believe there will be a lot of time to discuss.
So that's the governorship candidate of the Labour Party in Abia State. But who is he? Is the question Mr. Gomez is asking you. So that's do you want to have a stab at it?
I've never heard of him. I'm not even going to take a wild guess, but I wish him luck. He seems very calm and very sincere. In all honesty, in the Senate climate, like the Nigeria that Locon wants, that should be the kind of people that you should want in office, not the Agbero, the FFK and all those people on TV making fun of them. That is the real. But we speak of the reality of the Nigerian space. We have one man. I believe that you don't like article necessarily now. It's not because, but that's you are picking not because you like it necessarily, because that is just you have. So it seems very genuine to me, very soft spoken. I would like to study no more about him. If you have his name, I can look him up and watch his videos and come back to you and give you more things about him. But I don't know much about him for now.
All right, no doubt Alexander will come and tell us who he is, and if it's worthy of it, then we'll see if Alexander can use his influence. Because we want to be doing like one-on-one sessions with people that are in play. I do try to reach out to them, but I'm not quite sure. They come and have a look and they say these people are just too wild and insane. But let's have some wildness and insanity on this next talking point. Southeast Nigeria residents are tired of being IPOB slaves. It's shackles and sit-at-home orders. So this is Femi Adesina reporting back from Malam Buhari's visit to Imo State, where he said he was received with warmth. So now we revisit that space again, the sit-at-home, and the just how it is weighing heavily upon that space. So do you agree with Adesina?
Yeah, I mean, in that space they are divided. You know, they really want Obi to win, but in their heart of hearts, they still want Biafra. You will see the transition from Biafra to Obi, and if when Obi loses, by the way, you will see they will go back to their Biafra chant. You know, the old thing before. So I think they're tired of it. I agree with them. It's frustrating that you are losing money, economic. I mean, people are closing shops for one day. That's millions of naira every week being lost because you are protesting for somebody in jail. You know, but is it worth the price? I don't think so. And you have one of your sons running for office, so they have to decide where they want to be. If you are solely for Biafra Nation, go for it. But if you have a chance at becoming the head of the country, then go all out. But you cannot be stopping people from running their business. You know, it's unfair to them. It's unfair. Even I am tired of hearing about it, one man. That's how bad it is.
Yes, it's I thought they stopped it, but alas, no.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that they still come on. Don't put them in that economic bind. They have to pay rent for their shops now. They have to move goods and services up and down, right? So don't put them in that kind of where they have to now cut costs because you are doing it at home. That is unfair. It's really unfair.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So brilliant. Well put. Just a brief commentary then on the allegations of Reno Omokri being somewhat a shirt lifter. So the shirt lifter from the Greeks, so a queer character in more ways than one.
Woman. I am a proud metrosexual.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I do. Let me see. I do my manicure, my pedicure, my facial.
My God.
And I'm a man. So yes. Yeah, I do manicure, pedicure. I used to date the model back in college, so she used to give me all this skin stuff, and I still do that. I still do facials today.
Why would you do that?
Facials. I do my my nail. No, I go to I look good. What's the problem?
Do you not have a nail clipper? It's only £1. You can get one for £1.
No. I do massages. I do manicure, pedicure, facials. Yeah. Why not? You look good, man. I look good with it. So your skin looks fresh and soft and younger. Yeah.
Why do you want your skin to look fresh and soft?
No, I have beard.
You're a married man.
I have beard. You know, my wife loves it. I mean, the ladies love it. So you just look good. You feel good. I mean.
California and baby.
Oh no,
woman, I've been suspecting Babati. I've been suspecting him.
I'm married with 3 kids. I'm married with 3 kids.
There's this concept in America that they call down low men or
no.
Are you? Don't say that in public or that you are doing pedicure, manicure.
Do you know why? I can't be down low. I'm an Egba man, and we have a reputation with women, so that would not have.
Even Alexander Gomez is a lamb. You don't get more posh than Alexander Gomez, and it's a lamb.
What did you say?
It just puts your name in capital letter with the exclamation marks that are Kilode. Look at that. My God.
I work out.
I'm sure you're trolling anyway. You don't slang like the type that would. I'm sure Reno Omokri does all that, but
no. I'm not all that footy dancing stuff. But when it comes to because my girl in college was a model, so she used to we used to hang out and she used to have all this stuff for stuff. She's like, oh, this is what guys put that they lose stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, so I do that once in a while. I'm not obsessed with it.
I've never really understood other than to use cocoa butter to rub yourself down when you have a bath for reasons of dry skin. Anyway,
no.
I don't know. It's a different world.
I have my moisturizer and all that stuff. Oh, for the face, all that stuff now. I use it every night now, and I do the stuff. Yeah, come on. Why are you surprised now?
It's not. It's just. It's not. It's not our culture, is it? It's not our culture. Is it really?
No, you gotta look good, smell good. For me, because from back in college, I'm a cologne guy. I have like almost 20 to 30,000 like cologne. Any cologne you have, I got it. So
you don't paint your nails as well, do you?
No.
Okay.
That one is too much. No, I don't.
All right.
Don't do that one. That's too much.
There's a snooker player in this country that does that. Ronnie O'Sullivan. It's a different world. Anyway.
But woman, do you know what's funny enough? I'm meeting more and more Nigerians that are playing the other side of the fence, if you know what I mean.
Yes, that's really.
It's very because their parents are very heartbroken when they talk to me, like not like grown ups, so like kids that want to transition and do all this kind of stuff. And it's very hard for a Nigerian Igbo parent to be like, it's very hard for them to adjust to that reality that they don't have control over. You say, do you have all these pastors that you can pray that demon away from them? I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you should see a therapist or something. But it's very hard for them to.
You see, even Becca Ortiz is alarmed. He says,
What is alarmed about?
It says, Babanla womanizer cologne.
I have anything, even all the pheromones. I have all the pheromones.
Which one is that one?
Pheromone is like natural. If you want girls to just touch you every time, put the pheromone on with a 0.20 scent on it. Girls will be chasing you. It's a natural.
It looks as though you are making a career out of it.
No.
A career?
I'm a mixer though. I mix pheromones and cologne. So if you depending on your body type. So if you put pheromones, just Google it now. Put pheromones on your body now. Women will chase you. It's there. You just add some pheromones on you. Google it now.
Pheromones. Look at that.
Because
you better stop talking. People are starting to see you in a different light, though.
No.
You thought you were butch and gruff and ready to throw the first punch, and Can you even get into a fight anymore? Can you get into a fight?
No. I still live weight, but not like before anymore. I'm just to maintain, tone down, but not before. Before I used to like do that gym and stuff, but now, man, once you're married with kids, man, it's hard to be lifting anything, Gary.
Oh my God!
Why are people still alarmed by what is going on in the comment section?
No. It's a mixed bag. I think Kulata is one of your pheromone friends. I think it's a pheromone too. So whatever it is.
My guy, dude, they don't know that they're using the idea
what is wrong with that? I told my mom to bring some. I told her to bring Oshedudu and all of this kind of things. I'm not. Oshedudu is better than all this. Whatever it is.
Body wash, body wash. Yeah. You're supposed to do your body wash, brush your, do all this stuff.
Anyway, I don't know. I recoil from the idea of male grooming. It's just not something that it's not.
Woman, you must shave everything, though. Shave clean, Don't have anything, Shave everything, No,
don't worry about that. No. I think let me show you this. I think is it a Luddite that you call someone like me? Because I thought we were all together in what defines masculinity. But let me show you this. This is still from Shea Gomez, and this is Alexander's table. Look at that. Unbelievable.
Nice. Who is this?
This is Mr. Gomez.
Man, that's my dude. That's my uncle right there. He gets it. He gets it. As a guy, you must have at least 5 to 10 at least 5. You must have oil.
You guys are from another planet. Babati, you are from another planet. Come on. Really?
Come on, you must have oil base now. To my last long galare.
Look at that.
I mean, come on, girls, for you to
pheromones and pheromones are unbelievable.
The way you smell matters. So the way you smell, you dress nice. You say, "How you doing, baby? How you doing? My name is."
How many times do you shower in a day? 3 times?
No, twice. Yeah, twice.
Ah, come on.
Twice now. You must. This is normal stuff now. Why am I feel like a loner here? You need to get shower twice a day. You brush twice a day now. What is strange in that?
I don't know. It's
you don't shower. No, wait. You don't shower twice a day. Seriously.
Well, it depends. If you're tired, then maybe you shower to go to bed.
It's not about tired anything. At nighttime you must. If you do like a bubble bath, bubble bath, with some wine.
So, my God, settle down. Are you Bobrisky? What is going on here? What is going on? Bubble bath. What is going on there? Let's escape Babate quickly before we feel the need to change his name to look at that. And all these Americans, man, are unbelievable people.
Some red wine in the bubble bath, some red wine with some music, jazz music at night, with your lady, keep it sexy.
No, that's different. But that's different now. That's a different scenario than from you just deliberately preparing a bubble bath for yourself. But I don't know. Look at this. Look at it's being told off. Whoever is telling you off is right to tell you off. Let's escape Babate quickly before we get to. I'm sure Ajanle Koko is just it doesn't know what to even make of what he's hearing. But let's escape quickly and go in the direction of Emiloko, who joins us. So Emiloko, if you're ready to go.
Hello, yeah, I'm ready.
All right, brilliant. So to it then, and to the conversation. This now what's meant to be a casual speech by Shettima. So he's at that speech describing all the attributes that Tinubu embodies from all of the past leaders of Nigeria. So it takes attributes from Obasanjo, from Babangida, from everybody, and then he also takes attributes from Abacha. But then this is where it seems to have somewhat gone askew, somewhat, because I'm not quite sure if people need language lessons. But he was saying that Abacha that Tinubu exhibits the taciturnity. He exhibits the taciturnity of Abacha, which is a form of stoicism and ruthlessness. But then, of course, when the usual quarters, when they got hold of it, they said it was hospitality. So let me just give you a 1-minute play of what he said exactly, so we're clear on what he said. This is, and listen carefully, because it is quite clear what he said, and it sounds nothing in his accent and like hospitality, and also what he said, the word itself, it bears no relation to hospitality. So quite how they pivoted it. Listen to this.
The work ethics and broad-mindedness of an Olusegun Obasanjo. We need a leader that has the adroitness, the situational pragmatism, and understanding of the Nigerian sociology, the Maradonic skills of an Ibrahim Babangida. We need a leader with the presence and sense of responsibility and commitment, and somebody who understands the national psyche and mood of the nation, Oban Abdul Salami Abubakar. And in applicable circumstances, we need a leader with a dose of ruthlessness and taciturnity of Sani Abacha. Leaders, nice men do not make leaders.
So it was quite clear with the prevailing present circumstances, we need a man with the ruthlessness and taciturnity of Abacha. It's not any clearer than that, but alas, when they got hold of it, So the guy now having to give them English language, the people from the here. So to that, Emelokon.
One man.
Yeah.
Do you like that very characterization? The
I delight. Yes.
Ruthlessness and taciturnity.
Yes.
You like that one?
Did you hear? Did you hear how he prefixed it?
I understand. You know what he was saying.
Please, who is talking? I should be the one talking.
Hold on, Emiloko. Yeah.
I understand what he was trying to make out, but the only characterization I like there is the one of Obasanjo.
Right.
You know, then when he used Abacha and said ruthlessness and taciturnity, you know,
yeah,
I don't think I like that characterization.
Is that not what is needed for the insurgency space?
But people will refer you to characterizing this quality exactly as what Buhari has right now, because Buhari has that ruthlessness and taciturnity.
Yeah, but Buhari does not embody all of the other attributes that he adds to the Tinubu mix. So it is all of those other attributes that balances the ruthlessness and taciturnity.
I think ruthlessness is it connotes something that is very draconian.
And it only depends on how you've chosen to interpret it. All right. Back to Emilokon. I thought Saki Father was wanted to push that a little bit. But back to Emilokon.
All right. Well, I think people should try and listen well so that they can debate on facts and not based on sentiments and prejudice. So I guess people responded based on prejudice. You know, there's this odd feeling about Kashim Shettima. So everything he says now gets to the negative side of people most of the time. And he too, being a very funny and jivey guy, he tends to poke that side of people by doing things that, you know, you question what are you trying to do. You sometimes you may even want to define it as being not presidential in some way like that. But some people tend to appreciate it as being tactful and wise. So, well, but to me as a person, I would say that what history does Abacha has with Nigeria? That history is already engulfed in corruption and several killings. It was in that same story that we had the death of MK Abiola, the wife, you know, people with value in the Yoruba land, and in the South in general. So he needs to play wisdom. It is not everything you try to score points with. In my own opinion, it is not everything you try to score points with. There are some things you should leave above and play to the unity of the nation. You play to the forwardness of the nation. So you don't just score points with everything and every way you want to score points with, because it doesn't show that you are a leader that people can look up to. Because when you try to score your point, that is just like selfishness to me. So I do not appreciate what he did there. Even though he's trying, he could have used some other persons, or he could have just gone straight to those characters and you know, to those characteristics and explain without naming names. But when you begin to name names that people have sentiments for, then it's not like you are pricking their emotions and you don't want them to react. This is politics and this is God. People look up to you one way or the other, and that is what you're portraying. For you to be the vice president of the nation, you have to portray yourself as somebody who is reasonable and who is accommodating enough for everybody, no matter their biased mindset. So I don't appreciate what he did there. He could have as well done.
Are you saying that the person that Shettima described is not the person that Nigeria needs?
It is not a matter of the person that Nigeria needs. It is the way we know what we need, but you describe it in an acceptable manner. Not that because you want
but
to.
Is that not a relatable manner?
It is not relatable. Mentioning Abacha in that regard, it is not. We are still receiving Abacha's money till now. What kind of taciturnity is it talking about? Look, there are a lot of things that people are emotional about. You don't play to that emotions. But that is what he's doing. The same way he did by putting on his sneakers on suit and talking that he intentionally did it that way. Come, these are national issues. You don't come to poke people unnecessarily.
Do you think the insurgency space, it needs ABACHA level sort of ruthlessness to go after it frontally?
One man. We all know that the insurgency space needs ruthlessness. It doesn't have to be ABACHA's ruthlessness. It needs ruthlessness. Is ABACHA the definition of ruthlessness in Nigeria?
Yeah, but does it not bring it to life in the Nigerian?
I do not agree with that. I do not agree with that. You can't tell me that ABACHA is the definition of ruthlessness. No.
It's not the definition of ruthlessness, but it's relatability, isn't it? Is it not relatable when...
It is not smart to relate something like that, one man. It is not in any way. You have to look at the emotions of people. Generally, nobody accepts ABACHA except those who have benefited from that era. Nobody accepts ABACHA on the normal populist level. So you don't. But you know Shettima, and woman, that is why I want to. We need to separate someone who is playing smart than someone who is trying to be wise here. Shettima he's a smart guy, yes, but that's not wisdom. For somebody that people should look up to as a leader, there are some things you don't. You let it go. You let it go. You don't need it to score points in unnecessary points. You can say we need ruthlessness. Yes, you don't need to mention ABACHA in that regard. Is ABACHA in the good books of this nation? We need to say the fact.
Do you think someone like
Sorry, carry on, Emiloko.
Oh, I thought so. So anyway, that in my own opinion, I appreciate the fact that he highlighted the characteristics of what we need in a leader. But I don't appreciate the fact that he is speaking names, especially names that are not in the good book of nation. He's simply trying to play on their emotions, which I know he knows that it will generate such a level of conversation amongst people, and that's why he chose to say it. But for me as a person, rather, there are some things you don't need to score points with. You make your points, score the right points, and let us go. That's it, in my opinion.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, Femi Adesina speaking to the endless sit-at-homes and repression of the Southeast by the Ipobians. Southeast Nigeria residents are tired of being IPOB slaves. So, do you understand why he's saying this, and do you agree with the expression?
I understand, and as I understand why he said that, and as a neutral person, somebody who is simply looking from, as just an observer, I think the Southeasterners need to wake up and really live their lives. They shouldn't let a small amount of people begin to make major decisions for them that hurt them, but they just can't talk. So they need to work it out properly and live their life. And there are better ways to make such decisions, to act and to show their grievance, or to make their intentions known, that this particular way, this sit at home of the thing, it doesn't make sense. But well, if they are the ones who feel the pain and the grudge, that's how I would have, I accept the fact that the Igbo people on the platform really took time to go against it, and to make their stand that they are not really in favor of that. I think it is high time that they stood up for themselves, and also the government stood up for them as well, and make sure that this doesn't happen again. Nnamdi Kanu is one person, of course. I know he's a hero to them, and but it can't just continue to go like this. There are better ways to support him than punishing themselves, punishing the economy in that regard. It doesn't make sense. And I know a lot of them don't even want to do the sit-at-homes again, but for the fear of killings and death, they just can't make the brave decision to go out on those days. So I appreciate what Femi Adesina says, and I hope that the Igbos will rise up to that occasion and stand for themselves.
Did you see the Peter BCNN interview that we played earlier on?
Yes. I also made some contributions to that time. But
yes.
To say the point once again, I support Peter Obi, and everybody knows that on this platform. But I was disappointed in that interview. For that interview, I was really, really disappointed, because I believe that he should have been trained Because this interview, this wasn't the first time it was scheduled. It was rescheduled because they couldn't make it the first time. So I believe that there should be a level of what do you call what do you call it now? A level of preparedness. You get the point. There should be a level of preparation that would have gone into that interview, so that he would come out and say the things that he is meant to say. You get the point. But you can't just come again on the same platform. You had the platform with channels, you had the platform with Adiola, you had the platform with CNN. People will say, but other people are not talking. Yes, because other people are not going out to talk. So, but he's the one that is talking now, and people want to hear him because people are putting faith in him as well. So he needs to talk well. You can't just be coming and telling us the same thing we've known, and you're not giving us at least 1-2 points to show that we have concrete information. You don't have to give us everything, but you must give us points. Oh, this is what I think we can do in this regard. This is what I look forward to do 1 and 2. You get the point. So you don't just have to keep everything on the surface without some deep cuts. So I do not appreciate that interview, and I do not, sincerely. I hope that his team listen to this. I hope that they prepare properly, because right now, and he's the one that always says that we should not ask for manifestos, that we should look for the people that is his own manifesto, that he says the things that he believes in. But apparently, what can I hold on to now with what you've been saying? Nothing. So I do not appreciate that. I think that's
so some people argue that he's trying to play the part or cut the image of a practical politician who is not really long on rhetoric, but more to the substance of the like sort of a fire shade type person, stomach infrastructure, more grassroots sort of Is that how it's coming across, or is it just coming across as not having a real grasp of what it needs to understand?
Woman, that to me, that's just the fact. The letter is what I choose to believe, because if you look at the way it's coming for, maybe the grassroots politicking worked well with Anambra. I don't really know about that, but for the Nigerian space as a whole, it came to that. It came on the platform of information. You get the point. While it began to become popular through the platform. You get the point where you begin to dish out all these figures and people feel, oh, this guy knows the problem. But now, as at that time, everybody didn't really care, because he's just also like an ordinary citizen. Everybody needs to know the problem. But now that he has come up to say, I want to be the president, then the question will be that, what do you want to do to these problems? You get the point. So he should not have answers. You can't tell me you are studying. Okay, now you told me you traveled to Egypt to go and learn what then with respect to electricity. You can't just tell me you travel to Egypt to go and see what they are doing now. How do you want to implement it here? What do you want to implement? At least 1-2 things we need to know. You get the point. So you want to make sure that the North, they are into agriculture. Fine and good. How? What are the things? What are the present challenges with agriculture in the North? They've been farming in the North, okay, maybe for security issues. Yeah, you work with security. How do you intend that you make sure that what they are farming there, they transport to open spaces, to more populated spaces, and sell with ease? All these modalities need to be put in place, and he needs to be saying all of these things. We don't need the fact and figures of them. We just need him to have a broad scope, an overview of those things, a map. And these are the things that you just discussed. This is what we are going to work on in the first 4 years. This is what we're looking forward to do. If I become the president, this is what, all those things that make people feel like, yes, this man is what we're looking for. But you don't just come again and reiterate the problems. You've been saying it all over and all over again. After how many times? I wasn't.
It's not I probably would do a better job than Peter. I can even give him an agricultural policy just off the top of my head. Let me take you to a different space. Let me take you to this space. Sorry, I had it on my screen just now. So it's essentially the gas deal that Nigeria is signing to pipe gas all the way through Morocco to try and take it to Europe. But in itself, it might seem like an excellent plan, but the only concern is that this space is being championed by Buhari and the Fulani. So do you think Nigeria would get any benefit of the part of this deal? But the Fulanis and the Arabs cutting a deal on behalf of Nigeria?
Yeah, one man, I think so. Even though if it's Buhari and whatever, I believe that they won't last that long. So I think it will be incumbent on the next administration to fine tune those that opportunity properly. I saw the map recently how they plan to to export uh, gas from Nigeria and some other West African countries to North Africa, which will be the final destination, I think, Europe. So it looks like a good business deal if all things, all conditions are maintained the way they should be maintained. So it looks like a good business deal, and I hope that from the dollars we're fetching from there or whatever currency we're fetching from there, we'll be able to use it to develop ourselves within ourselves, and that money wouldn't be consumed, embezzled. So if that won't be done, I think it's a good deal, and I hope that eventually too, that Nigerians can benefit from that. From one man, do you know the amount of gas reserve that we have in Nigeria?
Even the amount that we have wasted, they were flaring it for decades and decades.
That is associated gas with oil drilling. We still have gas reserves on its own that has no oil at all. And you can never imagine that we don't have gas connects within the system. We don't even, gas should be a very, gas should be a popular commodity in Nigeria that everybody should be using. But we just try to it is just the wickedness. It is wicked that these things just go and we suffer for it. Gas should be everywhere. So I hope that eventually Nigerians can benefit from that process. But it's a good thing because actually we have it more than enough. Over 3 trillion cubic feet of gas on reserve, unassociated gas reserve. It's a lot. So we have more than enough that we should start making gains from. I hope that that money wouldn't be embezzled. It should be used judiciously for Nigeria to grow forward. So if that is done, fine and good.
All right, brilliant. And finally, to this space, Tinubu won't Islamize Nigeria. Wife is a senior pastor at Redeemed Church. It's still Shettima. So revisiting then that Muslim ticket space and concerns then that is still part of the Islamization agenda, or it is really the Islamization agenda. So the Muslim ticket, a child of necessity, Shettima explaining. And also explaining that Tinubu will be the last person to Islamize. He's even telling us that Tinubu, some of his children are Christian. His wife, we know famously, a pastor. So if it's not Islamized his country, Shettima is saying to you, if it's not Islamized his family, then why would he Islamize Nigeria? So that space again, Emiloko.
Yeah, one man. Well, he is right to have quoted those facts, but he has forgotten that Nigeria is a religious, ethnocentric state. You get a point. So you can't say because the president is this and that, then we should believe all is well and we are safe. No, we have to be represented well. That is the point. So it should be all the same. It's the party's decision. It's not Nigeria's decision. Until Nigeria votes, and if they vote APC, that makes it a Nigerian decision. So I don't really want to put too much relevance on this party's presidential and vice presidential candidates' religion. I don't want to. So I just want to make it like it is a minor issue. That is what APC have chosen to do, which they have the right to do. But I hope Nigerians are wise enough to reject whatsoever they don't want. You get the point. So for me, no big deal. Tinubu is a very open person. At least we know that. While he led the Lagos administration those times, I know that he had the Igbos. He is that egalitarian actually. So I don't. But the fear is just that. What can happen in the backyard, especially with his in quote now frail health. You get the point that we see, okay, maybe because this Buhari administration has taught us that you can be the president and yet not be the president. You get the point. You can be the figurehead, but not really showcase your power, not really use your power to the advantage of the people who voted you in. So that's just the fear that I have, that if Tinubu is whole and healthy, on that presidency, I think he will do whatever he wants to do, and nobody can stop him. So if he wants to do well, he can do well, and if he wants to do bad, he can do. I know Tinubu to be that kind of a person. He is whole in that regard. But with his health, what if he leaves power for some people who are now in the corridors of power and they use it to their own advantage without him knowing? You get the point. There's tendency for this kind of things to happen. So for me, it is the party's decision, no problem. Nigerians should be alert enough to make their own decision come February 25th, 2023. And let us see what goes on from there. Then maybe we can now learn that you don't, you choose based on religion because this is who we are, or we can now from there move on and say it doesn't matter. You get the point. So that is it.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So thank you, Emilokon. So for time, let me go on from you, Emilokon, and go on to Saki further. So Saki, are you ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So always a delight. It needs no introduction. Saki Fada, you all know him. But as Saki Fada, talk us through that taciturnity space where because we played the clip twice already on the platform, and it was quite clear. There was no equivocation what the guy was saying, and he was building up a narrative, taking qualities from all of the Nigerian presidents and saying that Tinubu is an embodiment of all of these qualities. And he's taking those virtues from each president and attributing it to a problem that Nigeria has, and saying that all those virtues that are fit some of these problems that is in some of these past presidents. Tinubu has elements of all of that, which then makes him the embodiment of all the solutions to Nigeria's problem. A political speech, of course, but then that taciturnity now turned into hospitality, and the name ABACHA and the AK-47 unloading on Shettima again. So what are you then making then of this backlash that wasn't even vested in what the guy said?
Yes, I think what he said is quite clear. I think people misreported what he said, but what he said in this video is very, very, very clear. Yeah, there is no like vagueness in what he said. Yeah, but like Emilokon said, I just read the comments from what do we call him? Kwankwasia.
Is that Jafar?
No, Kwankwasia. What's the name of that?
Ovie.
Yeah. So, like I said, what he said was quite clear, But I think I will go with what Emilokon said. Those characters he called, majority of those characters he called, they are not significant others, so to say. Nigerians, one way or the other, like seeing those people as those that actually damaged the country. Some of the characters he called, some of the personalities, especially when he was talking about Sani Abacha, Yeah, Nigeria has a lot of problems now, and each of these candidates has all these characterizations, If you bring out Atiku, I want to use Atiku to embody all these characteristics he's trying to mention. Atiku still has that. If you bring out Ubi and want to embody all these characterizations, he still has that. Just like Tinubu, But then I think, like Emilokon said, even if he wanted to characterize those things, he shouldn't have mentioned names, And then again, when he always goes about saying that good men don't make good leaders, I don't really understand what he means by good men don't make good leaders, because we have seen in Nigeria, one of the best administrations we have ever experienced was a man after God's own heart, somebody like Yaradua. He was a good man. He was quite nice. He did well, Yeah, so I think he shouldn't have started naming names, because Sani Abacha, we know what we are still dealing with. The Sani Abacha till today, even after his death. So I think he should just mind the way what he says in public, because a lot of people are becoming emotional, and you cannot remove emotions from these practical realities of political space in Nigeria.
Do
So
you think the guy can say anything really that people will concur with? Of course, we're in a political season now, and of course, the expectation that opposing sides, they will try and reword everything that you have to say. But there's really nothing he can say really that would not be misinterpreted,
yes,
reinterpreted, and then
I understand. I understand that there is nothing he will say that will not be misinterpreted. But I still believe that there are a lot of people that are open-minded. For instance, me myself, if somebody does well, I will say this person did well. No matter what's the personality that is being presented.
but
Because
you
I
you
am
are an
not.
aberration now. You are an aberration. You are not the
Yeah,
norm.
I also know. I also know that there are some other enlightened minds in Nigeria who are very, very objective when they make the analysis. They don't just attack the person for the personality. They just analyze what the person says without considering whether it is Tinubu that said it, or whether it is Chetima that said it, or whether it is Atiku that said it. You understand what I mean? So there are people that still make some objective analysis, but yet there are other people that have been carried away by emotions and by the schema or schemata which they have decided to form within their unconscious minds, that this very person, no, whatever he says, I cannot take it, whether he's making sense or not. I don't want to see it as he's making sense. I will always want to criticize whatever he said. So there are people like that. But yeah, but even in the presence of these two groups of people, I will encourage Shetima to guide what the statement he makes. Even if he would have said we need a leader like, maybe even if he says somebody like Salami Abubakar and maybe Obasanjo, these two people are still at least Obasanjo still has all these qualities he's trying to say. Obasanjo doesn't talk too much like that when he was president, and Obasanjo is always decisive. If he wants to tackle all this insecurity, he's very decisive, and he goes about it head on. He doesn't want to know whose horse is gone. So I think he should, when he's mentioning personalities like Sani Abacha, he should expect to have this kind of backlash from people. So like Emilokon said, I would have encouraged him to just, talk about the qualities embedded in Tinubu, and without trying to link it to qualities like Abacha, qualities like Ibrahim Babangida. He will have a lot of backlash. That's my point.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. Melekari lists benefit of Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline project as it signs MOU with Morocco. So it is that space now, this gas thing. So a lot of concerns around that, but Emiloko assuring us that it is a deal that might ultimately benefit Nigeria, and not to be too concerned that it is the Malams that are doing it. So what are you there making of this gas deal to pipe Nigeria's
Well,
gas
it's
to
it
Europe?
might benefit Nigeria. If I think our government needs to just be transparent, and invite people's trust. Because now any action that is being taken by the government, a lot of people will misinterpret it. A lot of people will try to put some bias. Because of what? Because this administration has presented themselves, in that very light. So I think I was talking with one of my cousins yesterday, and I was trying to tell him to assess what is happening right now. So that my cousin answered objectively, and I think some people may still hold that view. He said that to him, right now, that he thinks that APC, this current administration, seems to have started changing somehow in the right direction. Maybe because the election is getting very closer.
Yeah, it's because they're on their way out, and they want
So
to
maybe,
rebrand how they are going to be seen. But I carry on.
yes, yes. So that was exactly what he said, and I think I still believe him. I believe what he said. So I think it's going to benefit Nigeria, but then communication needs the administration need to communicate well to Nigerians. But then the trust is not there. That's the issue. The trust is not there. Any movement that is made by this regime, a lot of Nigerians will read that. We not, even if they even if they try to explain very, very well, a greater percentage of the Nigerian masses will try to refute the government's good intentions. That is what I feel. But to me, objectively, if you tell me to assess, I would say it's going to benefit Nigeria ultimately.
Do you think that Peter Obi, do you think he's aware of or are unable to use a word like taciturnity in context? Do you think he can? Do you think he?
I don't understand what you mean by whether he's aware of the word taciturnity.
Well, it's probably well. I'm just because it's not an orator, is it? And it's not.
Yes,
I've
everybody.
always said that Shettima has this gift of
Yes,
oratory and
everybody.
intelligence,
Yeah, I
and it
understand.
continues to shine. And not just Peter Obi. Do you think Peter Obi, Bola Tinubu, or even Atiku, they can use words and he just spoke it not to essentially show off, and it was free flowing as well, not a prepared speech. So this is a man vast and comfortable with language.
Yes,
Do you think
yeah,
anybody else in the field?
yes,
Maybe
there are
maybe
people.
Showore can use it, but I can't see anyone else that can use words like
Yes,
that
there
in
are
context.
there are people that are very gifted, in the use of in diction, sort of. There are a lot of people. When you hear Osibanjo speak, you want to listen very well. He's very gifted. When you hear Soludo speak, he's gifted. Two things I even like about Soludo is the free flow of the way he uses words and the free flow of language, his use of language and the English style. And then at the same time, his voice. He has a special kind of voice, sort of voice. I want to listen to him whenever he talks. You know, Peter Obi is not like you said. He doesn't have that gift of free flow of maybe using the
Do you
English.
think it's a bread and butter politician? Is he a bread and butter politician?
I don't understand what you mean by bread and butter politician. Like maybe you mean he doesn't know what he's doing. I don't
No, he
understand.
knows what he's doing. So, sort of like maybe okay. Let's say pragmatic. Let's not use bread and butter. Do you think it's a pragmatic
Of
politician?
course, he's very pragmatic. He's a businessman. He has done business, and he's very pragmatic. And at the same time, he's humble. You can imagine whenever he comes, he tells you, "I'm a trader." But when he says trader, you might understand it from the main market kind of trading. Maybe on the Chamem market, Alaba market kind of trading. What prevents him from saying I'm a businessman? You understand what I mean? So he's not interested in speaking grammar and grammar.
Somebody once
Leadership.
somebody once derisively described him as a container economist.
I don't know what the person means by container economy. Peter Obi never went to university to study economics.
No. What he meant is
So
what I think what the person was hinting at is my container don't land, sort of.
okay, I understand what you mean. So he's just speaking like a commoner. So that's so to say. It's not about coming to write speeches and speak grammar. This is not what solves Nigeria problem. You understand what I mean? So Obasanjo tried his best, but Obasanjo is not. He's not there to speak like Soludo them and Gozi Okonjo-Iweala them. You know, Usibanjo them. So Usibanjo has that very gift. You know, give it to him. It speaks very well. You know, give it to him. So.
Do you think Osinbajo speaks as well as Kashim Shettima?
How can you compare?
No, leaving aside his accent, we know that he has a polished accent. But do you think it's as erudite as Kashim Shettima?
How can you compare Osinbajo with Kashim Shettima? Osinbajo is an orator. He's very cerebral. He presents very well. And what actually astonishes me whenever I listen to Osinbajo is like he can speak steadily. The language flows. He doesn't like make mistake or like, you know, like he don't have breaks in the use of language, and he can speak for a very long time without looking at papers. Normally, I keep asking, how does Osinbajo do this? You know, he wants to address people. You will see him flowing very well, making figurative expressions. There is this coherence and cohesion in his speech, connecting every presentation, and he does that for a very long time without looking at paper.
You don't find him extremely rehearsed. I find him somewhat rehearsed.
I don't know. I don't know whether he rehearses before coming. I don't know. I don't really know. But all his presentations, I like. Okay, you can imagine the very day that we are doing what do we call it? That they are primaries. You know, you can see how his speech was. You know, I think this other man was reading from paper. This pastor, what's the name again?
Tunde Bakare.
Yeah, I think Tunde was reading from paper that very day. But Osinbajo was not like, he didn't read out from paper, but he was flowing. The thoughts were just flowing, you know. There was a free flow of thoughts, and I think he does well. He knows how to present, I must tell you. But
you don't find it somewhat comical, or Osinbajo?
Well, he shouldn't. I don't expect him to perform below. He's a professor. He has delivered a lot of inaugural lectures, and many of them. So he has written papers. He's a barrister. You know, he takes a lot of practices, you know, for him to have gotten to that very level. But give it to him.
All right. When you're talking about levels, all right, watch this. Is this the level you're talking about? This you are saying is a professor and everything, and is this what you are? Is this the level you expect of a professor?
That man looking good.
That
man looking good, you know. That man fit to the core.
Is that behavior?
But he's also comical too. You know.
Where is the VP, by the way? We not have something since he lost the election.
Yeah, he's licking his wounds, isn't it? He's licking his wounds.
What happened to him, man? He's done politically then. He's done.
I expect him to recover quickly and join the Tinubu train, because if he doesn't join the Tinubu train and Tinubu wins that election, he will be punished.
Yeah, the man went against the powers that be. He beat too much than he could chew.
You know what the Yoruba hate the most is Odale, you know?
Yeah.
And Ote,
you know? Do you know what was funny? My dad sent me, the day the man lost, my dad sent me a clip on WhatsApp, and he had a speech and he was playing that Obey song. Kogun, what's it? Kogun, see you come.
Look at that. They just hate that treachery. You know, openly, publicly stabbing somebody that has fed you in the back. It's just so unsightly.
But where did he get the reassurance from? They said it was from the presidency that told him that it was the one they picked. That was where they got the. Where did he get the confidence to even say he was going to run against Tinubu from? That's where I still don't get.
It would have been from that space, but then I think that space gave a lot of people reassurances. They gave Rotimi Amechi reassurances, gave Goodluck Jonathan reassurances.
But can I ask you one?
Yeah.
If that primaries was not dollarized, do you think Tinubu could have clinched the ticket?
Well, I don't know. You know, well, Tinubu is a popular man. You have to know.
No, he's popular. He's popular, but you should also know that it's just like Atiku. Atiku is popular, but you should also know that dollar was what played role in that very primaries. Suppose there was no dollarization, everybody just played on a fair and free ground. It is possible that Osibanjo.
I think Tinubu would have defeated Osibanjo under any circumstance.
Regardless, it will have. But the PDP one is one that I don't get. Don't they have a constitution that says that it has to come down south in their own? Don't they have a constitution that says that they have to have that there's some kind of turn by turn kind of agreement in their own constitution? So I don't know how Atiku was even allowed to run in the first place. That one I still don't get that one. It's a topic for a different day. I don't get how it was even allowed to run in the first place.
So I want to quickly comment on the Biafran Ipobian space and maybe a little bit on P2B's interview.
Okay, go to it. Just free flow.
Yes. Yeah. On that very Biafran, Ipobian, whatever. There has never been a time where the Eastern people likes this Monday sit at home. There has never been a time. It was something that was like imposed on them from all these Ipobian players that are not even in Nigeria. Somebody like this Eba is not even in Nigeria and dishing out orders. You understand what I mean? People are very much afraid of coming out. A lot of people want to always come out, go about their normal business, but they are not getting this assurance that they are secured, that the government is not giving them this assurance that if they come out, nothing will happen to them. This guy, when he won the election in Anambra State, he tried everything possible to make sure that people are reassured. I mean, Soludo, he tried everything possible. He called for traditional meeting, traditional what do we call it? Traditional rulers, the religious rulers. There was a meeting of all these people that came together to talk about this sit-at-home, to put a stop to it. They even prayed about it. They officially went to church on a certain day to mark the end of the sit-at-home. So Soludo did everything possible, but yet people wants to come out and they hear that people are killing people, that these people died, this person died, they shot this person, unknown gunmen, this is that. So as a result of that fear is the issue, So they are very much afraid to come out on Mondays. Not that willingly they want to stay at home. Nobody wants to sit at home. They are losing a lot of money. Is it in Imo State now that you will tell people to come out on Monday? In fact, the local government where Uzodinma is from is shut down. They are killing people. There have been a lot of killings in that local government. So that thing is the fear in people. Not that they don't want to. There was a time Soludo even made it compulsory that if you are a civil servant, you don't come for work on Monday, you will be sacked, you will not be paid. Yet, they didn't succumb to those threats from Soludo because of that fear. So it's not as if people wanted to ordinarily sit at home. Yes, there is always a day they normally set aside for sitting at home. That is one day in October, when they are saying they are celebrating the foreign heroes the people that died during the Civil War. You know, there was a day they marked out for, you know, trying to remember those people, something like that. But since this thing began, a lot of unknown elements, you know, used this opportunity, went into the space and started killing people, you know. So it was like mysterious. Thank God that Soludo is actually keeping it very well right now. But is it Abia State is not safe? Imo State is not safe. Enugu State is not safe. So because of that very fear, people just, you know, decide, okay, it's better to sit at home or let me not come out. But I'm telling you, they are losing a lot of things. You know, they are losing a lot of things. Now, I think banks are working on Saturdays now in Eastern region, you know, because of that lost work days. Soludo also said that students should be going to school on Saturdays to make up for that very Monday. So it's not, people are not happy about it. So it's just this fear and these threats issued by these elements from outside the country, telling them that if you come out, this will happen. If you come out, so people are afraid. So that is what I just want to clear about it, you know.
But how is that? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So, you know, I know you're worried about it, but can you also talk about because earlier I was having the conversation here with Niger Locom, and he was talking about that if Obi does not win, and there's a feeling that he was rigged out of office or out of his mandate, that there might be violence on the streets, and that it might get so bloody if they feel like it's robbed. And I say that, well, it depends on how Obi handles it.
Anyway, I don't think Nigeria will break. I don't think anything will happen if Obi doesn't win. I think I've said it sometime here. To me, I don't think people will just talk and make noise, you know. But I think in the interest of the youths that are very angry now, you know, I think INEC should do everything possible, you know, to make sure that the public perceive them as not complicit in any form or attempting to help these political pundits to try and have any form of rigging. I think in the conscious, like I was telling you something yesterday, I don't know whether you have watched it, one man, that video where somebody was making claims that a lot of things is happening in this INEC register, you know. I don't know whether you have watched that video, but I think it is in the interest of INEC to, I think they should just try and make it possible for everyone to see clearly that this election is not rigged, you know. So because not just the Southeast, you know, maybe these youths that are very angry, they might want to come out and maybe protest. It might begin to look like the NSAS kind of protest. But in the end, I know Nigeria will not, nothing will happen, you know.
Yeah, they'll just do
sorry, full time. Can you just go to the Peter Obi's CNN interview? You said you wanted to share thoughts on that.
Yes, I didn't quite watch the interview from the beginning to the end, but I just got some snippets of that very interview. The part I watched, yes, although he didn't say anything much different from what he has been saying, he has been quite consistent with what he's saying, you know. Then in terms of solutions, you know, I think it will be the people that are saying that he doesn't issue out solutions, how he wants to solve a particular problem. I think they are not being too fair with him, you know. This is an interview. In interview, you are not meant to begin to read out everything you have in your compendium of policies, you know. It's an interview that has time, you know. So there's no way if you watch someone.
Saki Father, the issue is it was invited that this is the situation. How do you resolve it? But then what he did and what he does oftentimes is when it's presented that this is the solution, how do you resolve it, he just re-articulates the situation. It just tells us the problem and then say we cannot continue like this. So he always pivots to repeat.
Actually, when I looked at one of the snippets of that very interview, the question was asked. They asked him, Nigeria is in economic mess, serious problem. How do you intend to? He said, can one man solve all this myriad of problems? Then he now answered, he said, yeah, that first, if you have a very committed and good leader, he now said that he's not saying that these problems are going to be solved in one day, overnight, but if you have a very committed, serious, competent leader, that wants to tackle these issues, we start seeing Nigeria moving in the right direction. At least he said something like that. They now asked him again.
But sorry, Saki Father, even with that, he didn't answer the question, because what the interviewer was inviting is about delegation, it's about teamwork, it's about expertise, it's about how you fit as expertise to particular situations. So that was what was being invited. But he pivoted to say, no, I'll be a great leader and I will lead by example. So even did not. We played the clip here. It still did not address it frontally as a.
Okay, now they asked him that Nigeria doesn't have money. How would he get money to do all these things? Then he started mentioning example, things that can be done inward and things that can be done externally. He said, like on inward, he talked about that reducing cost of governance. It's still a solution. To reduce cost of governance is still a solution to a problem, So he also said supporting agricultural production, especially in the north. It is still a solution. You understand what I mean? So I don't really know. I don't really understand what people mean when they say he's not actually giving solutions. This is an interview. I don't expect him to come and read out everything he has in his document. That's if the document is about 100 pages. I don't expect him to read out all the things that is detailed in that very document. And if you go back and watch Soludo's interview before he became governor, these are the kind of ways Soludo answers his own questions. But when he became the governor, he released a document he's working with. He called it Anambra Vision, something. It was a document that was well articulated, prepared. It's in the open domain. So those things are measurable. But on interview, if you ask Soludo, how are you going to fight the issue of agitation? Soludo will tell you that he will dialogue. He will start by talking about dialogue. That you don't address every problem with. It's not every problem that you must take guns to fight. You start by dialogue first. Come to table and do that. And P2B is also answering this same thing. So I don't really know how else we want. Maybe he's not speaking good English that enters the minds of people, or that excites people, something like that. So to me, I think we are really looking too much at certain details that are not necessary. The important thing is let there be commitment to do that. Let there be that political will to solve problems. And again, if you look at all let me use Anambra as example. When P2B was in power, P2B appointed experts. He's very good with knowing people of qualities. If you just go and look at his cabinet, and everybody, his commissioner for information was a professor of mass communication. His commissioner for justice is a barrister, a son. So it's not like if he will get somebody who is a medical doctor and give him Ministry of Information. He gives people according to what it must be in your CV, the minimum requirement. His commissioner for budget and planning is an accountant. So he knows how to like get team of people that delivers what he wants to do. His minister, his commissioner for health, is a professor of medicine when he was in Anambra State. So he doesn't like reward you because you are politically inclined.
All right, thank you. So that's a good spot to leave it. So thank you, Saki Fada. So Saki Fada, for reasons of time, let me go on from you to RB and invite him into the conversation. So RB, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
All right, brilliant. Always a delight. So RB, to the conversation, just free flow with it and give us your commentaries on what we've been talking about so far.
I think on the part of Shettima, for me, is just, I mean, I don't like anything that you mentioned ABACHA with. So first of all, when I saw something about him making reference to ABACHA, I was already frowning. But when I watched the video while you played it on here, I actually get the whole gist. Like, oh, it was only talking about the good qualities of these people. And to even think about it, that makes me like kind of like, hold on, if Abacha is supposed to be alive, we're probably not going to be having a lot of oil theft in the Niger Delta. That's for sure. I mean, based on his reputation. I mean, certain problem we're having in Nigeria right now, like insurgency, we know them well. I don't like the guy because I remember what happened during his administration and everything. Like the Abacha Paul, Kolupot, and all that stuff that went down during his time. But I believe Shettima is saying is making sense. But whatever he says, it don't matter. The obedient are here to knock him down. So I think we know that is we expect more of that. Every time he says something, they'll pick something out of it. That's normal. And OB, I watched the interview, nothing different, just the regular OB whining about problem, if you ask me. Not really talking about execution plan and laying things out, talking about how you're going to improve power. We are not energy independent as a country. So if you're talking about production, it's just a catchy word, phrase that don't go nowhere. So things like that. So for me, I think OB is still the same OB. Maybe you need better communication media team that will help him with his interview. So when questions like economy comes up, he can actually maneuver his way better. I guess in terms of the IPOB space, the Monday thing, I think it's just they're killing the economy of their own states and of the region. The Igbos are very known to be trade savvy when it comes to business, and doing all this shutting down work week is just ridiculous because I don't think shutting down Mondays is affecting anybody in Kano or in Sokoto. They don't even give a, you know what? It doesn't affect their economy.
Or in Lagos.
Yeah, exactly. Or in Lagos. The only person feeling the hurt of how much they will have made on Monday in Onitsha market is the woman that sells there or the guy that is now opening their shop. So I don't know what they're trying to. I mean, these old Mondays sit down in their mind. Maybe somebody needs to call them and sit them down. Like, who are you really fighting? Like, do you think all this sit down on Monday has any effect on in Abuja or something? Or Buhari is having a sleepless night? I mean, it's not Niger Delta, for God's sake. So what is going on? Somebody just need to talk to these folks like, hey, you're not really hurting nobody but your home people. The education the kids supposed to be getting for the first day of the week, they're not getting it. Like, so I think they don't understand. In their mind, it's a fight. The Monday, what's it called? Is a fight and it's necessary. But to me, somebody needs to tell them like, you ain't fighting nobody. You only fighting your own people and hurting your own
But
people.
who is suffering it? RB?
It's the people, but you know there is fear when I mean it doesn't matter if it's majority, but even when the minority has the gun and these people they are unidentified and they can just go anywhere and attack people, you know, that is just scary to everybody. So I mean you rather not want to take that chance, even if it's hurting you. I mean, you can still once you're still alive, you're still living, right? There's still hope. They say in Nigeria. So people would rather just follow through instead of taking the chances and getting shot or get messed up by these silly or something silly guys, criminals.
RB,
Yeah,
did you know now they are about to extend it to the South every Tuesday?
I don't think Niger Delta is going to take that. I think
But
that
I
would
tell
be.
you, that is what we read earlier on. They are
But
No, no,
about
no,
to.
no. No, it
no,
wasn't
No,
Tuesday.
that is what we read. The Zaki father, you are
but
not here.
but even if
One
it
man
is,
did that.
even if it is, I think they will really, the Nigerian government really gonna come hard because South is like, like the money is there. So are you going to say the oil company shouldn't work on Tuesday? Come on now, you're about to get the rot of everything Nigeria has because you're really taking the lifeline of the country. If you say on Tuesday, and also South has a lot of different what's it called tribes, so it's not gonna be that easy as much as they can do it in the Southeast. I think it's going to be more difficult. I mean, the Shakiri, the Jaws. I mean, for everybody to line up with you, that's a very difficult task ahead of them for all the regions and this thing on the south to agree with them. I don't think so. I think that's not going to go well for them.
All right, thank you, Albi. I didn't know I was even on the screen.
Yeah, you
So,
are.
all right, so thank you, Albi. So from Albi we go on to Thomas. So Thomas, free flow, just like Albi.
Thank you, one man. I will start by the interview uh that he had. Uh, the interview is nothing, no substance at all. If And I'm happy that even some obedience followers they point that out, that the interview is just baseless. It doesn't have any substance. To me, I think the guy needs to do more. Even it's not about your English, how you can speak English. Putting out solution it's not about how you can speak English fluently. It's just how to articulate and give the solution. It's just to give the solution. You don't need big English to do that. No. I was even thinking, let me just put Tinubu in his shoes now. Do you know what will be going on the internet? That, we say it now. He cannot talk. He cannot do this. He cannot do that. Let's just remove Peter Obi now and put Tinubu in that interview. They will say, we say it now. He can't talk. He can't do this. But some people will shy away from it that, no problem. He can do what he can do. But you have to tell people what you want to do. You have to articulate. You have to say it out. People should know what you want to do. What is the solution? The lady that even interviewed him, even gave him the benefit of doubt, he reiterates the question again. He wants him to give him like a concrete solution. But he couldn't do that. He was just parabolating, rephrasing the problem again. That is why what I did in Anambra, Nigeria is not Anambra. Nigeria is bigger than Anambra. It's not that what you did in Anambra. You can say you want to do the same thing with to Nigeria. Nigerian entity is quite different. Solution to Nigeria problem is quite different for what is going on in Anambra. So that interview, I wasn't impressed in any way, at all. I wasn't impressed. Go to Shettima comments. That comment, that video that we watched earlier on, I think people took it in another direction. The guy doesn't even mention hospitality. He don't even say hospitality. I listened to Prestige, a man of Prestige earlier on. He said he doesn't even care. This man, the people that hate him, they don't even want to hear anything from him. And I understand them because of the previous audio that we heard about him talking about the South. I understand what they are coming from. But what he's saying in that video is not even praising those past presidents. He's just using what we know them for, like ABACHA now, brutality. He just take that brutality out of ABACHA and is saying it that we will use the same brutality to address non-state actors that is disturbing Nigeria, like Boko Haram. And people take it that is praising ABACHA or is praising past governor. I don't think it's trying to praise them. And that even video is just like this joking and is picking some word, some attribute from the past president and putting it out there to address what he wants to do. So, but people take it in another direction. I understand they can do that. People that detest Shettima, they don't even want to hear anything he's saying. Maybe he's even saying the truth. He's even saying he's giving on the right solution. They don't even want to hear from him. And I'm waiting for one man. I don't know, maybe one man is listening to me, he's hearing me. I'm waiting for one day Okowa will sit down, Shettima will sit down, all the vice president will sit down and have a debate. This man is articulated. That doesn't mean they will do good when they get there, but he very articulated. He can speak. He can say what he wants to say without maybe reading book or reading from anything that he have written before coming out there. So I'm waiting for a day all these vice presidents will sit side by side and have debate. All the presidents, they will sit side by side and have debate. And let's see who is fluent, who is coherent, who is knowledgeable, who has the wisdom to speak to people, to address what they want to do for Nigerians. So I'm waiting for that day. So I'm even saying this. I'm not objecting to even Shettima president, maybe 15 years or 16 years to come, when it's the turn of the North. No, the man is very. I don't object to his presidency in any way. To me,
is going to be the next president after Tinubu. That's just it.
One man, that man. Oh my goodness!
I mean,
that man is one man. I watched some videos, one man, about this guy. I said, wow. Can he not speak like this? Very articulated.
It's only 56. So in 4 years time, in 8 years time, it will be 64. So yeah, sorry, carry on, sir.
Yeah. So because people, I've said it earlier many times. If you are listening to anybody, even if it is your opposition, listen to them with open mind. Forget you are obedient. Forget you are Tinubu follower. Forget you are articulated. Listen to all of them with open mind, as if you don't have any candidate. But if you listen to them that I'm Tinubu candidate, I'm Tinubu fan, there is nothing Atiku will say you will want to listen. There is nothing Tinubu wants to say you want to listen. If you are Tinubu fan, there is nothing obedience will want to say you want to listen to them. But you have to have an open mind to listen to everybody and quantify what you want to do. And one man, I was amazed yesterday when somebody came, he said he listened to Adewale that is thinking now to decamp from Obi camp. But because before they don't listen to other candidates, it's only Obi. You have to listen to other candidates, see what they can offer, to see who can take us to this Canaan land we are dreaming for. So, woman, that is just my submission, so that you can close by 6 hours sharp. So I don't disagree with what Shettima said. I think people take him out of context. That is just my submission, woman.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas, and thank you, everyone. So I think I think the session is coming to a natural end by itself anyway, with all of the panelists so slowly hemorrhaging from the screen. But let me acknowledge the super chats that has been coming in. Joel of Nashville joins in the super chatting only to really applaud Saki Father's performance. Of course, always a gold standard performance by Saki Father. And this is what Joel of Nashville says. It says, God bless you, Saki Father. Obi is a performer. If only Obi had the articulation of Saki Father, maybe we'll all be obedient. But there it is. I concur with always well said by Saki Father. Yeah, so I was reading another comment by Ayoden saying that I messed up the floor. I'm not quite sure what he meant by that. So let me go on.
We saw you when you are cleaning the floor. That's why he said that.
Yes, I spilled something. I spilled something. So I was just making sure that, and I wanted to shut it down just so I don't have to do it after. But yeah, there it is. It says, so this is RB. It says, performance called Pasumani. So I think he claps back at what's his name, Joel's super chart. So there it is, and there it has been. So thank you, gentlemen. Maybe one of these days we'll be able to say, ladies and gentlemen, women are welcome on the platform. By the way, it's not a boys-only zone, even though we're not sure with Baba T and his pedicure and manicure. I'm not sure if I should be saying ladies and gentlemen, you know. But
one man, you throw me off guard. Though.
I don't know. Believable
he
stuff.
Throw me off guard. What I'm hearing from Baba T. Wow.
Look at that.
Wow. Thomas, bring your nail. Let me help you paint your nails for you.
Reject in Jesus' name. Reject in Jesus' name. I'm not Bobrisky family.
Fasting and prayers for Baba T, you know, till the next session. So fasting and prayer. So thank you, gentlemen. It's just really the banter and everything is always a delight. So we start to round it off to land it on Baba T, and we go to RB to start to take the closing remarks. So RB, to you.
I just want to say thank you for having me, man. So I think one thing that is very important is what happened after the election. And you said it earlier, like Obi needs to manage that space very well. But I don't think he can even undo the crowd he already has right now. Because some of them, they don't even respect him. If you read Twitter, sometimes they go at him himself on the hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Sometime on Twitter, the way they reply will be also is even disrespectful. So I think you need to try to manage the space very well, because if he didn't win, we don't want to have another January 6th that happened in America, in Nigeria. But I think it's going to be worse if we have something of that magnitude of, regardless if they lose or win, in their head, they have to win, because that's very dangerous for the country. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, RB. So thank you, RB. So from RB, let's go on to Thomas. So Thomas, closing remarks.
Oh, thank you, one man. I don't know, maybe you saw the first two comments when you started. It was just, I don't know. I don't know why people like to just go to that route, insult you as a host of the program. I don't know. I found it, I was very annoying, but what can we do? They have their keyboard warriors that don't even have the understanding or the wisdom to come out. Just come here, come and speak. You don't have to go on the keyboard warrior attacking, calling somebody useless man because it's not supporting Obi. I don't I don't know. It's just uncalled for. And if we continue with this, I don't know why it's going to end. And I would tell Obi to start telling his followers now that we may not win, no, so they can have that in their head, so that they will not cause problem come 2023 when he finally lost the election. So thank you, one man. May God bless you. May God bless Nigerians. Thank you. God bless.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So in the absence of the mighty one, a man of equal might, or I don't know now. I just don't know. But Babati, to you.
Call me D or them.
The closing remarks, Babati.
Okay, I'm going to do my best here. First of all, let us appreciate one man for hosting us again, for bringing us together from across the world, from Africa to Europe to Asia to America. Thank God for technology that we're able to share this times together. It's very important that we're having this conversation. This is our own town hall meetings that we get to have on a daily basis. So on that, one man, we really appreciate you for hosting this program. And I've always said that this is the best political platform on YouTube when it comes to Nigerian politics. That's a fact, by the way. Let's thank everybody in the comment section. Bonksma, you need to come up one of these days. OVA, everybody, I miss you guys in the comment section, so I will come back there one of these days to hang out with my people. So thank you guys for
if Bonksma ever comes on the screen, all the boys will come running because
of course.
I don't know if you've seen what she looks like, but one of these days maybe she'll delight us with her presence.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, you know what thing. But to the politics of it, let's give Obi something. He has left an indelible mark on the political space in Nigeria. I mean, from years to come, this will still be a story that, there will be a documentary on this. No matter how far it goes, wins or loses, there will be a documentary on this, because to me, it's been an historic run so far. And how he manages it is something else. But so far, he has opened the possibility of having a viable challenger to the establishment. But is he viable enough to rock the boat? Like the chairman of the platform said, that the powers that be have decided who they want. So I don't think we're there yet, but at least we are knocking on the door, right? It's knocking on that door. So hopefully in years to come, we will have enough people to break that glass ceiling, where people can actually vote for who they want. Speaking on his interview, that was disappointing. Everybody agreed, even his own fans agreed to that, which was it was lifeless on an international platform. So it needs to get a better communication team together to work on that for him. So Tinubu picking a Muslim ticket, that was more political in my opinion. It had nothing to do with religion. It was a political move, and you can see that coming. This coming election is going to be a life-changing for everybody in Nigeria, and hopefully it does not end violently, because what we've been hearing from the Will camp is worrisome. It's been troubling. But it's good to have this kind of conversations. I enjoy listening to you guys as well, and I hopefully you guys enjoy listening to me as well. Please like, subscribe, and share the program. And hopefully we come back and recommend tomorrow and do it all over again. God bless you. Have a good night.
All right, thank you, Babati. So that's Babati. So he's a prince, even that, and that entitles him to live. However, Prince don't answer to anybody, so I can act as he wills, and it does. So that's Babati. So thank you, Babati. So thank you, Babati, and thank you everyone that has been on. So that has been the ebb and flow of it. It's been a decent session, so we've had some fun, which is always the point. We must always have fun, because otherwise, what's the point? So we can agree, we can disagree, but as they often say, we shouldn't really be disagreeable. So it didn't spiral out of control, and that's the main thing. And I think all voices were heard, and that's the main thing too. So that is it. So we reconvene tomorrow, only to do it all over again. It's a daily space, like it's like consider it like a hangout space where you just come to chill out with your fellow countrymen and women. So it's just a lot happening. we on the screen people are sharing our thoughts with you, but the more fun had in the comment section. Actually, some people actually they come here solely for the comment section. So it's almost like we spend so much time with each other. It's almost like a family sort of gathering, somewhat. I don't even know how to say how to put it, but certainly it's something I always look forward to, and I hope you do as well too. So that has been it, and that's another one. Another one bites the dust, as they say. Another one bagged and tagged. So we bag and tag it only to re-unbox it tomorrow again. Probably attempt a 2 session tomorrow. So but I leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.